Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became Unkillable Experiment. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Logically, Akaguro Chizome had seen enough as the vigilante Stendhal to expect both anything and nothing at the same time. Hell, he'd gone off the rails at age 15 when he found out that heroes weren't all they were cracked up to be, and vigilantism was the next step, naturally. When he got his nose bashed in by that other vigilante knuckleduster, at age 20 and cut the thing off soon after, he became intensely resolved to take down the fake heroes he despised. Now he was 22, almost 23, and he'd spent the last 2 years preparing to kill fakes. Chizome might even say he was good at what he did. At the time he lost his nose, maybe not, but after that hellish 2 years of training he could say otherwise. He'd left behind the name Stendhal, and he knew what he wanted. He wanted the world to see what was wrong at its core, the innate danger in the society heroics had built up. He wanted to show everybody just what somebody with conviction and a message could do. But he caught the attention of the wrong person at the wrong time, just before he could make his first kill. He needed money and weapons, better than what he could get his hands on at the time. So he scrounged up what he had and tried to strike gold. Instead, he got a heaping helping of sheet. Somehow, he'd set off some blue-haired brat while trying to make a deal and ended up in whatever godforsaken hellhole he was in now. He didn't know what the name of the place really was, but everybody else in the building just called it the facility. At first, he fought like his life depended on it to get out, to take down the people who ran this place, but the first 2 weeks of living there, if you could really call it living, beat that out of him quickly. In the facility, there were only 2 options: be useful or die. The doctor didn't allow for anything else. You were either useful or you weren't, and if you weren't, then death was a welcome reprieve for what the doctor had in store for you. However you could be useful was subject to the doctor's whims and desires. Sometimes being useful meant being strapped to an operating table, and sometimes it was fighting for sport. Nobody knew the doctor's real name, just that he showed up there every evening to conduct his tests for the day and then leave. The other hours were spent in a tiny, padded room with a bed and an even tinier bathroom, and 2 meals a day if you were lucky and behaved yourself. There were no official rules, but that didn't mean there were no rules at all. If you wanted to survive, there were definitely rules. One of the few people who made it past their first week in the facility taught Chizome the ropes, and he hung on to them for dear life. He was going to get out of here one day, when the opportunity presented itself. So he recited the rules like a prayer when the doctor became a little more cruel and bided his time. Rule 1. Don't ever disobey. Listen to the doctor and be useful. And if that blue-haired brat ever showed up, you treated his words like law too. Chizome learned that one when he mouthed off to the doctor during one of his tests, and that brat got to use his quirk on him. He had 2 child-size handprint scars splayed across his shoulder blades like forbidden wings to mark that lesson as officially learned. Rule 2. Don't ever want. Keep your desires to yourself and don't hope for anything, because anything positive would eventually be crushed under the doctor's heel. Better to have no expectations than to have them destroyed at every turn. You took what you got and kept your mouth shut, and if you didn't like it, then 2 bad. Better to not want than to starve or freeze. Rule 3. Keep quiet. If you drew too much attention to yourself, you were just asking to get the sheet beat out of you by the guards, or thrown into a test of the doctor's design even if he wasn't there to supervise. The tests were always worse, and the threat of them alone shut most of the other test subjects down quick. That's all they were to the doctor, anyways. Overgrown lab rats, all of them. Rule 4. Don't ever ask about the special wing. Don't even think about it. If you're unfortunate enough to have to room next to it, block out every sound you hear and don't dwell on it. The special wing was where people went when they stopped being useful. Chizome had only seen the double doors leading to the special wing once, and the screams that came out from behind them didn't even sound human anymore. He quickly blocked out the entire wing from his mind. And finally, Rule 5. Don't let them break you. Keep your sanity and your wits about you, and whatever else you can hold on to, and you might keep living. If they took that away from you, you were screwed. So no matter what, You hold on to yourself and keep yourself afloat however you possibly could. Chizome had no problems with that one. So with the rules in place and his experience behind him, Chizome should have known to expect anything and nothing at the same time. It still didn't prepare him for when they brought in a child, though. It didn't prepare him when, in the middle of one of his own tests, the doctor had strapped a sniveling, sobbing boy to an examination table and took his first sample. He did that with all of the new subjects, but there was something so sickening about seeing it done to a child. It didn't prepare him when the boy cried and screamed ungodly wails of pain, the kind which all new test subjects learn to keep quiet after the first session. And it certainly didn't prepare him when the doctor had dropped the boy off in his cell afterwards along with a first aid kit and told Chizome to take care of him. I want you to treat his wounds. He's an invaluable test tube, and I need him alive when I can't be here to care for him. He'll stay with you. You're our most useful test subject as of right now, but keeping this boy alive and healthy while I'm gone will put you beyond useful, and it will afford you certain luxuries. Understand, Akaguro? The doctor smiled, the kind a predator used on its prey, all malice and cunning. Chizome knew better than to argue. And besides, if taking care of a kid put him in the doctor's good graces, he was going to take that chance no matter what. It was one step closer to getting out of this place. So Chizome only nodded, watching as the doctor shut the door behind him, leaving a shaking, teary-eyed mess of a child behind. What's your name? How old are you? Chizome asked gruffly. The boy looked at him with a glassy stare, big green eyes. Still dripping with tears. His hair was a rat's nest of green curls, and Chizome knew that would be a pain to get clean in the one short shower they were allowed each week. The boy was still silent. Chizome sighed. That was a pretty normal reaction for first-timers. Silence or rage were the two most common. Come here, kid, I'm not the doctor. I don't bite. Just let me make sure your arm's okay. The tall man gestured to the red stain blooming on the boy's plain gray shirt. All of the test subjects wore the same plain shirt and pants, stripped of their individuality the moment they entered the facility. The boy looked at his arm and then back to the man before quietly approaching, looking wary. Sit down. It'll be easier that way. Chizome ordered, patting the bed. The boy obediently sat down, his legs dangling from the edge of the bed. They didn't even touch the floor, and Chizome was struck with another wave of just how young this boy was. Whatever brought the child here couldn't have warranted somebody his age being tortured at the hands of the doctor. I'm Akaguro Chizome. Just call me Chizome, he said, hoping it would prompt the boy into saying something. It didn't. Even as Chizome cleaned the swollen incision on the boy's arm, this isn't even the worst of it, kid, his mind supplied, not a single word was said. The kid wasn't mute, he'd heard him scream and plead just fine on the exam table earlier, so clearly he was afraid or in shock. Maybe it was both. Your arm should be all better now. Chizome grumbled out, tying off the last bit of bandage on his arm. The boy only nodded and stayed seated where he was on the edge of the bed, not daring to move a muscle. You can lay down if you're tired. You can have the bed for now. I'll sleep on the floor. The boy only curled into a ball in the furthest corner of the bed, still shaking like he was in the cold. Chizome tugged the single ratty blanket he had over the boy and went to go sit against the wall, sliding to the floor. Yeah, Chizome really should have known to expect everything and nothing. The first time the boy spoke outside of testing was 2 days later. He sounded hoarse and raw from the yelling, but still there. Chizome-san. The boy rasped. Chizome's head shot up in surprise, watching and listening carefully to the green-haired child in front of him. The boy's hands clenched and unclenched at the hem of his shirt. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm 6. Can I call you Izuku? A nod. Seemed like that was all the talking he'd get out of the boy. That was fine by Chizome. It was more than he thought he'd get, anyways. The boy moved from near the door to the small, thin bed in the corner of the room. They still only had one bed, and Chizome always gave it up to the boy. He'd be fine, but a child needed the best rest he could get if he wanted to survive. Well, not just a child anymore. Midoriya Izuku, whoever he was. A 6-year-old. Aang 6-year-old had ended up in the doctor's personal torture chamber. If that alone didn't say what was wrong with the world, Chizome didn't know what did. How many heroes would still be looking for a missing kid after 3 days? How many had even been looking in the first place? Did they even know a 6-year-old was gone? Chizome thought the answer to that might be more angering than anything, so he abandoned that train of thought pretty quickly. Right now, he needed to make sure this kid lived. Above everything else, this kid was his ticket out of the facility, and he had to make sure he lived or the doctor would probably send him to the special ward. And God, the thought of the special ward terrified Chizome more than anything. So he needed to teach the kid the rules and how to keep them in place. He didn't know how long it would take, but the kid Izuku needed to know the rules or he'd die, whether or not he was the doctor's invaluable test tube. Listen, Izuku. I'm going to teach you some rules. They're important, got it? They helped me keep going when the doctor put me in here. Chizome said, giving Izuku a pointed look. The green-haired boy nodded carefully, his eyes a lot less wary than they were a few days ago when he first arrived. Okay, rule 1. A month had gone by, and Izuku still barely spoke. He still screamed, too, when the doctor did his tests. Izuku never really could give up that habit. The poor kid had been here a month now. It was 4 months for Chizome, and he was starting to lose track of the days. The kid always kept careful count. He repeated the date to himself every morning, a quiet mantra that kept both himself and Chizome grounded in reality. There was still a world outside of their tiny cell, even if it went on without them. Chizome-san. Izuku spoke up quietly from his corner of the bed. Chizome had moved the mattress to the floor so he could use it as some kind of a pillow while Izuku took up the rest of it, even if most nights all he did was curl up into a ball. It was like that tonight, after lights out, when the doctor had gone home for the evening. What is it, kid? Chizome yawned. The boy was shaking just a little. I'm cold, he said. Chizome gave him that look. The one that said you know the rules. I know, Chizome-sen. I'm just cold. Fine here. Chizome grumbled, and he pulled himself up onto the mattress. He patted his chest just a bit. I'm pretty warm. The guards would notice if I gave you my shirt or something. Is it okay? Izuku asked, knowing that the tall man was not one who liked to be close to people. Chizome just huffed and rolled his eyes. I can't have you getting sick because you were cold. The doctor would kill me. It's up to you though. He said nothing more on the subject, but watched as Izuku scooted his way over to where Chizome lay, and curled into that ball shape again, this time pressed against him. Chizome radiated warmth like a heater, and Izuku instantly relaxed. When Chizome looked back on this later, he'd probably say that this was the exact moment Izuku had him wrapped around his finger. If only he knew it at the time, he'd have laughed at anybody that insinuated that Izuku was anything more than a free ride out of the facility. But here he was, keeping a too thin child warm at night in a place that didn't allow for hope. He would have said he'd gone soft. But he just quietly kept the boy warm as he slept, and his aching back thanked him for sleeping on the mattress for the first time in a month. The next thing Chizome learned about Izuku was that he was smart when he actually thought. He was freakishly smart for a 6-year-old, aware of everything that went on around him with startling accuracy. Most of the time, Chizome spent his free hours working out and practicing his punches on the padded walls when he could get away with it. Izuku spent his muttering and analyzing. Frankly, if he were on the outside right now, he'd be tempted to teach the kid about true heroes and set him on the path to becoming one with how good he was at tearing apart quirks and their uses. He listened as he described the quirks of the other patients and heroes he'd seen on TV with precision, and Chizome made a mental note of the bits that sounded important. Even knowing how smart the kid was, it was still a surprise when the kid blindsided him one day, sitting in their cell as they waited for the doctor to come for that evening's tests. Chizome-san, Izuku said after a particularly long-winded explanation of their cell neighbor's quirk. He always started their conversations with his name, like he was asking permission to speak. What is it, kid? Chizome responded easily. That was always his reply. Why are you here? He asked, his head tilted in thought like he was trying to solve a puzzle. Like he knew Chizome wasn't here for the same reasons he was. Why are you in the facility? Because I was a bad person. I made an even more bad person mad, and now I'm paying for it. What about you, kid? What are you doing in here? He asked. He admitted he was curious as to why Izuku ended up here. From what he gathered, the doctor only put people in here if they set off that blue-haired brat or their secretive boss, or if they had a really useful or powerful quirk the doctor wanted to experiment with. I don't know. Izuku shrugged. Hey Chizome-san, do you think I can read a book? You know we don't get sheet in here, kid. I taught you the rules myself. Chizome narrowed his eyes cautiously at the boy. Izuku nodded. I know. I was just wondering. The child's progress as a host is coming along perfectly, the doctor said into a webcam. Chizome knew he shouldn't be listening. Today was his tests, and Izuku was resting in their cell. Chizome had the ball to tell the doctor that Izuku needed a day off to recover, and if that meant taking his place, then so be it. He wasn't going to risk the kid dying on him yet. But all the doctor had done was strap him to a table and left him there, instead talking to somebody over a video call. Is that so? Another voice, deep and intimidating in a way Chizome hadn't known a voice could be, spoke up from the other end of the call. And what exactly are you working on for me that required a quirkless child as a host, Dr. Garaki? I'll admit I was quite curious when you asked me to procure one for you. Dr. Garaki. His name is Dr. Garaki. Chizome immediately filed that information away for later. And that voice must be his boss. I believe I've learned to bioengineer an artificial quirk factor, sensei. I can grow quirks in a lab and then implant them in a host, and allow you to take them using your own. But they require a host with no quirk factor of their own to interfere, and somebody with a body young enough to adapt to the changes in their DNA. Therefore, a quirkless child. And once it merges with his DNA, I can manipulate the quirk I give him to become as powerful as you'd like. The doctor smiled his predatory smile, and the man on the other end of the line laughed. Truly fascinating, doctor. And what quirk will you be growing inside this boy for me? If he could see the man on the other end of the line, Chizome was sure he'd have the same grin as the doctor. He forced his face to remain neutral, to give no indication he was even listening to the conversation going on in the other end of the testing room. Regeneration. I aim to have it become so powerful that boy could regrow his entire body from a drop of blood, if that was all that was left. And once you take it for yourself, you'll never have to worry about dying again, sensei. The doctor announced proudly, and Chizome's blood ran cold. He knew enough about the doctor's boss for him to be bad news. That blue-haired brat and some of the other test subjects in the facility gave him enough information to know that if you heard the name, sensei, you ran as fast as possible. The man was a villain who never aged, if you believe the rumors, capable of going toe-to-toe with All Might himself. And if the doctor was telling the truth, and he was able to grow a quirk like that inside Izuku, then the world was well and truly effed. They'd have an immortal supervillain on par with All Might, and nobody would be able to stop him. Suddenly, Izuku was so much more than his ticket out of the facility. Izuku was the key to the world not being taken over. Chizome feared for the boy he'd come to care about. He had to get Izuku out of this place, no matter what it took. But as the doctor finished up the conversation with Sensei, and turned his attention back to the man strapped to the table, Chizome turned his expression back to carefully neutral. He couldn't let the doctor know the thought of Izuku being used like that set him off. So, now you see why the child is so valuable. Don't think I don't know you were listening. I made sure you heard that, Akaguro. The child is worth more than all of my other patients combined. Getting him was expensive and risky. If you let him die when I'm away, you'll wish you were sent to the special wing. Understand? The doctor sneered. Chizome swallowed the lump in his throat. He remembered Rule 5. Never let them break you. Izuku could break if he didn't get what a child needed. Got it? That include his head too? Kid keeps asking for books. He needs something to do besides sit in a cell all day or he'll drive himself crazy. Chizome grunted as a needle pierced the crook of his elbow. The doctor made a thoughtful sort of noise as he drew blood. Books could be arranged. If he wants to read, you'll be teaching him. Fine. And what about another bed? Chizome asked, and the doctor shook his head. Don't push your luck, Akaguro. It had been months now, and Chizome finally managed to get the rules to stick in Izuku's brain. He was more and more talkative these days, but only around Chizome. That was fine with the ex-vigilante. He knew the guards tended to use anything they could get against the test subjects, so Izuku not talking around anybody else was probably for the best. Even if they couldn't hurt Izuku or risk incurring the doctor's wrath, they could still threaten him and beat Chizome in his place, since they knew the man was Izuku's one big weakness. He was just a child, after all. Izuku couldn't help looking at Chizome like he was his entire world, the only safe harbor he could find in the facility. Izuku called him Chizome-san and curled up into that ball at the man's side when they slept, knowing he was safe because the man slept light and always faced the doorway, just in case. If you asked him personally, Chizome would say he wasn't good with kids. He'd deny it with every breath in his body. But because of what they went through, he ended up, somehow, being good with Izuku. The kid latched onto him like a lifeline and never let go, and honestly, Chizome wouldn't want him to. He knew it was stupid to have feelings, to have hopes and wants in the facility, but he couldn't help it. The kid just had that sort of personality, somebody Chizome would have considered a true hero if they were on the outside. Izuku had stepped in between the man and a guard's blow on multiple occasions just because he didn't want to see him hurt. And boy, if that didn't melt Chizome's heart. Yeah, the kid had him wrapped around his finger for sure, now. He'd tear a new one into anybody that called him soft, because he sure as hell wasn't, but for Izuku, and only Izuku, he figured maybe soft wouldn't be so bad. The thought of getting the boy out of this place one day was what kept him going when it seemed impossible. He wouldn't let the doctor get his hands on Izuku or the quirk they wanted to implant him with no matter what. He just had to wait for the right opportunity. Before Izuku had shown up, Chizome had debated on going out in a blaze of glory, taking down as many of the sick FS that ran this place before he was eventually killed. He knew he wasn't going to take down all of the guards in this place by himself, after all. But Izuku made him want to live. He wanted to show Izuku the outside again. He wanted to teach the boy about real heroes versus the fakes. He wanted him to be good. He wanted to take care of him. Izuku was his responsibility now, and Chizome would be dead if he let the boy down. Izuku was a smart kid. His mom always told him so. Even if he was quirkless, she told him once, he'd still be something special when he grew up. So when he and his mom were kidnapped, he remembered from the stranger danger lesson in school, he knew it wasn't good. He was only 6, but he knew better than to think that anything that was happening could be good. He watched, screaming and crying, as his mother was dragged behind 2 double doors marked Special Ward. He was strapped to a table by a man who just called himself the doctor and cut into like a frog on a tray. He didn't think he had any more screams left in him by the time the doctor was done. And then he was thrown into a tiny room with a man he didn't know. "Hey kid, what's your name? How old are you?" The man asked, but Izuku didn't say anything. He was terrified, and his throat hurt, and he didn't know the man speaking to him. His mom always taught him never to talk to strangers. The man didn't seem surprised by his silence, though. He looked like he understood. The man was tall, so tall, with tense muscles and an almost scary-looking face. The man didn't look like he would hurt him, though. He had long, messy black hair and red eyes that were intense and angry, but not at him. They weren't quite the same as Kaken's red eyes, the ones that simmered in anger and smugness when he pushed him down on the playground. The most striking feature on the man, of course, was his lack of a nose. It was scarred and warped, just the blunt end of his nasal passages visible. "Come here, kid. I'm not the doctor. I don't bite. Just let me make sure your arm's okay," he said, and Izuku looked to where the man was pointing. Sure enough, his arm was bleeding. And the man did have a first aid kit like his mom's. He supposed it would be okay. He cautiously approached the man, and sat down when he was told. Izuku noticed that the man's hands were big and rough, but he always moved carefully. He never tugged too hard on the bandages or pressed too hard when he cleaned the cut on his arm. "I'm Akaguro Chizome. Just call me Chizome," the man said. He knew his name. Were they still strangers? Izuku wondered. He didn't know. "Your arm should be fine now." Izuku nodded. He wasn't quite sure what to do. He just sat there, hoping that somebody would tell him what was going on eventually. Why he was here, where his mom was, when he could go home. The man watched him for a few more moments before he spoke up again, sighing. You can lay down if you're tired. You can have the bed for now. I'll sleep on the floor. Chizome said. Izuku had nothing better to do, so he supposed a nap might make him feel better. Maybe this was all just a bad dream, anyways, and he'd wake up soon. So Izuku curled himself up as small as possible to give the man some room to sit to. Chizome was nice enough to fix up his arm, so it was the least he could do. Chizome didn't sit on the bed, though. Izuku was cold in his thin gray shirt and pants, so Chizome took the only blanket on the bed and put it over him before going to sit on the floor. It almost reminded him of his mom tucking him in at night, and Izuku sniffled quietly and tried not to cry again. He was glad Chizome was nice, if nothing else. It took a while, but Izuku finally worked up the courage to speak to Chizome. The man was quiet and serious most of the time, but always surprisingly gentle when it came to him. It was after a particularly bad day of tests, the doctor called them. He was tired of being referred to as the child, or the subject, or whatever other generic term somebody could use. He wanted to hear his mom call him Izuku in that gentle, fond tone, but Chizome was all he had for now. Chizome-sen, he'd said, trying his best to make his voice not crack. This seemed to surprise the man, after days of silence in their room, and he looked up from where he was sitting. Nervously, Izuku fidgeted with his shirt. He hoped Chizome still wanted to know his name. It was all he could think of to say, anyways. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm 6. Can I call you Izuku? Chizome asked, and Izuku nodded quickly. Yes, he thought, please call me Izuku. The man was quiet for a while longer. He looked like he was thinking really hard about something, and then he looked at Izuku seriously. It was the look his mom gave him when she wanted to talk about something serious. Listen, Izuku. I'm going to teach you some rules. Izuku listened to the rules carefully. He could tell Chizome meant them. But when he heard the rule about the special ward, he wanted to cry and scream all over again. That's where his mom went. Chizome said nobody ever came back from the special ward. You died if you went there. Izuku knew what dying meant. His class pet rabbit had passed away a few months before he came here to the facility, and his mom had told him what it was. And if his mom went to the special ward, she was dead. She was gone, and Izuku was alone. He didn't have any more family. He didn't have a dad or grandparents like other kids, just his mom and Auntie Mitsuki, but they weren't really close to the Bakugas since the day he was quirkless. Izuku broke down crying, and Chizome didn't look like he knew what he should do in that situation. The man just put a hand on his head and told him to try not to cry, because he'd make the guards mad, and that was part of the rules, too. Rule 3, keep quiet. But Izuku couldn't help it, and he couldn't tell Chizome why he was crying either. Saying out loud that his mother was dead was just confirming his worst nightmare. The facility was horrible. He missed his home. He missed his mom. He wanted to eat katsudon again and play with Kaken in the park, even if he got pushed down sometimes. Anything was better than this place. Chizome was the only good thing in here, and Izuku thought if the man wasn't there he didn't know what he'd do. Every night he was so cold. He shook and trembled, trying to keep in the warmth with the old, worn blanket Chizome had given him. But it was never enough. Chizome told him never to want things, but he couldn't help it. He wanted to be warm. Chizome-sen, he asked, hands trembling and fingers like ice. The man looked at him from his own place on the bed, using the mattress as a pillow. What is it, kid? I'm cold. Izuku said quietly, so nobody could hear him complain. They didn't get to complain. Chizome knew this too, and that's what his stare said. Remember the rules. Izuku clenched his hands tighter, seeing Chizome look at him like that. Like when his mom was disappointed in him. I know, Chizome-sen. I'm just cold. And instead of saying nothing, like he expected, Chizome offered to let Izuku curl up against him for more warmth. Izuku drank up the man's heat like water in a desert. It felt like when his mom let him sleep in her bed after he had a bad dream. Chizome was so nice to him. Izuku wondered if maybe this was what a dad was like. Months and months went by. Izuku learned a lot of things in the facility. Chizome had even gotten him books, but he didn't ask how. Izuku knew better than to question by now. Rule 2, you took what you got and you kept your mouth shut. Chizome did so much for him, The least Izuku could do was follow the rules and keep him from getting in trouble. Chizome taught him how to work out too. Although the older man wouldn't let him work out too much, since he was still young and frequently recovering from the injuries he sustained. Izuku was almost 7 now, and he loved learning from Chizome more than anything. The man was always so patient and kind to him. There were lessons he wasn't so keen to learn. Like the blue-haired boy that showed up as the doctor's guest sometimes, Izuku had to learn that that boy meant pain. If he was there, Izuku was going to hurt more often than not. Even the doctor couldn't stop the boy from hurting Izuku, no matter how valuable the doctor said he was. The boy was a few years older than him, probably early teens, and he had a cracked, haggard sort of appearance. His eyes were piercingly red, like he could see through Izuku's wall he'd carefully built with Kaizome's help. Whoever this boy was, he scared Izuku more than anything else. He'd do whatever it took to make sure Chizome never had to meet him. Izuku was so grateful Chizome wasn't in the testing room with him today, otherwise Izuku wouldn't be able to stop himself from speaking if the boy went after his only comfort. "Ah, Tomura, good to see you. Why are you visiting today?" The doctor asked, looking over the young teen carefully. Apparently, his name was Tomura. Izuku made a mental note to tell Chizome that later. Chizome always said any information about the facility is important. The boy scratched absent-mindedly at his neck, multiple hands covering his face and body. "Sensei sent me. He wants to know how your research is going." The boy said, his voice scratchy and raw. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. Anytime Sensei was brought up, he knew things would get bad for him. He only wished he knew how bad. Sending his star pupil here to me, A rather trivial task for his successor. "What is it I can do for you, Tomura?" The doctor asked from his desk, not even sparing a glance to Izuku who was strapped down to the metal operating table. It was like this day in and day out. Wake up, eat if you're lucky, get strapped to a table and wait for the doctor to do his work. If he was feeling particularly sadistic, maybe the doctor would force Izuku to do something ridiculously painful or horrible. The only thing he'd never been forced to do was kill, and for that, Izuku was silently thankful. He couldn't stomach having to do that, he'd probably just die before that happened. Chizome always said he wouldn't allow Izuku to go down the path of killing. "I want to see how strong my quirk has gotten, Dr. Garaki." "Well, then I have just the patient for you to test it on. Let me bring them in for you." The doctor wrung his hands, and Tomura's eyes drifted to the green-haired boy strapped to the doctor's table, glinting with amusement and malice. "I want to use it on that one." Tomura pointed, and the doctor said nothing for several moments. Izuku squirmed just barely. He hated when other people used their quirks on him, he never knew what to expect next. But he knew better than to want it to be non-painful. Izuku didn't get to want. Izuku listened and obeyed. Now, Izuku, don't move too much. If you don't behave for our guest, you'll get sent to the special wing," the doctor said finally, his mouth twisting into that predatory smile of his. Izuku stilled immediately. Even if he knew the doctor would never allow him to die, he was beyond terrified of the special wing. He didn't want to know what could possibly make people scream like that, if it even was people that made those noises at. "This NPC has a listening problem, huh?" Tomura muttered, removing gloves from his hands. Izuku held his breath and tried not to flinch as the blue-haired boy put his hand over Izuku's ribcage and leg. The second all 5 fingers came into contact with his shirt and pants, it began to disintegrate and wither to ashes, crumbling apart. Then his fingers hit skin, and Izuku screamed. Oh, so that's the kind of pain that made the people in the special wing scream like that. It hurt so much. His skin broke and crumbled, and soon enough even the muscle beneath gave way. Tomura pulled his hands off, and Izuku sobbed and shook, wailing in pain. He knew he shouldn't have, but he couldn't help it. It was so much worse than anything the doctor had ever done to him before. "Did you at least learn anything, Tomura?" The doctor sighed and began absent-mindedly tending to the wounds. "I need to call one of my assistants with a healing quirk for this. Decay can go down 2 layers now. Skin and muscle." Tomura stared down at Izuku as he scratched his neck again, careful not to use all of his fingers. "Anyways, I'll take that report now, doctor." Maybe I'll come back and see your NPCs again sometime. Well, at least you got something out of this. The child will have to skip tests for the rest of the day now. Here, I'll get those papers together for you. The doctor turned back to his desk, pressing a button to buzz in an assistant along the way. Two of them came in, waiting patiently. One of you use your healing quirk to close the wounds and then send him back to Akaguro. He can take care of the rest. Yes, sir. One of the assistants said quietly. All of the facility assistants were completely nondescript and indistinguishable from each other, and none of them really had any names. The doctor only called them his assistants. The one on Izuku's left dug her fingers into the wounds on his ribcage and leg, and Izuku fought down the urge to scream again. The assistant's hand glowed red and the wounds throbbed painfully as it stitched itself back together. When the assistant pulled her fingers out, the wounds were raw and still not fully healed, but the muscle and skin were back to being intact, at the very least. As Tomura and the doctor left the testing room, the only evidence the blue-haired boy had ever been there were the still fresh handprint-shaped scars on his ribcage and calf. Izuku learned his lesson that day. Whoever Tomura was, he was to be feared. Izuku had been there an entire year, now. He was 7.5, and Chizome said he was Chizome always told him that remembering things about yourself kept the doctor from breaking you. Rule 5. So when the doctor tried to break him, he always reminded himself about him and Chizome in his head. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm 7.5. I have green hair and green eyes. I'm quirkless. I like heroes. I stay with Chizome Akaguro. He has black hair and red eyes. His quirk is called Blood Curdle. He used to be a bad guy. He's not bad anymore because he's nice to me. Today, both he and Chizome had been brought in for testing. Chizome was being examined by one of the doctor's assistants, skin sliced and different things applied to see the reactions. Chizome never even let his face twitch once, despite probably being in a lot of pain. Ever since Izuku got those handprint scars, Chizome became even more stoic around the doctor. He'd shown Izuku the ones on his shoulder blades, and Izuku understood. He'd been through that pain too. He was angry at the doctor for letting it happen to Izuku. All right, child, we're going to try something new today. The doctor grinned and focused on his own work, and Chizome stilled from across the room. Something new was never good. You've got your very own quirk factor now. After a year of implantation and fusing, it's finally merged with your DNA well enough for you to be able to use it. Now, we've just got to activate it. Chizome bit the inside of his cheek and fought down the "leave him alone" building in the back of his throat. He knew what came when the doctor wanted to test out quirks. A quirk could have any matter of activation requirements, and he was going to use them all on Izuku to see if the regeneration quirk he'd implanted was usable. Bring in the newest test subject, please, would you? The doctor waved another assistant off to retrieve somebody. When they came back, there was a young woman with long, black hair and a full figure following behind. She had scars like lightning down every inch of visible skin, and her face was contorted in a horrible snarl, muzzle and all. She was chained up like a dog on a leash, and it took 3 guards to restrain her. Hello, dear. The doctor sneered at the woman. Your quirk, it's producing lightning, is it not? Please shock him. You won't get in trouble for using your quirk today. If you kill him, though, I'm afraid you'll be going to the special wing. The special wing. The woman clearly knew what that meant, as she stopped her snarling and stilled herself. Chizome strained against the leather cuffs of his own table, wishing nothing more than to be able to take whatever hellish treatment Izuku was about to receive. The woman's quirk-suppressant cuffs were removed, but she wasn't stupid enough to try killing the doctor. She had seen what happened to those who did. Everybody in the facility knew not to attack if you valued your life at all. So the woman pointed a finger like a gun and aimed it at Izuku's shoulder, and the boy's eyes widened just a hair. His gaze went to Chizome, and the older man never looked away for a second. I'm right here. It's going to hurt, but I won't let them kill you, his look said. Even as a bolt of red lightning shot from the tip of the woman's finger and into Izuku's right arm, even as it glowed red in scarring Lichtenberg figures across the boy's skin, their eyes never left each other. Even as Izuku let out a gut-wrenching howl of pain, Chizome never took his eyes off of him. The woman lowered her hands, and her quirk suppressant cuffs were quickly put back on and she was ushered out of the room. Izuku quietly sobbed, writhing against the metal table he was strapped to. His arms still glowed a faint red where the fresh marks were, sizzling just under the burnt skin. Good, good, that should have been all the jumpstart the quirk factor needed. Now, we just have to find what activates it for you. Do you know what quirk I'm growing inside your body? The doctor looked down at Izuku. I'm growing. The most perfect regeneration quirk ever to exist. It's going to be fantastic, child. You'll be Sensei's key to immortality. Izuku didn't know it yet, but after that day he'd start wishing he stayed quirkless. He'd never complain about not having a quirk again if it meant stopping the torture he had coming, but he didn't know about the pain to come. And if Chizome knew, he might have found a way to put the boy out of his mercy. Nothing was worth what that doctor was going to do to him. Even though Izuku knew not to want things, he still enjoyed talking with Chizome about the outside world. He liked talking in hypotheticals, pretending just for a moment they might get out one day. He didn't do it often, but when he did, Chizome always indulged him. They both knew they weren't supposed to want things, but they weren't really wanting so much as pretending. Hey, Chizome-san? Izuku asked. He was sitting on Chizome's lap as the tall man changed the bandages on Izuku's arm. The wounds from the lightning bolt woman a week ago were still fresh, and they still gave Chizome a static shock every time he changed the dressings. The other man never complained. What is it, kid? Chizome murmured, cleaning off the wound. It was a nasty burn mark, branching out like a fern where the lightning scorched his skin. If we were on the outside right now, what do you think I should look at first? He asked, and he heard Chizome sigh. There was some burn cream dabbed gently along the marks, and Izuku was fairly certain they were going to scar. He had plenty of scars already, they didn't bother him so much as time went on. The worst were Tomura's handprints, but some close seconds were the ones around his wrists and ankles where the restraints always dug into his skin. The doctor always made them too tight during his tests. The rooftops. I'd take you to the roof of the tallest building in the city. It's so peaceful out there at night, and you can see so much from up high. The stars look nice too. Chizome replied softly, now wrapping fresh bandages on the wound. Izuku nodded. I like the stars, he said, and then something seemed to click. What do you mean you'd take me, Chizome-san? I mean I'd take you. The man said gruffly. I'd take care of you. You don't have your mom anymore, right? If we were on the outside, it would be you and me, kid. Oh, was all Izuku could say in his surprise. He leaned into Chizome for warmth, the man's arms fitting easily around Izuku's small, thin frame. Chizome lifted him up, placing him on the bed gently. Is it already time for lights out? Yes. Why are you asking all of these questions tonight, anyways, Izuku? Chizome asked as he laid down beside Izuku, still keeping him warm. The facility was always so cold to accommodate whatever tests the doctor needed. Or maybe it was just because the doctor enjoyed the suffering of his test subjects. Probably both. Just plain pretend. Izuku replied, curling into the heat Chizome provided. Then he had another thought. One more question before bed, Chizome-san? Sure, kid. If we were on the outside, could I call you Dad? Izuku could swear he felt Chizome's heart stop at that question. The man's arms tightened around him just a bit, protective as ever. If we were on the outside, and that's what you wanted, sure. Chizome grumbled, and he didn't say anything for the rest of the night. Izuku didn't mind so much, because the silence was confirmation. That even in this place, after his mom had gone, after everything was wrong and he wasn't allowed to want because it would be taken away, he still had Chizome. Chizome was all he needed, anyways. He could play pretend at night and get through the day because Chizome was still there. Maybe when he got the quirk that the doctor wanted to grow, he could be done. He knew he wouldn't be allowed to leave, that was an easy lesson to learn, but maybe, just maybe, he could be done with testing. It was nice to play pretend, but he didn't dare hope or want. That was against the rules. The longer he spent under the doctor's thumb, the more and more bold Izuku got. Chizome was secretly proud of him, even if they both got punished for it. It meant Izuku was surviving, rebelling in his own way. Chizome had taught him that humor and sarcasm could be used as tools to work through pain, if he wanted. It was easier to deal with it when you were annoying the shit out of whoever hurt you, anyways. Chizome hadn't been expecting the dad question to pop up a while back though, and Izuku never brought it up again, but he couldn't stop thinking about it since. If the kid really wanted him to take care of him and really wanted to call him dad, Chizome wasn't going to stop him. They weren't supposed to want, but deep down somewhere, Chizome wanted that. He wanted to give Izuku a better life, to see the kid smile all the time and hear him call him dad. Maybe he was a little young to be called a dad, but he didn't care. The kid didn't have anybody else, and he'd already decided a long time ago that Izuku was his responsibility now. Chizome had a goal in mind, even more convicted than he had been when he cut his own nose off. He was going to get Izuku far, far away from the facility and give him the life he deserved. And if the kid wanted that life to include him as a father, then by God Izuku was going to get it. Chizome wouldn't give him anything less than what he wanted. They weren't allowed to want, but Chizome didn't care. He was going to make that goal a reality with his own two hands. He just had to wait for the opportunity to present itself. The doctor seemed to get more and more angry as time went on, though. Each passing test seemed to bring a new level of pain for Izuku, something wholly awful the boy had to experience, all in the name of activating the quirk the doctor forced into him. Izuku did his best to annoy the hell out of the doctor, but the only thing that ever really seemed to get under his skin was the fact that the quirk in Izuku wouldn't activate. If he didn't activate it, he couldn't force the quirk to get stronger in his tests. And if it wasn't stronger, it wouldn't be good enough for sensei. So it all came back to the quirk activating phase. No matter the level of pain and torture and tests and experimentation Izuku went through, the regeneration quirk never quite seemed to activate or take hold. It was certainly there, the quirk factor clearly written in his DNA after the doctor had put it there, but it just never seemed to activate. And sensei, Izuku learned even faster than Chizome's lessons to never speak that name out loud, couldn't take a dormant quirk factor. So Izuku was put through the ringer. Day in and day out, the doctor tried everything to get it to activate. The bonding to Izuku's DNA was so strong at that point that the doctor couldn't remove it anymore, so his only hope was to get it, somehow, to activate. In one bout of frustration, the doctor decided he'd put Izuku to a more practical test. He stuck him in a room with another test subject, all concrete walls and no padding, and told Izuku that he either regenerated or he got hurt. The other test subject was a tall, thin man with a quirk that made him spit acid strong enough to melt skin. Izuku kept his thoughts on Chizome the entire time. It was the only thing that got him through it, even when it felt like his left thigh was being eaten away when the man landed an acid-covered spitball on his leg. The doctor finally stopped the test when the man landed another hit on his left arm, his leg and arm now a matching pair of missing skin and both injuries still sizzling. He had gotten only basic treatment before the very angry doctor shoved him back in the cell with Chizome. Izuku, what the hell did he do this time? Chizome grunted, getting up from the bed. He saw Izuku limping and cradling his arm, and instantly went to the boy's side. He laid Izuku down on the bed, and pulled out the massive first aid kit they'd accumulated over their time in the facility. They hoarded every scrap of bandage or antiseptic they could get their hands on when they were given it or could sneakily take it from the operating room. Doctor was mad my quirk wasn't working. He wanted to make it work in a fight. The new patient, he can spit acid. Izuku mumbled, dizzy from whatever toxins were swimming in his bloodstream from the acid. That acid put you in a fight? Chizome growled angrily. Izuku nodded gently. He kind of enjoyed when Chizome was protective like this. It made him feel so safe. The other man treated and bandaged the wounds as best as he could. Sorry kid, these are gonna scar. I can keep it from getting worse, though. That's fine, Chizome-san. Izuku murmured, laying down on the bed. Chizome hated the fact that scars were the new normal for this kid. The doctor didn't do anything gently. When Chizome was done, Izuku looked at him with a tired smile. That soft expression made Chizome's heart ache to give him a better world. One day, Izuku. I'll show you something better than this place. Just wait. Chizome put a gentle hand on his head. Izuku smiled wider. You taught me not to want things, Chizome-san. It's the rules, he said, just a bit of sadness in his eyes. But that's nice of you to say. Diamante, Izuku, I'm serious. I want you to see everything, the good and the bad. I want to show you about those rotten heroes who can just leave you here, and those disgusting villains who think these things are okay. I'll show you everything. You can do so much good, Izuku. You are worthy of being called a true hero. One day I'll prove it to you. Chizome gently scratched the boy's scalp, helping him relax into sleep. Thank you, Chizome-sen. The day finally came when the quirk forced into Izuku's DNA finally activated. Izuku was now proudly 8 years old, and Chizome 25. Chizome felt old if he was being honest, having spent 2 years in the facility with Izuku. Nobody ever lasted as long as they did. Most never made it past the first week, but Chizome and Izuku were practically permanent residents at this point. The doctor wasn't happy about it. And after one meeting with Sensei, the doctor decided it was now or never. He put both Chizome and Izuku in the same concrete room where the fight with the acid man took place, gave Chizome a knife, and then left. Over a small speaker in the corner of the room, the doctor's voice crackled to life. Sensei has decided it's time to cut our losses. Either the child manifests the quirk, or he dies. Or if you decide against those options and cannot kill him yourself, you can send him to the special ward. We've decided to let that be your choice, Akaguro. The child has no say in it. He's dead weight. You, however, are still a perfectly working test subject. It's up to you. And the doctor's voice was gone. Only the blinking red light of the security camera in the corner gave any indication that he was watching them. Chizome-san. Izuku's hands were shaking, trembling as he stood there. It's okay. Can I want something? Izuku. Chizome's fist clenched around the knife he was given. Just this once. I want you to kill me, Chizome-sen. I don't want to go to the special ward. I don't want to know what they did to my mom. Izuku said, his voice shaking as much as his hands. Please don't make me go to the special ward. Please. Okay. Chizome tried not to let his emotions show on his face. This was it. He wouldn't get the opportunity to get Izuku out. He was going to have to kill him to spare him the torture of being sent to the one place even Chizome didn't want to go. But let's at least see if we can't get that quirk to activate first, okay, kid? Sure, Chizome-san. Izuku said. What do you want to do? Sit down. Just like the first day we met, remember? I'm going to just give you a little cut, and I want to see if you can make it go away. Got it? Chizome said softly. Izuku nodded, and they sat next to each other on the floor. Chizome pressed the blade of the knife against Izuku's fingertip and made a small cut before setting the knife down. It bled, but nothing happened. What should I do, Chizome-san? Izuku asked, watching the blood bead and drip onto the floor. Chizome held Izuku's free hand in his own. I don't know. Quirk activation requirements can be weird. Just try thinking about closing it. Chizome suggested. Izuku looked like he was concentrating really hard, staring down at his fingertip with an intense gaze. It didn't work, though. I don't know. It's not working. Nothing ever seems to work. The doctor has tried everything, Chizome-san. Tears formed in Izuku's eyes. Chizome clutched Izuku's hand tighter and brought the boy in for a hug, because he knew it was true. The doctor had put him through unmitigated hell and still Izuku's forced quirk never activated. It's okay, Chizome-san. Maybe I was never meant for a quirk. Maybe it's time for me to stop testing. Don't say that, Izuku. Chizome's hands shook as they ran through Izuku's hair, and Chizome felt his own eyes. Water. I haven't gotten to show you the rooftops yet. I can imagine what they look like when you talk about them, Chizome-san. Izuku picked the knife up from the floor and pressed it back into Chizome's hand with a smile as his tears began to fall. Why don't you tell me about the stars, Dad? Izuku. Chizome bit back his tears and he pressed the knife to his son's throat. This is my son, Chizome thought, and I'm not letting him go to the special ward. I'm not letting that FNG doctor be the one to kill him. The stars are beautiful. Imagine your freckles, but white on a sea of black. They glow so beautifully at night. I love you, Dad. Izuku smiled through his own wet, rolling tears, and Chizome smiled back. I love you too, Izuku. Slice. There was so much blood. Still, even as the color drained from Izuku's face, the smile never left him. Chizome trembled and cried silently, clutching his son in his arms and swearing to everything that he was going to make the entire facility pay. Even if he had to die too, that doctor was going to regret ever taking Izuku in the first place. The knife vanished. Probably somebody's quirk, but Chizome didn't pay attention and didn't care. The doctor came in, accompanied by several guards, and they ripped Izuku's body from Chizome's arms. Chizome lunged for the doctor in his rage, but the guards stopped him. They slapped Quirk's suppressant cuffs on him and they pulled him out after. Such a shame. 2 years wasted. The doctor muttered, looking at the corpse of Izuku as it was dragged off to the doctor's exam table. At least I'll get a decent autopsy out of it. Perhaps see if the Quirk changed anything on the inside. Maybe his body will be useful for that Nomu project I've been working on. Izuku was cold. So cold. Everything was dark and he couldn't feel anything except the freezing, ice-like numbness that settled around him. He wasn't even sure he could feel his own body. The last thing he remembered was Chizome telling him he loved him, and then the knife. He supposed he was dead. Then, was this the afterlife? And then, even if he couldn't see or feel anything, pain like a fire bloomed where he thought his neck might be if he still had a tangible body. It hurt even worse than the cut itself, and soon the fire spread to where his chest would be. It felt like all of his internal organs were being squeezed one by one, and his ribcage was being cracked open. If he could scream, Izuku figured he would be doing just that right now. But he couldn't. At 8 years old, Midoriya Izuku was experiencing pain worse than death. He wanted to go back to his room with Chizome and pretend like he did every night, but everything hurt and burned. And then his eyes opened. Izuku felt his mind and body reconnect, and suddenly he saw everything again. He had a body, he had a throat, he made sound. And the pain was still there. When he finally registered what was going on, he cried out in agony. The doctor had cut into his body, a Y-shaped incision splaying his chest and ribcage open to show off his organs. The doctor, however, was cackling with glee, watching with visible excitement as Izuku's body stitched itself back together. It seems death was the activation requirement. How fascinating, he said, animatedly taking samples and recording his observations. It took forever as each bone and organ mended itself one by one into place and regrew what was lost. Finally, new skin and muscle slithered their way across the bones, forming and healing perfectly. The only indication that Izuku had ever died in the first place were 2 new scars, one a deep, fresh red across his neck, and the other the Y-shaped autopsy scar. Izuku! An enraged roar came from down the hallway of the facility, and several other test subjects burst into the doctor's exam area. Chizome was one of them. What the hell are you all doing out of your cells? The doctor stood, buzzing for the guards. Nobody came for him. Your newest test subject broke their cuffs, Doc. You got sloppy, and you set me and the other test subjects off enough for one day. Chizome growled, then his attention turned to the green-haired boy. I heard you, Izuku. I heard you yell and I never thought. You lived. Akaguro. One of the other test subjects yelled. We don't have time. Grab your kid and let's go before reinforcements get here. There's only so many of us. Izuku, look away. Close your eyes. I'm sorry, but I have to be a bad guy again. Chizome grabbed one of the scalpels laying on the exam tables in the room. The doctor backed up slowly, watching in horror as Izuku closed his eyes. Chizome pounced, finally the predator instead of the prey. The doctor, without his guards, was nothing in the face of rage and the skills to use it. Doctor Garaki was dead before he had the chance to think about it, and Chizome felt the last 2 years spill out onto the floor with the old man's blood. It was finally over. He scooped Izuku up and off of the table and ran for dear life. Their breakout would only last for so long, and they needed to get out of there fast. At least he knew the doctor could never hurt Izuku ever again. Izuku didn't process much after he was promptly picked up and carried like a sack of potatoes. He died and then come back to life in what was apparently only half a day, only to have Chizome and the other test subjects carry out an impromptu prison break because one of them with a massive strength quirk got their quirk suppressant cuffs off and proceeded to bash open every cell door in the building. Izuku didn't really know what to think, but when he felt the cold, icy air of a place that wasn't the facility for the first time in over 2 years, he thought that maybe thinking was overrated anyways. He much preferred the air to conscious thought. He could smell and taste something new, something entirely different. And when he looked up, he could see the stars dotting the night sky just like Chizome said they did. Snow drifted down from the sky, and Izuku realized it was winter. He could see the seasons again. Izuku clenched a fist into Chizome's plain gray shirt and cried. He sobbed and wailed and shook, but this time, it wasn't in pain. It was in joy, in sheer relief and happiness and the single taste of freedom he'd gotten. Chizome let him cry as much as he wanted. There were no more rules to follow. There was no more doctor. There was no more facility, no more Tomura, no more scars and pain and suffering and agony and torture. There was just Izuku, Chizome, and the night sky above them. And when they ran through the streets of the city, Izuku had never felt more alive. And for Chizome, the man seethed. The facility had been out in the open, the blood and death of so many just sitting there for anybody to see. But nobody ever did, not the heroes, not the civilians, and not even any other villains. Not one other person besides the people that kept them there even knew they existed at this point. Chizome was okay with that, though. He didn't want a single other person to lay their hands on his son. My son, Chizome repeated to himself, over and over, Izuku is my son now. He's my son. I promised him I'd show him the rooftops. He called me dad. Well, first things first. They needed to get somewhere safe, far away from the facility. They were somewhere in Shizuoka, far from where either of them had been taken, but Chizome had contacts here. He and Izuku could at least catch their breath for a while before they got the hell out of Dodge. He didn't know if Sensei knew about the quirk activating yet, and he didn't want to stick around if he found out. The doctor was dead, at least, and Chizome hoped that meant the research couldn't be replicated. And if not, then he needed to hide Izuku until Sensei was dead or didn't care about his quirk anymore, whichever came first. So he held his son in his arms and sprinted like his life depended on it, weaving through buildings and praying that his contacts wouldn't just deny him outright. They didn't know what his face looked like, and he'd been gone for so long. Who knew if anybody thought Stendhal was still alive? Not that he wanted to be called Stendhal any longer. But after an hour of running, when Izuku was passed out from exhaustion and the two of them came to the rickety old building posing as a takeout restaurant, Chizome knew he'd do whatever it took to get somebody to believe him. They couldn't go to a hospital, it was too public. Sensei and that blue-haired brat would find them if he was stupid enough to go to one. His old safe house was the only realistic option. He knocked loudly on the back door marked, "Private," and waited, hoping for the best. It sure felt weird to hope after 2 years of not wanting anything. "What do you want?" A grouchy old woman's voice came from behind a slit in the door. Chizome prayed the password was still the same. 2 specials to go on a rush order. Customer satisfaction guarantee. He breathed out, and the door opened with a creak. The elderly woman on the inside gave him a glare but let him in. He sent thanks to the sky that it still worked. "You've been gone a while," was all the woman said as she led him down a dark hallway. "Not gonna ask why you have a kid with you. It wasn't by FING choice. And I wouldn't answer about the kid even if you did ask. I just need an hour or 2 in my old room. And a change of clothes and a hot meal for the kid." Chizome grit out. He wasn't in the mood to unpack the last 2 years with somebody who didn't understand. Somebody who didn't even know him outside of being Stendhal. The only person who knew him like that was Izuku, and he'd been through hell alongside him. Whatever. Our debt's paid after this, though. I'm not getting involved in whatever shit you being here has just caused. The woman sighed and gestured to a single door at the end of the hallway. Chizome didn't care. He couldn't give 2 sheets about a years-old debt when Izuku was all that mattered now. The old woman left him alone and went to go do something else. Chizome entered the room and was surprised at how little it changed. It had a bed, a desk, and a nightstand. Not much else, but he was more interested in what was in the closet. He set Izuku down on the bed and got to digging. He pulled out some of his old clothes and immediately shed the disgusting, bloody gray ones he wore. Never in his life had changing clothes felt so gratifying. He never had to wear those god-awful gray clothes again in his life, and neither would Izuku. The poor boy wasn't even wearing a shirt, now that Chizome stopped to think about it. The doctor had been in the middle of autopsying him when his quirk finally activated. Of course he didn't have a shirt. Chizome didn't even want to stop and think about how horrifying that must have been, to die and wake up in the middle of something like that, not to mention how painful. He was even wary to consider asking Izuku if he'd seen any kind of an afterlife. No, that would have been way too insensitive and traumatic. Better to lay off of any of those kinds of questions until he's had the chance to give Izuku a hell of a lot of therapy. And a lot of school. He wanted to send the kid to school. He was smart and he liked books. He'd do great with other kids his age and a place to learn. Chizome sure had a hell of a lot of favors to call in. A few days and several angry calls at phone booths later, Chizome had managed to wrangle a few months' stay at a shitty, cheap apartment complex that didn't ask questions. Izuku didn't talk the entire time between the safe house and their temporary apartment, but Chizome figured that was an appropriate reaction to literally everything. The two of them left Shizuoka and headed to their shaky place in Tokyo, and Chizome promised the kid a lifetime's worth of books if he put up with the mess they were going to have to go through to hide themselves from a criminal like Sensei. Chizome scrounged up what food he could the first night they were there. Izuku had immediately curled up to his side and went to sleep after. Some habits were hard to break. Sleeping anywhere else but Chizome's side proved very difficult, and often resulted in nightmares that woke everybody else around him. He couldn't really blame Izuku though. The kid was 8 and he'd died less than a week ago, so nightmares were also an appropriate reaction. You'd have to pry Izuku's curled form from Chizome's cold, dead hands anyways. He didn't have much money left, though. Chizome would have to figure something out. He was wary to go back to unsavory tactics, but it was currently his only option until they could spend an extended amount of time in public without disguises. Vigilantism might have been the only option that put food on the table for the time being. It also allowed him to keep a quiet eye on the criminal underbelly of Tokyo, putting out feelers for anything to do with Sensei and Doctor Garaki. So he taught Izuku as much as he could while he was at home during the days, like reading and math and writing. Teaching Izuku how to hold a pencil again was something interesting, and Chizome was reminded that he was 6 before he'd had his life upended. Chizome always got so mad when he thought about how a child went missing for 2 years and yet not one hero ever came looking. It was that sort of thing that made him want to go out, to take care of the fakes. But he'd made himself a promise that he wouldn't kill unless he had to, at least for now. He eventually planned on telling Izuku what he had to do to take care of him, and he didn't want to have to tell Izuku he'd killed people besides the doctor. He knew Izuku would forgive him, and that was exactly why he couldn't kill. He wanted Izuku to be a true hero, even if it meant turning against Chizome, so he didn't want to give Izuku any reasons to turn against him. The doctor was a necessity. He wasn't going to be able to let him go if they wanted to live openly one day, so his death had to happen. Otherwise, though, Chizome did nothing but normal vigilante work. At night, after he'd gotten Izuku to sleep, he snuck out of the window to go around and do his thing. It only took a few months at the apartment to get all the money Chizome needed to set him and Izuku up for a long time. Turns out people paid a lot for revenge on criminals. He took on cases from people who wanted to see justice brought to those that wronged them, non-deadly justice, of course. He had a promise to keep, and with that came all the money he could have asked for. People were willing to pay anything for a little peace of mind. So, you're the new guy in the area, huh? I heard you're pretty good with those swords of yours. A deep voice came from across the rooftops. Chizome jolted from his hiding place, clearly not expecting anybody to be around him. His hands flew to his knives instinctively, and whoever was there put their hands up. Relax. You might be a vigilante, but you're one of the most efficient and least violent ones I've ever seen. I'm not going to fight you just yet. And who exactly are you? Chizome growled, his face covered by a red scarf. He wore a dark outfit and thin body armor, strapped to the nines with knives and 2 swords on his back. The person who'd snuck up on him stepped out of the shadows he was hiding in. It was a lean, muscular man in an equally dark outfit, his own silver scarf wrapped around his neck. He had long, dark hair and an exhausted sort of appearance. Chizome knew him. Knuckleduster fought him once, back when they were still dealing with the whole trigger situation. A hero. You know me? The man rose an eyebrow, stuffing his hands in his pockets. I just want to talk. I'm not here to bring you in, at least not yet. Yeah, I know you, Eraserhead. Chizome huffed. You're a vigilante's worst nightmare, according to the police. You've apprehended tons of them. Can I ask what it is you want to talk about? I'm about to be busy. I figured. I just want to know why you're resorting to vigilantism. Clearly you know what you're doing, and well enough to not cause anything more than a scratch or two on those you go after. Why'd you end up going this route? Eraserhead asked. Chizome rolled his eyes. If only he knew. He wasn't nearly as careful during his days as Stendhal, but he more than paid for those crimes in the facility. Now he had two big, green eyes on him all the time, and he wasn't going to be the one to make them cry. That's a question with a long-winded answer. Long story short, I'm not staying a vigilante forever. I'm in hiding, and this is the only way to earn money when I can't show my face. As soon as it's safe you won't see hide or hair of me. Chizome explained gruffly, turning back towards the alleyway he'd been observing. So, you gonna arrest me now, or what? I told you I wasn't. I was just curious as to your motives. You don't seem like the type that cares about money, though, in hiding or otherwise. And you're clearly strong enough to take care of yourself, so mind telling me the truth? I might not be on your case for now, but I'm sure I'll get assigned to it eventually. It'll make it easier on you in the long run. Eraserhead explained, approaching him and observing the alleyway alongside him. It's for my son. Chizome said softly. He had no idea why he was talking to a hero about this, of all things, but by all accounts Eraserhead was one of the good ones. A few minutes talking in the underground made that painfully obvious. He cared about people and wasn't afraid to put his own life on the line just because it was the right thing to do. So, screw it, Chizome might have felt a bit more lax around him. Maybe Izuku really was turning him soft. He and I escaped a villain together. The villain killed his biological family just to use him in some sick experiments. I took him in after we broke out. I'm all he has now. We're hiding because the villain still wants him, and we can't come out until the villain is dead or doesn't give a shit anymore. You could have come to the heroes for help, you know. We protect people for a living. Eraserhead raised a questioning eyebrow at him. Chizome scoffed and shook his head. I don't trust heroes. You have a good reputation, which is the only reason I'm even talking to you about this in the first place. If it weren't for my kid, I would have been a much worse person by now. He's the only reason I manage to keep myself so collected when I go out looking for scum like this. Villains and heroes alike make me sick. And besides, even if I did trust heroes, none of you would be able to stop the villain who's after my kid. He spat, and Eraserhead narrowed his eyes carefully, as if appraising Chizome. I think we should be the ones to judge our own abilities. Who's after you? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. I don't even know if the daytime heroes know he exists, let alone want to catch him. Besides All Might, anyways. That blue-haired brat was always going on about All Might, Chizome muttered, eyebrows scrunching in annoyance as he remembered all the times Tomura had come into the facility, whining about the number one. Try me. I hear a lot as an underground hero. When we were held captive, I only ever heard him called Sensei. But after I dug around for a while, I learned something. He's the most wanted villain in the world, but he's kept entirely secret. Off the radar. He goes by All for One. Chizome gave him a look, and Eraserhead froze. You're shitting me. You were held captive by All for One and you escaped him. That's valuable information. Should have gone to the heroes immediately. Eraserhead said, grabbing Chizome by the scarf. Do you know how many people he's killed? Of course I do, you a-hole. My son was almost one of them. Chizome snarled, swatting his arm away. We weren't held by All for One himself. We were held by his FANG doctor. Sick BS already used us as lab rats. Look, Eraserhead, I respect you. You're one of the few heroes who actually do their jobs and doesn't ask for shit in return. It's how heroes should be. None of the shit about fame or fortune. Heroes should just do the right thing without being asked. I tell you what. I'll strike a deal with you. A deal? Eraserhead calmed himself, watching Chizome with renewed interest. What exactly did you have in mind? I'll tell you, and only you, what I know about All for One. In return, I want my son and I to be left alone after to live our lives in peace. And if you catch or kill All for One, I want to be the first to know about it so I can have my kid living a normal life again. And don't get in the way of my vigilante work. I'll keep doing it cleanly as long as I have my son, and if we're able to live free again, then I'll stop entirely. Chizome offered. Eraserhead thought about it for a few moments. And I suppose you're not going to reveal the identity of you or your son? Eraserhead grumbled. We can't put you into witness protection or anything like that? No, absolutely not. I'm only trusting you because I know your reputation well enough to know you wouldn't be the type to be a double agent for him. Chizome explained, and Eraserhead sighed deeply, pinching his nose like he was going to get a headache. Fine. But you'll need to talk with the detective assigned to his case, too. He has a lie detection quirk. He'll be able to tell us if you're being honest about what you know. Eraserhead gave him a pointed look that said he wasn't going to take any arguments. If you can say for sure that he can be trusted, then that's fine. Just you and him. Anybody else and the deal's off. Be here on this roof a week from now. Same time. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got some trash to take out. Chizome-san. What is it, kid? What do I do now? Chizome looked at the boy sitting at the table with him. Izuku was brighter, now, after 3 steady meals a day for a few months and some clothes that actually fit him. Their shabby apartment had just the bare necessities, but it was theirs. Izuku had his own bed, even if he still shared with Chizome, but the fact that it was there at all was worlds different than the facility. Do you want the truth or you want me to be nice, kid? The truth, please. Izuku poked at the food on his plate before taking a tentative bite. Chizome wasn't the best cook, but it was edible and it kept them full and neither of them complained anyways. The rules were kind of second nature at that point, even if they didn't have to be followed anymore. Old habits die hard, after all. Well, Izuku, I looked into your life for you. Your mom is gone. She was reported missing after you guys got taken to the facility. Nobody ever reported a son, even though the few remaining records did point out that she had one. The doctor probably had somebody with a memory quirk make them forget you. And you don't have any family besides her. Chizome explained softly, taking his own bite of the mushy omurice in front of him. I know. I guessed. Was Izuku's equally soft reply. His eyes didn't leave his plate. Talking about this was clearly hard for him. But I have you, right? Chizome-san. Yeah, good. I told you I'd take care of you. I have a deal in the works. It might keep us safe soon. And I have somebody who can get us the papers we need. Do you know what adoption is, Izuku? I could adopt you if you wanted. We'd have to change our names for a while though. Or we can wait until it's safer and then we can use our real names. Chizome offered. Izuku seemed to think about it for a second. I heard my mom tell me what adoption was before. She said it's when a parent picks a child that they didn't have. I like that. Would you adopt me, Chizome-san? I want to use my real name, though. Izuku fidgeted nervously in his seat. It was still uncomfortable for him to talk about wanting things. That's fine, we'll just have to wait a while then. And we'll get you plenty smart to go to school next year in the meantime. Do you want to go to school? Chizome asked, and Izuku nodded faster than he'd ever seen before. He almost chuckled at the sheer enthusiasm. Right, that answers that question. Figured you'd be a school kinda kid. Wasn't really my cup of tea, but I know enough to get you into 4th grade at least. We'll go buy you some books and some other stuff another time, okay? Okay. Thanks, Dad. Izuku smiled and proceeded to shovel the rest of his food into his mouth. Chizome snorted at the sight but didn't say anything. Izuku's my son now, Chizome repeated to himself in his head. I have a son. Eraserhead. Chizome acknowledged the hero slouched against the doorway to the roof of the building they'd met on. The underground hero stood straight and moved forward to meet his contact. You're alone. I thought you were bringing a detective. Yeah. He's downstairs right now. I gave him the wrong meeting time because I made a mistake and I want to be honest with you before we go forward. I'm not jeopardizing our only possible source of information on All for One because of my own mistake. Eraserhead grumbled, glaring daggers at the ground. And what mistake would that be? Chizome asked, muscles tense and ready to flee if necessary. He was already starting to regret making this deal. Heroes always were tricky, even the good ones. There was just too much that could go wrong at any given time. I told you it would just be me and the detective. Well, apparently that detective has a personal connection to All Might and he neglected to tell me about it. Now All Might wants to be involved in the meeting. I'm asking you first before I end up losing this opportunity. Do you want All Might here? If not, I'll call it off. No questions. We'll meet up another time. Eraserhead offered. Chizome sighed. Eraserhead really was a good hero. He was willing to ask after the personal comfort of a vigilante just to get information that would help others. All Might is one of the only other good heroes out there. And I know for a fact he's not working for All for One. Everyone who works for that fucker hates him. But I expect him to keep his distance. I still have a son to get home to. You keep him from doing anything stupid, use your quirk on him if you have to, and I'll allow it. Chizome grumbled. Eraserhead nodded, and he pulled out his phone to make a call. A few hushed words later, and there were two other figures on the roof alongside them. One was a plain-looking man in a trench coat with close-cropped black hair, and the other was, well, All Might himself. He wasn't in his hero costume, but he was still just as intimidating and frankly even larger than he appeared on TV. Chizome was sure that if Izuku was here, he'd be losing his mind right now. The kid always did love All Might, even when the doctor tried to beat it out of him on multiple occasions. This is the one with information, Eraser? The man in the trench coat asked. Eraserhead nodded. My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I hear you're our newest vigilante in town. Care to give me a name? Just something to call you, even if it's just an alias. Sesh, Chizome started, cutting off Stendhal before it left his lips. He'd left that name behind a long time ago. Stendhal hurt people, killed villains. He wasn't Stendhal anymore, not while Izuku was around. Stain. You can call me Stain. Alright then, Stain. Eraserhead here tells me you have some valuable information for us. Tsukachi asked, his face carefully neutral. All Might simply stood back and listened just as carefully, watching Chizome with what seemed to be wariness. Yeah. And I hear you have a lie detection quirk, so listen carefully. I'm laying out my terms and my reasons before I tell you jack shit, got it? And you'll know I'm telling the truth. Chizome said, and the detective simply gestured for him to continue. I already told Eraserhead, but I want to make myself clear. If I tell you anything, even one scrap of information, these terms have to be followed. I'm allowed to leave here, without being followed, and both myself and my son are to be left alone afterwards. If we talk again, it will be on my terms. If you catch or kill All for One, I want to be the first person to know about it so I don't have to hide anymore and my son can live a normal life. And finally, I don't want to be pursued for my vigilantism. It's how I put food on the table with All for One breathing down my neck. As soon as that a-hole's out of the picture, I'm quitting, so you don't have to worry about it. If I ever go beyond the force I use now, that's a different matter. I made a promise for my son I intend to keep, so I won't use anything more than what's absolutely necessary to catch villains and criminals. Everything coming up good so far, Detective? Yes. I haven't found a single lie. Although Eraserhead wasn't specific on the details. What does your son have to do with the information you have regarding All for One? Tsukachi asked, a bit confused. Chizome gave Eraserhead a look that was somewhat grateful. He was glad to be able to explain it on his own terms. My son's a big part of the information. So, you agree to those terms? Or are we done here? Chizome asked, and All Might finally made some sort of expression. He looked angry. Chizome had never seen that sort of look on the normally smiling hero's face. The number one stood a bit straighter and looked down to Chizome. If you cared about the good of others, you wouldn't be making us agree to terms for information on a villain like All for One. The hero ground out. Chizome's eyes narrowed. The only person I give a shit about is my son. He's the only reason I'm even talking to you right now. Everything I do from here on out is for his benefit. This is so he can live a normal life, so he can be a true hero when he grows up. If you don't like it, then too bad. I don't FNG care. You either agree to my terms or I go home to my son. Chizome said, and the detective put an arm in front of the hero as a placating gesture. All might, he's telling the truth. He was also telling the truth about barely hurting the villains he brings in too. The most injured we've ever gotten one from him is a few cuts. I'd take the terms. We shouldn't push our luck. He said softly. I know how you feel about All for One, but you need to see things from other people's points of view. Fine. We accept your terms then. All Might said, finally relaxing his stance. Chizome nodded, and gestured for them to join him in sitting down on a piece of the scaffolding from the air conditioning units. It's a long story. You might want to sit down. Chizome said, and they did. Eraserhead sat between him and the other two, a buffer that made Chizome feel infinitely better. He knew Eraserhead wouldn't go back on his word. Go ahead then. Start from the beginning. The beginning, huh? That'll be, God, nearly 3 years ago. Hard to believe we've been out of that place for 3.5 months now. Chizome muttered, then shook his head. Sorry. Anyways, 3 years ago, right? I was a vigilante then too. A lot less careful than I am now. I hate how hero society is represented these days. All fakes, aiming for nothing but fame and glory. So I was going to make a deal with All for One's group back then to start taking matters into my own hands. Keyword there, I'm not anymore, so don't get any ideas. Got it? Chizome pointedly looked to the detective, who confirmed his statement as true. We understand, Stain. Please continue. Tsukachi nodded. Chizome paused for a moment, thinking back to the meeting. The day where it all went wrong, when he got taken to that god-awful facility. Where Izuku was put through hell and back. Anyways, somehow I set off All for One, or some blue-haired brat he calls his successor. I'm not sure which. The deal didn't go through, and as punishment for whatever the hell set them off, I was given to the doctor as a glorified lab rat. I don't know what his relation to All for One was, but the doctor called him sensei, and practically worshipped the man. The doctor was working on how to grow his own powerful quirks and implant them in hosts for All for One to take. He used us to test these quirks. Us? Eraserhead asked, his eyebrows furrowing. Yeah. I wasn't the only test subject there. There was a whole block of us, crammed in tiny rooms like prison cells. Most people didn't last a week. Either you were a useful test subject or you weren't. If you weren't, you got sent to the special ward. The special ward is... I don't know. But the screams from the people that went in there, they weren't human anymore. Whatever the doctor did to people in the special ward was beyond torture. It was a nightmare. Oh, yeah. Moving on. Chizome grunted, feeling his skin crawl remembering the sounds that came from that wing at night. So, needless to say, I became useful really FNG fast. I managed to stay there for a few months before the doctor brings in this kid. AFING 6-year-old. A child. Chizome spat. The 3 others paled, clearly realizing where this was going. No, All Might put a hand to his mouth and Chizome nodded. Yeah. It was... Well, I won't give you any details that could tell you his identity, but the kid was apparently just what the doctor needed in a host to implant his quirks in. He put that kid through so much shit you and I couldn't even imagine. Then he drops the kid off in my cell and tells me to take care of him while he was away. First, this is one of the only things I'm ashamed of in my life, but at first I only saw the kid as my ticket out of there. If I took care of the kid, maybe I'd get a chance to leave. But then I got attached to him. Chizome sighed. And this child's family? Was nobody looking for him during this time? Tsukachi asked, not able to hide the disgust on his face at what was done to a 6-year-old. Kid only had his mom, nobody else. He told me he saw her get dragged off to the special ward his first day in the facility. You can imagine what happened after that. Chizome clenched a fist. To his side, he heard a grunted if dash from Eraserhead. Yeah, that summed up how he felt too. The quirk the doctor wanted to grow in him, it would have made all for one unkillable. We spent nearly 2 years in that DMN place before the doctor finally got sloppy. One of his other test subjects got his quirk suppressant cuffs off and he broke down every cell door in the place, and we broke out. I'm going to tell you right now, I killed the doctor. I didn't have a choice. If he didn't die, all for one would have either gotten his hands on the kid or had the doctor grow a new quirk before anybody could stop him. I wasn't going to let him torture my son anymore. Jesus, he called me Dad. He's so small. He just looked at me with his eyes and asked me one day while we're still in there if he could call me Dad if we were on the outside. Chizome fought away the images of Izuku bleeding out from his neck that were burning behind his eyelids. That's, Eraserhead muttered to himself. He's telling the truth about killing the doctor, and that it was the only choice. Tsukachi confirmed. While I hate the fact that he can't be tried and convicted, I understand you made the best choice for the child's welfare possible at the time, as well as the lives of the others who were imprisoned. And if this doctor really did put a quirk in that boy that could make all for one unkillable, then I'm not going to shed any tears over his loss. Agreed. And I don't think anybody would argue that his death wasn't self-defense. Eraserhead said, "This is horrifying to say the least, but I have to ask, what actionable information is there to use in all of this? I got the names of the doctor and the name of all for one's apparent successor. I've been keeping an eye on him where I can. I think you can use information on them to locate all for one. I've just been using it to keep my son away from him." Chizome explained, and All Might suddenly seemed a lot more interested. "Please. Any information is good information. And I promise, on my name as All Might, I'll do my best to take him down so you and your son can live freely again," he said, and Chizome stared at him for a few seconds before nodding. "Thank you." The doctor's name, I found out, was Kyudai Garaki. He also went by Dr. Daruma Ujiko and Dr. Nobu Tsubasa. The facility we broke out from was an older medical complex in the middle of Shizuoka. I don't know how much of it is left. The other test subjects were not gentle in their escape. And the successor, he couldn't even be in high school yet. He has blue hair and red eyes. The others called him Shigaraki Tomura. He has a decay quirk. If he touches something with all of his fingers, he practically turns it to ash. So, be careful if you try to arrest him. Sheet hurts. Chizome sighed. This is more than we've gotten in a long time. With this, we finally have a starting point to locating all for one and bringing him to justice. Thank you, Stain. You have no idea how much this means. All Might murmured, a serious expression on his face. Don't thank me. Thank my kid. He's the reason I'm changing. If it weren't for him, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have even left the facility. I still hate heroes, don't get me wrong. You're the ones that let a child go missing for 2 years without batting an eye, and don't tell me that's not right, because you know I'm right. But instead of getting rid of all of the fake heroes myself, I'm spending my time raising the child you left behind in the hands of a monster. I'm going to be something close to what you all consider normal if only for his sake. So he can grow up and be a real hero, however he decides to do that. Chizome said firmly. He stood and turned his back to them before making his way to the edge of the rooftop, near the fire escape. Just remember our deal. As soon as that BSTRD's gone, you tell me. Eraserhead knows my routes around here. That April, a month after Chizome made the deal with Eraserhead, Izuku got to go to school. Izuku was so excited he could hardly contain himself. It was just homeschooling this year, since Sensei was still around. And he may only be 8, but Izuku was smart enough to understand why they couldn't go out while Sensei was around. He remembered the pain and the suffering that came with that name, so he wasn't worried about having to do school at home. Besides, Izuku remembered Rule 2 and he was happy with what he got. He was just happy to be able to go to school at all. So when Chizome brought home a laptop, Izuku was ecstatic. It was shiny and thin and gave off such bright colors on its screen, and he couldn't wait to use it. He had a fuzzy memory of watching All Might videos on the computer when his mom was still around, but now he got to make new memories, one's equally as precious as the other. He listened carefully as Chizome showed him how to use it, how to view his classes, what books went with each class, and everything in between. He would watch a video on the day's lesson and take careful notes. Izuku loved to take notes, and then do all of his homework. And when he did the same for all of his classes, and the day's work was done, Chizome did his own version of gym class. Chizome had bought mats and cleared out the living room, not that it had much to begin with, so they could work out. Chizome taught him sit-ups and push-ups and all sorts of different exercises. Izuku thought gym was his favorite, since he got to do the whole class with Chizome. And when that was done, they'd clean up and make dinner together. This sort of routine was just fine by Izuku. He liked doing fun things every day with his dad. He liked being free to make mistakes and ask for help when he didn't understand something. He liked being able to ask Chizome for Katsudon if he did really well on a test. He liked being able to want things again. Izuku was a smart kid, and he loved his new life a lot, even if he couldn't go out very much. Their apartment was bigger than their room back in the facility, anyways, so Izuku definitely wasn't going to complain. He'd take up his time reading and writing and doing all sorts of things he could only dream about doing before he'd gotten out with Chizome. And with the laptop, Chizome would give him an hour or two each day where he could watch hero videos. Izuku loved to write about all the heroes he saw online. Chizome had to go to work some nights, though. He had trouble sleeping when Chizome wasn't there, but he did his best to get through it. He was determined to be a good kid for his dad, and that meant learning to sleep by himself eventually. Chizome always said he wasn't bothered by it, but Izuku knew his dad was secretly worried about leaving him by himself at night. Izuku would catch him coming in, sometimes, if he was awake. Chizome wore a bunch of knives and he even had 2 big swords on his back. Izuku thought he looked like a hero. Chizome-san. Izuku yawned, early one such morning when he saw Chizome sneaking in through the window while it was still dark out. The man was clearly startled by his son seeing him, and he sighed, unwrapping the red scarf from his head. "What are you doing up, kid? It's too early for you. You need your sleep." Chizome chided, unloading his gear onto their old wooden table in the kitchen. Izuku looked at the knives and heavy armor Chizome wore with a curious expression. "I wanted to say welcome home. I couldn't sleep. I'm sorry." Izuku murmured, fingers nervously ghosting along the edge of the table. "I promise I'm trying. It's just, I keep thinking the doctor is going to come in the door." "I know you're trying your hardest, kid. It's not something you just get over. There's no shame in it. But still, you should at least be trying to get back to sleep." Chizome ruffled his hair. "I'll make you a snack and we'll get to bed." "Chizome-san? Are you a hero?" Izuku asked suddenly, gently reaching out to touch the handle of one of the knives. He knew not to pull it out or mess with it. Chizome was very serious about him not using knives until he was ready, but he wanted to feel it, anyways. "A hero? No, kid, you know I don't like heroes. Do you know what a vigilante is?" he asked, and Izuku shook his head. Chizome was always honest with him, and if Izuku asked, he was going to tell him the truth. A vigilante is somebody who catches bad guys and villains like a hero, but without permission. I give bad guys to the police, even if they don't want my help. What I'm doing is against the law, but I do it anyway. "But, you're doing a good thing. Why is it against the law?" Izuku asked, clearly confused. Chizome laughed a little. "That's exactly what I want to know, kid. The police will say it's because taking the law into your own hands is a slippery slope. If you start being a vigilante, maybe you'll become a villain. I say that's not true. If you know right from wrong, if you act like a true hero, it doesn't matter. A true hero does the right thing and helps others no matter what, and asks for nothing in return." Chizome explained. "Like you," Izuku said excitedly. "You help me, Chizome-san. You're a hero too." "Not me, kid. I told you before, I was a bad guy and I made some people mad, and I got put in the facility for it. I'm doing my best to make up for it, but I'm not a hero." Chizome ruffled his hair. Izuku pouted and rounded the corner of the table to trap Chizome in a hug. "You're my hero, Dad." 2.5 weeks into Izuku's schooling, Chizome met Eraserhead again. He'd just finished dropping off the latest group of criminals at Tsukachi's precinct, and was going to go back to his client to get his payment, when the underground hero cornered him in an alleyway. Chizome watched him carefully for a moment before approaching him. If you're talking to me, I expect good news, Eraserhead. Chizome murmured. Do you know what All for One looks like? Did you ever see his face? Eraserhead asked quietly, and Chizome tensed. Once. On a screen. Why? He asked warily, and Eraserhead pulled a manila folder from his scarf. He passed it to the vigilante with a careful sort of look. So you know what's in here is the truth. A mission report. We located All for One and All Might fought him. It was a rough battle. But he did it. All for One is dead. Without Doctor Garaki, he had no chance at recovering from his injuries. He said, and Chizome's eyes widened before he snatched the folder and opened it. Inside was indeed a mission report and photographs to go with it. All Might, at the cost of multiple organs and a scar he'll never be able to get rid of, managed to kill All for One. There were photographs of the resulting carnage. All Might had caved in the entire top half of his face and delivered multiple crushing blows to his torso, rupturing several internal organs. He fled to get his wounds treated, pursued by All Might, but he died due to his injuries during pursuit because Doctor Garaki wasn't there to heal him. All for One's body was recovered and the fight, as well as the villain himself, were promptly covered up by the HPSC. His successor, Tomura, managed to escape thanks to All for One's right hand, and his whereabouts were unknown, but the fact remained that the one person on Earth who had a use for Izuku and the means to take him was dead. Izuku was safe. He's really gone, Sheet? Chizome clutched the folder tightly in his hands, staring down at the photographs. My son can go to school. I can adopt him now. I need the folder back, but yes. I had to sneak it out to show. Detective Tsukachi wanted me to just tell you, but I figured you'd want proof. And after an investigation, we were able to figure out several important things. You stopping Dr. Garaki when you did, probably saved the world from a second All for One. According to what we uncovered in the Shizuoka facility you escaped from, the doctor was trying to learn to grow and implant quirks for the purpose of replicating All for One's quirk and implanting it in his successor, that Tomura boy. Once he was successful with your kid, he was going to do just that. But his death prevented that from happening. Eraserhead explained, and Chizome grimaced at the thought. Christ, that brat with All for One's quirk-stealing ability? If I ever had any second thoughts about killing that BSE, I think they're gone now. Now I know there's no reason for them to want my kid anymore, at least, since nobody can take his quirk. Chizome thought for a second, then seemed to realize something. If you found all that in the Shizuoka facility, then do you know our identities? Is there any point to covering my face? No, you were only referred to by numbers and your faces were blurred out. He wouldn't even describe what quirk he was trying to put into your kid. I'm sure he had records of your identities and previous lives in there somewhere, but we weren't able to find them. You're still anonymous to us. But listen, I want to thank you for your information. If it weren't for you, and by extension your son, then we'd never have found All for One. Is there anything we can do for you? Eraserhead asked, and Chizome closed the folder. Hell, I don't know. I need a normal job and someplace better than here to stay. I was thinking about Mizudafu. There's a lot of heroes there and that Tomura brat will have a lot of trouble getting to us there, if he decides to come after my kid for God knows what reason. Chizome sighed. So I guess unless you can give us that without prying into our identities, then no. I want him to have a normal life. I don't want him picked apart by the HPSC. I know they probably want to get their hands on him to see what was done to him, but he's had enough time as somebody else's experiment. That's why I won't give our identities. The commission doesn't know your son exists. He was left out of our official report. I made sure of it for that exact reason. Eraserhead explained softly, and Chizome visibly relaxed. Then that's all the thanks I could ask for. Chizome paused for a moment before he had a thought. Actually, there is one thing you could do. What is it? I'm going to try to live a normal life for my son. But if my past catches up with me for whatever reason, or something happens because life likes to screw people over, you know, I want there to be somewhere safe for him to go. He sure as shit ain't going into the foster care system. I wouldn't allow it. Is there any way you could make that happen? Chizome asked. I don't know. Tell him to go to Detective Tsukachi and ask for me in an emergency, and I'll see what I can do for him. That's the best I could offer without getting more involved and knowing your identities. Eraserhead explained, shifting around. He seemed like he wanted to do more, but Chizome supposed that had to be enough. That's fine. Thank you. I get to tell my kid he can be normal because of you. He doesn't have to be afraid anymore. A few months later, and Izuku's 9th birthday rolled around. Chizome had a lot planned now that they could be out in public, and he'd been saving that surprise for a long time while he got their documents in order. He wanted everything official, well, as official as it could be, anyways. Some of their documentation wasn't strictly legal, but Chizome did what he had to in order to make their life the best they could. He even had a new apartment in Mizutofu and a job working as a freelance bodyguard all squared away, and he was going to make Izuku's birthday the best introduction to their new life possible. So they woke up that morning, and Chizome had their few belongings all packed up in a few tiny boxes and pastries from the bakery down the street for breakfast. Normally Chizome made sure the kid ate healthy, but it was his birthday, so something sweet wouldn't hurt. Chizome-san? What's going on? Izuku yawned. The tall man ruffled Izuku's hair and handed him a pastry and a glass of milk. Happy birthday, kiddo. I've got a bunch of good news and surprises for you today, he said, a small smile on his face. Chizome's smiles were few and far between, but Izuku treasured each of them. Honestly, Izuku hadn't even realized it was his birthday. Summer break was supposed to start in a few days, and he was much more excited about that than anything else. I forgot it was my birthday. Izuku smiled back, but he was a little embarrassed. What good news do you have, Chizome-san? Well, first things first. Sensei is dead. All Might defeated him, he said plainly, and Izuku physically recoiled in shock. He went white as a sheet before tears came to his eyes, and he ran to Chizome to squeeze him in a tight hug. See, Chizome-san. He's really dead. Izuku sobbed, and Chizome hugged his kid back with a nod. Yeah, he's really gone. He has been for a while, but I wanted to make sure it was safe before I told you, Chizome murmured, patting Izuku's curls. The kid was still so small, even if he'd put on weight and was looking healthier. Izuku barely came up to his chest. So there's surprise number one. We don't have to hide anymore. That's such good news. Oh, this is the best birthday ever. Izuku gushed, still clinging to his dad. Chizome snorted and picked Izuku up with ease. Wait till you hear about the other stuff, kiddo. He smiled, and Izuku curled up against the man. Izuku was a very physically affectionate kid, and even if Chizome wasn't the same, he wasn't going to deny him stuff like hugs or ruffled hair. There's more? Izuku asked with wide eyes that were sparkling in excitement. Chizome nodded, the small smile returning to his face. Yeah, if anybody from his days as Stendhal saw him like this, they'd say he'd gone soft. He couldn't care less though. Chizome was going to make sure that Izuku grew up to be the one to show society how they'd failed. He was going to teach him about true heroes, about everything, and he was going to give Izuku the best life possible. Yeah, there's more. We're moving. I found us a better place. This apartment is kind of a dump, to be honest. The fact that Chizome only got it because the landlord didn't ask questions was left unsaid. But now that Sensei's gone, we can have a nicer one. We're going to be moving to Mizutofu. There's plenty of good schools there, if you want to go to a real one now. But I can go to school with other students. Izuku was practically shaking with excitement. Of course the prospect of school excited him. He was kind of a nerd, but Chizome found it endearing, and it would serve him well later in life anyways. If that's what you want, we can enroll you in the upcoming semester after summer break, or we can finish the year at home and you can start next year. It's up to you, but we'll decide that later. Today's a fun day, Chizome said, setting Izuku back down. The green-haired boy bounced up and down on his feet, muttering a mile a minute about school. Are we moving today? Izuku asked finally, once his muttering died down. You got it. I've already got everything put away. We've got furniture in our new place, so we don't need this junk, Chizome said, eyeing the decrepit furniture with a disgusted look. It came with the apartment, so he couldn't complain, but it was still far from what he wanted Izuku to have. Anyways, I thought we'd take our stuff over there and have a day out in Mizudafu for your birthday. Does that sound good to you, kiddo?
Yes.
Please, please, I want to see the hero agencies, Dad. Izuku said with a big smile. Chizome huffed, of course he would. If that's what you want, then we'll go see them. Izuku and Chizome spent the first half of the day moving and unpacking their meager amount of boxes. The apartment complex Chizome had picked was quiet and out of the way, mostly families or elderly people. No drunk college students or rowdy couples to disturb his kid. The apartment itself was definitely bigger, and all of the appliances and furniture were either new or only very gently used. There was even a small TV, and Izuku was absolutely thrilled to be able to eat his breakfast in front of it in the future. Once they'd gotten their things settled in their place, Chizome took Izuku out to lunch. He'd warned the kid that they'd probably have people stare at them, if only because of Chizome's lack of a nose, but he didn't care. They found a small cafe and had a quiet meal, and while the waitress was indeed a bit wary of him, they were otherwise undisturbed. They got a couple of pieces of cake to go, and went for a walk around town. They went to the Mizudafu Fire Department and went for a tour and met Backdraft, and Izuku was ecstatic when the hero gave him an autograph. Chizome had to keep himself from saying something unsavory about the hero since Backdraft was one of many on his list of fakes, but he managed to keep a lid on it for Izuku. He'd talk to his son about the real ones eventually, but today was all about the kid enjoying himself. They got to walk by a few other hero agencies, Izuku practically founaining off information about them the entire time. He certainly knew his stuff, and Chizome made a note to encourage those enthusiastic analysis and information-gathering skills in the future. Each passing day with his kid made him see more and more potential, a diamond in the rough in their world of heroes who only worked for fame and popularity. They made their way back to their new apartment at the end of the day and ate their cake on the couch, and Izuku gave Chizome that big, bright smile of his. "You're the best, Chizome-san. This was so much fun. I'm so happy. I love you," Izuku declared, curling up to his dad's side. Chizome turned a bright shade of red at this. Being called dad was one thing, but to hear Izuku say he loved him made Chizome wonder what he'd done to deserve such a wonderful kid in his life. He'd hurt people, killed people, done terrible things, and yet, here was Izuku, an intelligent, sweet kid with nothing but love in his heart despite everything he'd been through. And Izuku chose Chizome, of all people, to call dad and say, "I love you too." Izuku chose Chizome as his personal hero. "Ah hell kiddo, I love you too," Chizome muttered, ruffling the kid's hair. "I have one more surprise for you before the day's over though. I can't take any more." Izuku whined playfully, "It's too much. I think this one's pretty important, you know." Chizome laughed a bit. Izuku peered up, a curious expression on his face as he waited for him to continue. "Since Sensei's gone, we have a new place, and you're going to school, I had to make sure everything was in order for you. And that includes who takes care of you. So, Izuku, I finally got our papers. I adopted you. You're my son for real now." "Chizome-san." Izuku gasped. "You really mean it? You are really adopted me?" "Sure did, Izuku. You and me kid, no more doctor, no more sensei." Izuku was smart and kind and able to tackle most of whatever life put in front of him. One of the few things he couldn't handle, though, was public school. He loved learning. He loved knowledge and reading and writing and everything that came with lessons. But the thing about public school was that it was just that, public. Izuku was terrified of all the people. "You sure you'll be all right, Izuku? I can always teach you at home for a while longer." Chizome asked him outside the school gates. Izuku was joining Mizudafu Elementary, a large public school that served most of the area, in the second semester of that school year. He had decided over that summer break that sooner was better than later. Now, he was all dressed up in a nice, pressed shirt and pants with a shiny red backpack to hold all of his new school supplies. He definitely didn't pick the red backpack because it reminded him of his dad, and Chizome definitely didn't have a small gleam of pride in his eyes when he realized that. "I'll be okay, Dad," Izuku reassured, though he didn't sound confident at all. "I just have to listen to the teachers, don't talk about the facility, and make sure I learn a lot, right? Right. And your phone is in your bag if you need me." I'll come as soon as you call if you want to leave. Just remember not everyone is going to be as nice as you, kid, but they can never hurt you like the doctor did. Chizome ruffled Izuku's hair, looking at him as if he was afraid to let go. School was an unknown for both of them. Chizome didn't know what kids were like these days, and Izuku hadn't spent enough time in the school system before the facility to get used to it. Alright, and I remember our Rule 5. Izuku said softly. They didn't talk about the rules much anymore, but Rule 5 was always an unspoken constant for both of them. And if he was being honest, the rules always comforted Izuku when he was nervous or scared without his dad. They applied in more places than just the facility and made life easier to deal with. These days, Rule 4, don't talk about the special wing, had no place, but all of the others were still pretty useful sometimes, especially when Izuku had to get through something scary or difficult. Never let them break you. You got it, Izuku. Chizome patted his head. Alright then. I believe in you, kiddo, so have a good day at school. I'll be there to pick you up at the end of the day unless you call, okay? Okay. I love you, Dad. Alright, class. The kind woman at the front of the large classroom got the students' attention. We have a new student joining us. He moved here to Mizudafu over summer break. I want you all to be kind and welcome him to the class with open arms, okay? Yes, Hiroko-sensei. The class all responded, the students all looking excited to know who would be joining them. The teacher, Ms. Hiroko, brought in the new student with a smile and a wave. In walked Izuku, nervous but smiling. He remembered listening to All Might saying once that he smiled so he wasn't afraid, and he was certainly trying to put that into practice now. So many people looking at him at once was really scary, but he was going to be brave and strong so his dad didn't have to worry. Go ahead and introduce yourself, the teacher said, handing him a piece of chalk to use so he could write his name on the board. With a shaky hand, he wrote the characters big enough to read but not big enough to be obnoxious. Hello. My name is Akaguro Izuku. It's nice to meet you. I like learning about heroes and watching the stars, and I hope to get along with everyone, he said, still smiling as wide as he could manage. The other students smiled back and clapped a little bit, before a boy in the back raised his hand excitedly. What's your quirk? He asked, and Izuku pressed his hands together nervously. Chizome said it would be okay to talk about it, but Izuku didn't like his quirk. He wasn't even supposed to have one. His quirk wasn't real, it was fake and put in him when he didn't ask for it. But it was there now whether he liked it or not. He couldn't take it back. He was stuck with it. I have a healing quirk. It heals me when I get hurt. Izuku downplayed it a little. He certainly wasn't going to use the doctor's words for his quirk. The most perfect regeneration quirk to ever exist. According to him, Izuku preferred something a bit more on the humble side. That's really cool. The student who'd asked him smiled. Izuku found himself smiling back, but genuinely this time, not the forced one he'd plastered on to keep a brave face. Ms. Hiroko showed him his seat, towards the middle of the classroom, and Izuku took it happily. The students all introduced themselves as well, and Izuku found himself grinning ear to ear the entire time. He was so happy his introduction had gone well. The lessons went in a similar fashion, Izuku taking faithful notes on what he learned and excitedly absorbing as much information as possible. School was so big. There were so many books, so many colors and sights and sounds. It was all so foreign and new, and Izuku loved every minute of it. The only thing he was nervous about was gym class. The gym teacher had told them to go and change into their uniforms, and Izuku thought he was going to have to show all of his scars. Izuku, however, had been pulled aside just before they went to change, and the coach handed him a winter version of the gym uniform, with long sleeves and pants instead of shorts and a t-shirt. Here you go, Akaguro. Your dad called the school beforehand and explained that you like to keep covered up, and you can change in the bathroom apart from the others if you want. It's no worries. You let me know if you need anything, all right? The coach smiled kindly, and Izuku nodded. Chizome did say he'd done that, but Izuku had kept his expectations low just in case. Not everyone's going to be as nice as you, kid. His dad's warning was always there. But the coach seemed to be a good man, and it eased Izuku's worries. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed a little, and the coach sent him on his way. Izuku changed and joined his classmates, not minding the extra warmth of the winter gym uniform. It was a worthy trade, the covering of his scars in return for a little more heat. Gym class went by smoothly, and soon the students were eventually crowding into the cafeteria for lunch. The day was already halfway over, and Izuku was surprised at how fast it went. He held his homemade bento close to his chest. Chizome would never admit he enjoyed cooking as long as it was for Izuku, and looked for a spot to sit. Some of his classmates were waving to him, but he saw, in the corner of the cafeteria, a girl sitting all by herself. She looked so sad. It reminded him of how he would feel when Chizome would get taken away for testing in the facility, and he was left by himself. A true hero does the right thing and helps others no matter what, and asks for nothing in return. Izuku remembered his dad's words. He was gonna make sure this girl wasn't sad anymore. He went up to her, and stood by the lunch table patiently. Hello. Can I sit here? He asked with a small smile. The girl looked up to him with a nervous expression before she nodded and got up to move. No, I meant with you. With me, she said softly, her voice barely audible. Izuku nodded. Yeah, with you. I'm Akaguro Izuku. I'm new. I just moved here over the summer. What's your name? He set his bento on the table and unwrapped it. The girl sat back down, staring at Izuku's food with a longing sort of expression. He noticed, to his dismay, that she didn't have any food of her own. I'm Bando Miwa, she replied, still just as quiet. But you don't want to be around me. I am quirkless. Everybody says you'll catch my quirkless disease. Quirkless disease? Izuku asked, brows scrunching. He used to be quirkless. The thought of this girl possibly having been the one to end up in the facility flashed through his mind, and he knew then and there that this couldn't stand any longer. Being quirkless isn't a disease. You shouldn't listen to whoever said that, Bando-san, it isn't true. I know, but nobody believes me. Then you can call me Miwa? I like Miwa better, she said shyly. Miwa was a fairly pretty girl, with short, straight white hair styled into two tiny pigtails. She had big, blue eyes and petite features, with freckles over her cheeks just like Izuku. Okay then, Miwa-san, you can call me Izuku. Are you hungry? Izuku asked, and Miwa nodded quietly. Why? Somebody pushed my lunch tray out of my hands earlier and I don't have any more lunch allowance, she said, sniffling a little at the thought. Izuku frowned at that. Was everybody so mean to quirkless people? Was this how people would have acted towards him if he never went to the facility? He still would have traded this for what he went through there, but it was awful that quirkless people were treated like this. Well, we can share my bento. My dad made it for me. He's really nice. What is your family like, Miwa-san? He asked, offering her his spare set of chopsticks and pushing the bento between them to share. Miwa's eyes widened at the gesture. Really? You'd share with me? She whispered, and Izuku nodded. My dad says true heroes do the right thing and help others no matter what. So I can't let you be hungry, Miwa-san. He urged her to take a bite. With a shaky smile, Miwa took a tiny bite of rice and eggs. Izuku smiled back at her. Chizome said true heroes expected nothing in return, but her smile and the knowledge he'd done something good was its own sort of reward. Izuku thought he might do good things all the time just to know he did them, and wondered if there were heroes who ever did good things for bad reasons. Chizome said those were fake heroes, but always made Izuku wait until he was older to really talk about them. Thank you, Izuku-kun, your dad sounds really nice. I live with my grandparents, they're really nice too, she said. My grandpa is really grouchy but he's nice to me. He's always getting into arguments with our neighbor, but they don't mean it. My dad argues with everybody but me. Izuku laughed, taking his own bite of food. Hey, do you like heroes, Miwa-san? I like Mirko. She has white hair just like me. Miwa said excitedly. And she can jump really high and she has big bunny ears. I like All Might. I like all the heroes, but my dad says All Might is a true hero so he's my favorite. Izuku said. But Mirko's really cool. I bet you could be a cool hero like Mirko if you wanted. Emmy? A hero? Miwa said shyly. I dunno. I think I want to make clothes like my grandma. She makes really pretty dresses and suits for all kinds of people. It's really fun. Oh, that's neat. I want to be a hero one day just like my dad. He says he's not a hero, but he's my hero. So I want everyone to feel safe and protected like my dad makes me. Izuku said proudly, grinning from ear to ear. I want to save people and make sure nobody has to get hurt or be scared, no matter what. Even quirkless people? Miwa asked, eyes wide with hope and awe. Of course. A true hero does the right thing and saves everyone, no matter what. Quirks don't matter, only your heart. Izuku, who is this? Chizome asked gruffly, seeing a short, white-haired girl walking next to his son excitedly. She let out a surprised yelp when she saw him, latching onto Izuku's arm like a lifeline. She eyed the man suspiciously for several seconds, clearly deciding his intimidating appearance meant stranger danger. Dad! Izuku smiled widely, and the girl's eyes were wide. This is Bando Miwa. We met in school today. She's my friend now. Oh. Chizome replied simply, face relaxing. He knew his kid had a way with people, but this was something else. The girl looked as scared as Izuku had when they'd first met, and that was saying something. And Izuku had just managed to befriend her in a single day like that? Yeah, he really was a diamond in the rough. Dad? Miwa asked, looking between the two. He's your dad, Izuku-kun? You two using first names already? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuku nodded quickly, pulling Miwa along with him as he ran up to his dad. This is my dad, Miwa-san, and yes, we're using first names. She said she likes her first name better, so I thought it was only fair if she used mine too. Anyways, Dad, you didn't tell me schools were so big. And there are so many people. And we do so much in a day. Izuku began to ramble and mutter about school, and Miwa just kept looking between the two with a confused expression on her face. Wondering why we don't look alike? Chizome grunted, and Miwa nodded shyly. I'm adopted. Izuku interjected proudly. Chizome-san picked me to be his son. He takes care of me and I love him, so he's my dad. Geez, Izuku, enough with the mushiness in front of your friend. Chizome mumbled, ruffling his son's hair before turning to Miwa. You need somebody to walk you home, kid? Oh no, sir. My grandma doesn't think walking home is very safe, so I take the T-train home. She insisted, and Chizome looked at her for a second before letting out an annoyed huff. The train is just as bad, Chizome muttered before pointing a ways down the road. What direction do you live in? Do you know your way home from school? Izuku and I are walking this way. I live the same way, and I know the directions. We'll walk you home then. Come on. Chizome gestured with his head, and Miwa just followed the both of them quietly. She stared at Chizome's missing nose openly, and the man felt himself growing annoyed. He really was no good with kids. Izuku was the one exception. All of the others he just tended to find annoying and lacking potential. You got a question, kid? Miwa startled, moving closer to Izuku again out of surprise. She hadn't expected him to say something to her, and then she seemed to realize she'd been staring. Why your nose? What happened to it, Mr. Akaguro? Izuku didn't say anything. Chizome had never even told him what had happened to his nose, but Izuku had never asked either. His dad was quiet for several moments before he spoke. Nothing much. I wasn't careful. Just an accident. Okay. Does it hurt? Miwa asked next, peering up at him with her big, blue eyes. Chizome had to resist the urge to say something sarcastic and reminded himself that this was a 9-year-old, the same age as Izuku. No. I don't feel it. Why don't you talk to Izuku? He gestured, grumbling something to himself. Miwa nodded, pulling Izuku with her to walk just behind Chizome. Izuku gave her an apologetic sort of smile. Sorry about my dad. He doesn't like other people besides me very much. But he's really nice once you talk to him more. Like you told me about your grandpa. Izuku said softly. Hey, so what do you like to do for fun, Miwa-san? I like drawing. I like drawing dresses for my grandma to make. She says I have good ideas and that I pick pretty colors. Miwa smiled, and they started to talk about clothes. Izuku mostly spoke about hero costumes, since that was the only area of fashion he really knew about, but Miwa was still excited to talk about her hobby nonetheless. Ahead of them, despite the fact that he wasn't a huge fan of other kids, Chizome was happy Izuku had found somebody he got along with. He was listening in on their conversation with something akin to fatherly pride. He heard the girl talk about being quirkless, and felt anger rise in his chest when he heard how she was treated. He wondered how society could just let quirkless people slip through the cracks like they did. Society was, might makes right, DMN the consequences to those they left behind. Quirkless people could be beaten down by their peers until they had no self-worth left like Miwa, or they could be kidnapped and used as a test tube like Izuku. Either way, nobody bothered enough to care. No heroes, or heroes to be ever lifted so much as a finger for them. And that, Chizome thought, was the problem. It was why he'd intended to kill fakes before Izuku, why he originally wanted to prove to the world the hard way why they were wrong. But Chizome had other responsibilities now. He only hoped he could impress on Izuku why society was wrong. He wasn't going to force the kid into the lifestyle he'd wanted to take on, but he wanted to be sure his son knew enough to make a difference later in life. However that difference took hold was Izuku's choice, in the end, but Chizome wanted to rest easy knowing that he added one more true hero to the world when Izuku was older. We're here. Miwa smiled and pointed to an apartment complex. Chizome had been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even realized how long they'd been walking. And when he and Izuku turned to look at the place she was pointing to, they were surprised to see their own complex looking back at them. You live here too, Miwa-san? Izuku asked with a grin. We live in the third building. Really? Miwa gasped, excitedly bouncing on her feet. I live in the first building. Oh, we can draw together after school. And we can watch hero fights together. If you want to, I wouldn't make you. I'd love to, listen. Izuku took to school like a fish to water. Miwa ended up being his best friend for the rest of that school year and even well into the next when he'd turned 10. He always made sure to always say something whenever she was being bullied or when she said something bad about herself. Izuku wondered many times if he would have been a lot like her without Chizome or the facility. The facility took away his quirklessness, yes, but Chizome took away his shyer, more self-deprecating side. Chizome always saw the best in him and made sure to tell him so when he got like that, so he wanted to do the same for Miwa. Miwa practically stuck to his side, and every day on the walk home she'd listen with rapt attention as Izuku talked about the latest hero fight. In turn, Izuku would listen to her describe the newest dress or suit her grandmother was working on. As he learned, Miwa's grandmother was a well-known seamstress with her own studio, who took orders from the rich and famous. Their family lived humbly despite this, and Miwa's being quirkless never upset them. They were ecstatic to learn she'd made a friend, and Chizome was equally as happy on Izuku's behalf. The other students didn't really talk to Izuku after he became Miwa's friend, even if they didn't actively pick on him like they did to her. He didn't care though. He was fine with just Chizome and Miwa being in his life. It was more people who cared about him than he thought he'd have, anyways. The two of them were more than enough. Whenever Chizome had to work late or take an odd shift, Miwa's grandparents were more than happy to watch Izuku in his stead. It took Chizome and Miwa's grandparents a while to warm up to each other. Chizome was inherently suspicious of everybody because of what they'd been through, and Miwa's grandparents were a little wary of a man who looked like he wouldn't hesitate to punch the lights out of anybody who so much as looked at his son wrong. Still, they finally got together for dinner after about a month of their children pestering each other. Chizome learned a lot from the elderly couple, parenting tricks, cooking skills, all sorts of things. In return, Chizome used his skills to teach them how to improve their home security. Miwa. Izuku smiled and waved to his friend. It was almost the end of the year. He'd waited for her by the gates every day since they met, and then he, Chizome and Miwa would all walk back home together. His dad had to work late today, though, so it was just him and Miwa walking their usual route. Hi, Izuku. She smiled back, catching her breath. Sorry, I was running away from Minato again. I'll be okay in just a second. Again? Izuku asked with a frown. Minato was a boy in the grade above them who liked to remind Miwa of her quirklessness and do things like pull on her hair or push her over. The teachers never said anything to him, and even when he pushed Izuku a few times, they didn't bat an eyelash. Probably because he had a quirk that healed him when he got hurt, so why did it matter in the end, right? And he was only defending a quirkless person, so there was no real reason to stop him according to the adults. Even at his young age, Izuku was starting to see why his dad didn't like other people very much. Well, you know, I may have listened to Chizome-san's advice, she said with a tiny smirk. She'd also taken to calling his dad Chizome-san when the man told her that he was still too young to be called Mr. Akaguro. He was only 26, he reminded them. Oh. Izuku grinned. Which advice? To defend myself, she said proudly, standing up now. I pushed Minato away from me when he pulled my hair and I ran away. I've never done that before. Good for you. And if he tries to pick on you again, just let me know. I'll stop him, Izuku said, and Miwa gave him a big grin before hugging his arm close. Hey, Izuku. I got my allowance yesterday, you know. I helped Grandma make a dress and she gave me my allowance early. We should go and get a snack before we go home, she insisted, and Izuku thought about it for a moment. Chizome didn't like Izuku going out without him around. He knew it was for a good reason. Even if Sensei was gone, Tomura was still out there, somewhere. The one who put those handprint-shaped scars on both of them still existed outside the law, and he probably held a grudge. But Izuku couldn't resist it when his first and only friend looked at him with her big, blue eyes and begged him to go get cookies from the local bakery. So he agreed, and off they went, linked arms and smiles on their faces. Izuku would probably wish later he'd said no. Life really loved to give Izuku the short end of the stick. It really truly did. Izuku could not catch a single break in his entire 10 years of living. Okay, maybe he had 2 breaks. Chizome and Miwa, they were pretty good and he couldn't complain. But most other things that went on in his life? Yeah, they kind of essiki, like this very instance, for example, this particular event really essiki. It didn't start out so bad though. Izuku had followed Miwa to the bakery and they'd ordered a dozen chocolate chip cookies. Miwa promised she'd save some for Chizome and her grandparents, even as she eyed them with barely disguised enthusiasm. They'd gotten their cookies in a little cardboard box to go, and stepped outside of the bakery. That moment, the one Izuku was in right now, really essigi. The second they'd stepped out onto the sidewalk, they were treated to an ear-piercing scream as a man stepped around the corner. He was an average-looking man wearing a business suit with shredded sleeves, his arms sharpened to deadly edges. From first glance, it seemed he had a skin-sharpening or blade quirk. It would be quite formidable in the hero industry, except for the fact that this man wasn't a hero. He was running from a hero. Death Arms and another baseball-themed hero, to be specific, 2 of the many pros who resided in Mizudafu. He had a bag full of cash with a bank logo printed on it strapped to his back, sprinting down the street with a manic sort of look in his eyes. And when he saw Izuku and Miwa, all alone in the street, the man looked like he'd spotted an opportunity. He looked at Izuku like he was an item. Like how the doctor had looked at him, and Izuku immediately fell back into the old rules like they'd never left. Don't disobey. Don't want. Keep quiet. Don't ask. Never let them break you. And the man snatched Izuku up by the arm, a blade pressed to his neck. And Izuku was reminded of Chizome slicing his throat open, of his own death, and the rules flew away again. He wanted to be anywhere but here. He wanted to go home and eat his cookies with Miwa. He wanted to pretend like the facility had never happened. But here he was, another blade to his throat in eerily similar fashion as he was forced to play hostage. Miwa, go get Chizome, Izuku yelled, and the little girl took off down the street without a second thought, clutching the box of cookies to her chest. Izuku was no fool. He knew his dad was terrifying and that he knew how to use those swords he kept in the closet. He hadn't used them in a long time, but Izuku knew he hadn't forgotten. Just like Izuku never forgot the night Chizome admitted he was a vigilante. His dad had later explained that it was only to keep them fed until Sensei was out of the picture, and Izuku never blamed him. So of course, Chizome was the first person he asked Miwa to get. At least she was away from this whole mess, and he was the one in the hostage situation, not her. He hoped his quirk would be able to fix him up. He supposed if it could fix the doctor cracking his chest open, it could handle a cut or two. He'd never really tried to test it out on purpose, after all. Let the hostage go, Nakamura. You don't want to make things worse. Death Arms ordered, and the man's grip got tighter, until the sharpened edge of his arm began to dig into his throat uncomfortably. It wasn't bleeding yet, but any harder and it definitely would be. Oh, Chizome was going to be so sad. Honestly, Izuku was more afraid for the guy holding onto him than he was for himself. Make things worse. The man holding him roared. You heroes have already ruined my life. I need that money, and you're trying to stop me. It can't get any worse. People would do anything for money, but the definition of anything varied from person to person. Chizome certainly wouldn't have robbed banks to feed him like this man presumably did, Izuku knew. Neither would he or most other people for that matter. Death Arms wasn't really suited to taking down somebody with a blade quirk in a hostage situation like this, but Izuku would have hoped, at the very least, that the hero would have at least tried. Isn't that what Chizome always told him a true hero should do? Do the right thing and help others, no matter what? And yet the pro didn't budge an inch. You heroes either let me go, or this kid gets the permanent silent treatment. The man said, tilting Izuku's head back for emphasis. This guy, somehow, wasn't scary at all. He wasn't terrifying like the doctor was. Like Chizome was when he was mad. He wasn't scary like the thought of Tomura was, like the memory of any of his scars were. He just wanted out, he wanted away. Let me go. Let me go. Izuku kicked at the man's legs, but he was too small compared to him to really do much. The man's grip on Izuku's wrist tightened, and the blade against his neck nicked into the already scarred skin there. No blood came, though, as the small injury already began to heal itself the second the blade was pulled back just a little. The man didn't seem to notice, but Izuku certainly did. He could still feel pain after all. Stop squirming, kid, or you'll regret it. The man growled, and Izuku blatantly ignored him. He continued to kick and yank, even turning to bite the man on the hand closest to his neck. The man yelped and dropped him, before raising his bladed arm in anger. You effing brat. And the man swung down, and Izuku stuck his arm out to defend himself. The blade went clean through the shoulder, and Izuku's left arm dropped to the ground with a bloody smack. Both the man and Death Arms watched in abject horror as blood fell from the arm like a river, splattering across the ground. Instantly, however, the wound slowly began to close and heal. Flesh and bone began to regrow and mend themselves, and Izuku looked between his old arm on the ground and the new one beginning to take its place. You JRK, Izuku said, picking up his severed arm and smacking the man in the head with it. Really hurts, you know. And it did, indeed. Izuku's arm was on fire, burning and crackling with energy as it healed itself. The healing always seemed to hurt more than the wound itself, somehow. The man with the money strapped to his back stepped back, too in shock at what he was witnessing to react properly. This child was wielding his own severed arm like a goddamn baseball bat. Mr. Death Arms, are you going to get the villain? Izuku asked, still holding his arm and staring the villain down angrily. You're so lucky Miwa wasn't here to see that, I would have been so mad. Without another word, Death Arms apprehended the man as police and an ambulance arrived on scene. Izuku was ushered to it, but one look at the gurney and medical supplies made him nauseous. He still had a fear of anywhere that remotely looked like a hospital. He clutched his arm, ignoring the blood that smeared across his clothes as he did so, and firmly planted his feet on the ground. Nope, he wasn't going anywhere near the ambulance. No, I'm okay, please. I have a self-healing quirk. Don't make me go in there, please, he said weakly, getting dizzier the closer the EMTs pushed him. The thought of being near medical supplies made him sick. You're missing an arm, you need to be looked at regardless. One of the EMTs, a lady with black hair and equally dark eyes, insisted. Izuku looked at her, his arm, the ambulance, and then finally back to her before shaking his head. And no, it's just a scratch, he said, looking around for his dad in the growing crowd of people. He only hoped Miwa actually went to get him. He didn't want to go to the hospital or near any doctor ever again. He was terrified of them. A scratch. Your arm's off. The horrified EMT tried to push him more, but he was becoming more and more panicked and insistent. And no, it isn't. Izuku replied petulantly, breathing picking up as police and other people tried to get him to go towards the ambulance. What's that then? The EMT gestured to the currently severed arm he was holding. The new arm was still just mending away, slowly but surely. At the rate it was going currently, it would take at least a day to regrow the whole thing, but Izuku didn't care. He just wanted to be out of the crowd and away from the ambulance. He wanted Chizome, he wanted to go home. I've had worse. Izuku responded angrily, then spotted a familiar tall head in the crowd. Dad. Chizome-san. The tall man whipped around hearing Izuku's voice, and Izuku saw his dad visibly react upon seeing his son missing an arm. He sprinted and shoved his way through the crowd, yelling at people to move. One poor police officer tried to stop him, but one look and a roar of, "That's my son," stopped the rest of them from stopping him pretty quick. Izuku pushed past the EMTs himself, quickly throwing himself into his dad's hug. Izuku! What the hell? Miwa came running home saying somebody attacked you. Your arm. How are you? What happened? Chizome pressed his son to his chest. Death Arms, now that he was free from handing over the criminal, stepped in. Are you the boy's relative? He asked, and Izuku interrupted before Chizome could give a proper answer to him. They want me to go in the ambulance to the hospital, Izuku said, pressing his face against his dad. Chizome's grip on him tightened. No. He doesn't need a hospital. He has a fear of them, and he has a regeneration quirk anyways. And yes, I'm his father. Chizome said, and Death Arms looked skeptically at the two. Chizome was used to those kinds of looks. He was too young, too different, too scary, whatever the case may be, but nobody ever believed him when he said he was Izuku's father. He might have a regeneration quirk, but he needs to be seen regardless to make sure there's no lasting nerve damage or scarring. The woman EMT insisted, and Izuku shook his head. Please don't make me go. I don't want them to take me, Chizome-san, the doctor? The doctor's gone, right? Please, he cried, holding on to his dad with his one good arm for dear life. Chizome petted his hair softly. Look, is Detective Tsukachi around on this case? Maybe we can talk to him and clear this up. He knows us. He insisted. Chizome really didn't want to reveal his identity and use his favor with the detective like this, but if it kept Izuku out of the hospital he'd do whatever it took. The kid would probably have a breakdown if he went near a doctor again, but they weren't just going to let him go so easily after a villain attack like that. What does the detective have to do with a kid receiving treatment? Death Arms asked, getting annoyed. Chizome shot him a glare. I'm here. A frazzled Detective Tsukachi approached the arguing group. Sorry, we were investigating this case before our suspect lost control. I have to agree with Death Arms. What does your son's treatment have to do with me? He was very brave, but he should be taken care of. He was just in a hostage situation. Tsukachi, Chizome said softly, leaning into the detective's ear so only he could hear. Do you remember the terms of our deal last year? Me and my son were supposed to be left alone. He's terrified of hospitals and for good reason. Your dash. Tsukachi cut himself short, his eyes wide as he realized who was standing in front of him. He recognized the voice now that he paid attention, and the man's statements came up as true in his quirk. This was Stain, the man who'd helped them catch all for one, in his civilian identity. He hadn't done any vigilantism in the last year, not since he and his son were safe. And knowing what he did about what his son went through, it was no wonder he didn't want him in a hospital. I understand, but we're legally obligated to have your son checked on by a medical professional. Is there any way we can compromise? Sheet, I don't know if he'll be comfortable with anybody. Only adults he really trusts are me and some pro-heroes. Chizome stroked Izuku's hair, trying to keep him calm. The boy was shaking, tears in his eyes at the very thought of going near an ambulance, let alone a hospital. Chizome didn't know what might happen if he was forced to go. Pro-heroes, huh? What about Recovery Girl? She's licensed. I can call in a favor and have him examined at your house. Tsukachi suggested, and Chizome nodded. If that's as good as we're going to get, then fine. You can bring her to our apartment. But please, don't make him go in the ambulance. He's already struggling as it is. Detective. Tsukachi made a few phone calls and drove the two home personally. Death Arms and the EMTs were quite angry that they'd been allowed to leave without being taken to a hospital, but Tsukachi had assured them he was going to be looked at. He'd said there were special circumstances, and boy was that putting it lightly. The whole of Japan owed Stain a thanks for giving them the ability to locate all for one, and if making sure his son was comfortable while he got checked up was how it was repaid, Tsukachi was more than happy to. He watched with morbid curiosity as the boy's arm regrew itself. It was a regeneration quirk, then, but Tsukachi wasn't sure how that exactly would have made All for One unkillable. All Might had beaten those with Regen quirks before, but perhaps this boy's quirk was just a little different. He was curious, but with how clearly set off Stain was at the moment, he still didn't know the man's name, but he wasn't going to insist on it. He figured it better not to ask. Then finally, a knocking at their apartment door brought the detective out of his thoughts. He went to open the door for Stain, since he was busy holding his son in a hug and reassuring him that he wasn't going to see the doctor. Tsukachi could only assume which doctor they meant, and the thought that a dead man could still terrify the boy to this extent made him sick to his stomach. All right, mind telling me why I'm at an apartment in the middle of the afternoon, detective? I don't normally make house calls. An old woman grumbled impatiently, walking inside without a care in the world once the door was opened. She had her gray hair up in a tight bun, wearing plain clothes with a lab coat over the top. In one hand was a large medical bag, and in the other was a cane. Chizome glared at her for a second. Take off the coat. It'll freak him out. He ordered, and with a sigh the old woman did as she was told. She folded it over her arm and handed it to Tsukachi. I was told I was checking on a young man with a fear of hospitals and medical professionals, yes? Some details would have been nice, detective. The old woman smacked the back of Tsukachi's leg with her cane. I'm Recovery Girl, by the way. Nurse for you. A high school. This piqued Izuku's attention, who looked up to see that it was, indeed, Recovery Girl in his living room. He loosened his grip on his dad, trying to put on a brave face for the elderly hero. The last thing Izuku wanted to do was offend her by looking afraid of her. Recovery Girl helped people. She was a hero. So he sat up straight and tried his best to stay calm. Well, I can see the problem now. Recovery Girl murmured, her eyebrows raised at the sight of the boy's missing arm. I'll need some more details before I can begin, if you don't mind. Their names and identities are to remain entirely anonymous, I'm afraid. They were previously part of an important investigation and their anonymity was a requirement for their cooperation. I wasn't supposed to even see their faces, but they were involved in an unrelated incident and his son got hurt, so we're returning the favor he extended to us by allowing his son to be checked up on outside of a hospital. Tsukachi explained. Whatever they did must have been pretty important for you to be willing to do them a favor so easily, but very well. Is there anything I can call you and your son for now, since your names are off the table? Recovery Girl asked, turning her attention to Chizome. My name's not important. Just call my son Kid. We use it all the time at home. Chizome offered, and Recovery Girl nodded. She approached them both gently, holding out a small bag of gummy bears she'd pulled out of her coat pocket. Here you go, Kid. Some vitamin gummies for you. They'll help you get your energy back, and they taste just fine. She smiled and Izuku took them. He quietly, slowly put one in his mouth, and when he realized they were okay, he quickly ate the entire package. Chizome laughed a little at his enthusiasm, and Recovery Girl smiled at the sight. Can I look at your arm, dearie? I won't touch it if you don't want me to. I just want to look, okay? She asked. Her gentle, grandmotherly tone really put Izuku at ease, as well as the fact that she was a hero. Izuku shyly nodded, sitting up on the couch and extending what was left of his still regrowing arm. She looked at it closely and just like promised, she never touched it. Izuku finally spoke up. Why do I need to be looked at? My quirk heals me. My arm is coming back. Well, even if your quirk heals you, dear, heroes still have to make sure nothing else is wrong. It's part of our job, you know. What if there was something wrong that your quirk couldn't fix? It would be a shame if you got sick or hurt because we didn't do our jobs. She explained with a small smile, and this made Izuku smile back. My dad says that true heroes do the right thing and help others no matter what. He said proudly, saying it like the words themselves were a badge of pride. Well, I'd say your dad is right about that. Now, is it all right if I do a full checkup? Recovery Girl was gentle and kind during the checkup, and at the end, she told both Izuku and Chizome that he was in perfect shape other than his arm, and his quirk was taking care of that. She had noted, in fact, that Izuku was remarkably in shape for his age, and when they'd said he wasn't doing anything spectacular beyond a bit of light exercise every now and then, she was particularly surprised. She asked if she could take a small sample with her to examine his cells closer, and to both of their surprise, Izuku let her take as much as she needed. Somehow, the older woman made such an impression on him that he even let her draw blood for a full workup. Chizome watched, slightly apprehensive, but when Izuku didn't cry or even twitch, he was so proud of him. Chizome put a protective hand on his head, lightly scratching at his scalp to help keep him calm, just in case. It always helped him get to sleep, so he figured it would be good here too. Izuku seemed to appreciate it. If you don't mind me asking, you two don't look very much alike. And you're quite young to be his father, aren't you? Recovery Girl asked bluntly as she finished up with her blood draw, putting a small square of gauze and a bandage in the crook of Izuku's elbow. Izuku grinned at that statement, leaning into Chizome's hand. He adopted me, Izuku stated. He picked me. Yeah. Kid was in a bad situation, we both were. Took care of him after. We both don't have anybody else, so just us now. I'm making sure he gets school and everything else he needs, if you're worried about it. Chizome explained, and Izuku nodded quickly. I love school. I get to learn so much, and there's so many books, and Dad walks home with me almost every day. Izuku grinned even wider. Tsukachi seemed to relax at this, glad that the boy had as much of a stable, normal home life as possible after what he'd been through. Recovery Girl seemed satisfied with this answer as well, and patted Izuku's arm gently. I'm glad you're enjoying school, dearie. And I'm glad you have somebody taking care of you. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay? They're part of my checkup too. You've done great so far. She explained, pulling a notepad and pen from her medical bag. What kinds of questions? Chizome asked, pausing his scratching of Izuku's hair for a moment to give her a wary look. Just a couple of questions regarding his mental health. It's nothing invasive and I won't force him to answer. She explained. All right. Chizome grumbled. He knew Izuku probably needed therapy, and a lot of it, but he seemed to be adjusting well to life outside the facility, and talking about what they went through just gave more ways for Tomura to find them later if he wanted to. That brat was still out there, somewhere, and he was still sad about All for One's death. Okay then, kid, just some questions. She smiled, and Izuku nodded back with a smile. Do you feel sad a lot? How much is a lot? I get sad sometimes when something bad happens at school. Is that bad? I'm happy a lot though. Dad is so nice, so I'm always happy when he's around. Izuku said, and Chizome turned his head away, a bit embarrassed to hear the praise from Izuku around others. He was used to the kid being affectionate, but he was still getting used to accepting it around other people. That's normal, dear, don't worry. Do you have trouble sleeping? Or do you sleep too much? She asked, and Izuku nodded softly. I have a lot of bad dreams. I have trouble sleeping by myself. I'm trying my best though. Dad says I'm getting better. Izuku explained, a worried expression on his face, like he'd get in trouble for admitting it. Sleeping by yourself? Recovery Girl asked, looking between him and his dad. We had to share a room when we were both in that bad situation. Chizome explained. He has trouble sleeping when he can't see me because of that, so sometimes we'll move his bed into my room. He's able to sleep by himself most nights these days, though he does still have a lot of nightmares. Okay, I understand. She nodded. Another question then. Do you feel nervous or worry a lot, kid? I used to worry a lot. When we had to hide. Izuku said softly. I got scared that the doctor would come back, but not anymore. We don't have to hide. You can't ask about what he means. Tsukachi spoke softly, just to Recovery Girl. I know it's concerning, but what he's talking about is part of the case they helped with. You'll have to get his dad's permission if you want to ask more about it. Alright. Last questions. The doctor, is that why you're afraid of hospitals? And are your bad dreams about the doctor? Weiss, Izuku turned his head away. I like you though, Recovery Girl. You're nice and not scary. And you're a hero. Thank you for trusting me, dearie, you did wonderful. We're all done now. Can I talk to your dad for a little while? She asked with a smile, and Izuku nodded. Go ahead and go to your room for a little while, okay? We won't be long. Chizome ruffled his hair, and Izuku did as he was asked with no complaints. He quietly shuffled out of the room, leaving only the adults. I'm going to be frank, if the boy's having nightmares and he's afraid of hospitals and doctors to such a degree, he needs to be in therapy. It's possible he's suffering from lingering PTSD. I don't know what situation you were in and I won't ask, but if you're going to be a responsible parent for him, he needs to speak to somebody. She insisted, and Chizome sighed before running a hand through his hair. I know. I learned to deal with my sheet early on. We went through everything together. I had to. Chizome trailed off, remembering the day Izuku developed his quirk. The blood, the body, the autopsy, the escape. He closed his eyes and put his head in his hands. He didn't want to think about it. It doesn't matter. I can't trust a therapist to be safe enough to keep his identity and information under wraps. Even if it's safer now, there's still somebody out there that hates our guts enough to use the information against us. Then what about another pro? Hound Dog is a pro hero who also works as our guidance counselor. This apartment isn't that far from UA. If we really owe you as big of a favor as Tsukachi implied, then I'm sure we can work something out with Principal Nedzu. Recovery Girl offered. It would also allow me to keep an eye on his health, since he doesn't like doctors. You don't owe us anything. I did what I did so he could have a normal life. If you want to set the kid up with Hound Dog out of the goodness of your heart or some sheet, that's different, but don't just do it because you feel like you owe us something. God, heroes are so fake sometimes, he muttered angrily. Recovery Girl gave him a pointed look before smacking his leg with her cane. He's a child who deserves the same treatment as everybody else. I'm only saying that if we want to get Principal Nedzu to allow off-campus visitors, we have to have a reason. And if Tsukachi can vouch for you both, then he'll say yes. I'll think about it. Chizome sighed. It's gonna be the kid's decision in the end. If he says he's uncomfortable with it, then we aren't going. But if he says yes, I know where to find Tsukachi and we can work something out. Understood. Tsukachi nodded and tipped his hat. I'll be at the precinct most days if you need me. I got your statements on the way here, so I don't think I need anything else. Is there anything else you'd like to ask before we go? Yeah. I wanted to ask, how are, the other two who were at our meeting back then? Especially the big guy? He took a hell of a beating from what I understand. Chizome asked, and Tsukachi pursed his lips into a thin line. He's recovering. He won't ever be the same, but he's doing his best. He doesn't regret it, though. It was necessary. And the other one's doing fine. Actually, he's a teacher at UDA now. Maybe you can say hi when you're there, not that he'd know who you are. I'm the only one that knows your face. But I'm glad to see your son's doing well. After what you told me, I was afraid. I thought he'd never be the same. But he's a smart and resilient kid. Takes what life throws at him. He'll be one of the true heroes one day, just you wait. It's all he ever talks about. Chizome gave the tiniest of smiles. I'm glad he lets me take care of him. If you told me before everything happened I'd be taking care of a kid and playing house, I'd probably have laughed right in your face. But he's something special. He can bring out the good in anybody, I think. The next day, Izuku skipped school to let his arm fully heal. Chizome insisted on it, and by the end, nearly his entire arm had grown back. He was just missing the tips of his fingers, the bones and flesh still mending together. Miwa insisted on coming over as soon as school was over, upset and wanting to make sure her best friend was all right. As it was explained to him, Miwa apparently had sprinted at full speed back to their apartment complex, where Chizome was just getting home from work. She'd yelled about Izuku being caught by a villain in front of the neighborhood bakery, and Chizome had dropped everything to go get him. He sent her home to her grandparents with a promise that he'd make sure Izuku was okay. She'd been so nervous for Izuku all day she hadn't eaten a single thing, and now that she was visiting, she cried tears of relief before hugging him as tight as she could. "Izuku, you're okay? That villain was so scary. What happened?" she asked, looking him over for injuries. His healing hand was wrapped up so she couldn't see it. "I'm all right, Miwa. Death Arms got the villain." He fibbed. He wasn't sure Miwa would appreciate being told that his arm had been cut off and he hit the villain with it. The slice had been clean and swift so it didn't hurt as much as it could have, but the healing process hurts so much more. He'd learned to keep quiet about pain, though, so he was usually able to push through the physical side of things. "Oh, I'm so glad. I was so scared for you. I brought you some notes from school today, and I brought you some of the cookies since we couldn't eat them yesterday. I can't stay. Grandma needs help with a dress, but I just had to see you," she said and gave him another hug. Izuku hugged back and accepted the notes and cookies gratefully. He walked her back to her apartment and went back home to study the notes he was given, but Chizome had other plans. "Izuku," he said firmly when he walked in the door, "I think we should talk. You're not in trouble, I've just been thinking." "Oh, okay." Izuku took his place next to his dad on the couch and waited quietly, looking up at Chizome with his big green eyes. "Your quirk, we don't know a lot about it. And you still want to be a hero, don't you, kid?" Chizome asked him softly, and Izuku nodded quickly. "Yeah. I want to be like you. I know you said you're not a hero, Dad, but you're a hero to me. You saved me so," Izuku said, and Chizome sighed. "Trust me, kid, you don't want to be like me. I'll tell you all about it when you're older, but I told you before I was a bad person before I got put in the facility. But if you want to be a hero, you need to be ready. You need training. We need to know what the doctor did to you." Chizome's jaw clenched at the thought of figuring out exactly what the man had done to him. He was terrified that he'd done something that would make Izuku's life miserable, because that was exactly the sort of thing Garaki would do. What do you mean?" Izuku asked, eyes wide. He reached for Chizome, who put a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I can teach you how to fight, Izuku. You're old enough now. And if you get in a situation like yesterday, I want you to be able to defend yourself. If you want to be a hero, I can help you. I'll make you into a true hero if that's what you want. But that involves knowing everything about your quirk and what the doctor did." Chizome explained. Izuku seemed to tense at this. How would we find out?" he asked, voice barely coming out. "Recovery Girl might be able to give us a good start. She was nice, right? She can tell us more, but you have to be okay with going to see her so she can check up on you again. Where she works might look like a hospital, but it isn't one. It's just the nurse's office at a school. Your school has one too, so you know it's not a hospital." Chizome reassured him, and Izuku looked apprehensive, to say the least. "Oh, okay," Izuku finally said after several moments of silence. "Will you stay with me, Chizome-san?" Chizome pursed his lips. Izuku hadn't called him Chizome-san when they were by themselves in a long time. It was a sign that he was stressed out, reverting to facility behavior. He'd been doing good lately too. This would probably be a night where he couldn't sleep by himself again. He doubted even putting his bed in the same room would be enough. "Of course I'll stay with you, Izuku. You and me could. I promised you. It's not playing pretend anymore," Chizome said softly, and Izuku dove in for a hug before quickly sitting back up. The boy's eyes were glistening with tears, but they seemed happy or grateful rather than sad. "There's another thing. Recovery Girl thinks you should talk to somebody about what happened in the facility. Maybe it will help with your nightmares. Would you want to meet Hound Dog? He's a pro hero who helps with situations like ours." But it isn't safe to talk about the facility. I can't even tell Miwa," Izuku said, his hands clenching into small, white-knuckled fists. "Being safe is more important." "I know, kid, I know. I'm not going to make you talk about it. But if you change your mind, you can always talk to Hound Dog. He's safe. Chizome said, even though everything in his head told him hell no, you already involved Recovery Girl, you don't need another pro in the mix. But if it benefited his kid, he'd do it anyways. As much as he hated the pros, his kid loved them, and they were the only ones that could help him like this. When Izuku was a little older, perhaps just before high school, he'd talk to him about his ideals, his vision of hero society. He wanted him to be able to come to his own conclusions first. Maybe another time. Izuku said softly, and Chizome could tell just from his voice that he had no intentions of talking about it. He didn't blame him at all. What else would I need to do to be a hero? Never let it be said that Akaguro Izuku wasn't a force to be reckoned with. Even without his quirk, he was tenacious and kept going, even with his naturally shy disposition. When he was comfortable around somebody, he was outgoing and a little sassy, and Chizome was so proud of him for opening up. He was truly coming into his own, and he knew that one day Izuku would be one of the best heroes the world would see. A true hero, his diamond in the rough in the world of fakes and limelight chasers. He could see it when they trained. He could see Izuku's kindness and pure heart when he would do little things every day like help somebody up who fell, just because he could. He could see his tenacity when he taught him the basics of self-defense and how to hold a weapon the right way. And he could see his intelligent, analytic mind when he muttered up a storm and flew through his homework like a man on a mission. Izuku was spectacular already, and Chizome hated to think how heroes would probably have just let him go in another life because of his lack of a quirk. The day Chizome truly realized the potential of Izuku, however, was after school and before his training. The school year was coming to a close, and Izuku would turn 11 that summer during the next. It was a humid, warm day when Izuku was walking home. Miwa had already gone ahead to help her grandmother with a job, and Izuku was going to take the long way home with Chizome. Walking and going for runs were some of Izuku's favorite parts of a workout. They passed by a quiet, out-of-the-way alley when it happened. They heard quiet sobbing and the taunts of what sounded like boys his age. Izuku peered into the alley, Chizome right behind him, to see a group of older kids surrounding another student around Izuku's age with wild, purple hair. They were pushing him and kicking him, and one of the older students was trying to put a muzzle on him. What? You aren't gonna say anything, villain? Come on, use your quirk, I dare you. We'll shut you up for good. The apparent leader of the group sneered down at him. Izuku saw flashes of the facility behind his eyes when he heard them, and instantly he was throwing himself into the situation without a second thought. Chizome watched carefully, wanting to see what his son would do, but also ready to step in if he was needed. Leave him alone! Izuku yelled, putting himself between the purple-haired boy and his tormentors. The leader boy laughed sharply. Huh? What are you, stupid? This guy's a villain. He'll brainwash you. We're just showing him his place. That doesn't mean it's okay for you to hurt him. Izuku scowled, using his own body like a shield over the purple-haired boy. You're a bully and a villain too if you think it's okay for you to hurt other people. That's my boy, Chizome thought. You're turning into a true hero already. You've got this. He kept watching from the entrance of the alleyway. Izuku had trained enough in self-defense by now to handle a few older brats who thought they were self-righteous, but he'd be there in case anything went wrong. Oh, and you think you're some kind of hero? Sticking up for a villain? Maybe we should teach you a lesson too. One of the others in the group yelled. Just try it. Izuku glared, and the group froze under the intense look. Izuku was still learning, but an intimidating presence was something Chizome was also teaching him. It wouldn't do much against anybody with a smidge of experience just yet, but against kids that had never been in a real fight before, it was pretty effective. I'll call the police. And my dad is right there, he's a witness. If you leave now, I'll consider not reporting this. Whatever. The leader scoffed. You aren't worth it anyways. Come on, guys. Izuku watched with wary eyes as the group left, exiting the other end of the alley. The purple-haired boy was shaking, sniffling angrily and wiping at his eyes. Izuku's expression softened and he turned to him with a hand to help him up, smiling gently. Are you okay? Izuku asked, and the boy just kept quietly wiping at his eyes, looking at him fearfully. Izuku was reminded of his meeting with Chizome, where he was so scared of a stranger he couldn't even talk. What did Chizome say back then? "I'm Akaguro Izuku. You can just call me Izuku. You scraped your knee and your elbow and your eye looks bruised. Do you want me to take care of it? I have a first aid kit at home." What do you want?" The boy croaked out. He looked angry and scared, and Izuku wished he could make him feel better. "I just want to help you. You're hurt." Izuku continued to offer him his hand. Nobody ever helps unless they want something. The boy scowled as much as Izuku had earlier. "My quirk is evil." "No quirk is evil unless you use it for evil. If you're nice, then your quirk doesn't matter." Izuku reassured him. The boy seemed to pause at this and watched him carefully. "Even if I could brainwash you?" He sniffed, and Izuku nodded. "Even if you could brainwash me, would you make me do anything bad? If you wouldn't, then you're okay. It only matters what you do with your quirk." Izuku smiled. "All I want to do is help. I promise." "Oh, okay," the boy said softly. "I'm Shinso. Shinso Hitoshi. Nice to meet you, Shinso. Come on, my dad and I will get you feeling better. I'll even share some of my cookies with you if you want. And then I can walk you home." Izuku said, his smile brighter, now. Shinso took his outstretched hand, wincing slightly as he stood. He leaned on the shorter boy for support, and then looked to the man waiting at the end of the alleyway. "Think that's your dad?" Shinso asked, eyes narrowing. Izuku snorted and laughed a little. "Everybody always reacts like that. Yeah, he's my dad. I'm adopted." Izuku rolled his eyes. Shinsu's face relaxed and he nodded. "I'm adopted too. My dads are nice," he said softly. The rest of the walk was quiet, and they were at the apartment before they knew it. Chizome let the boys in, and went to get the first aid kit while Izuku sat Shinso down on the couch. He ran to grab some cookies and an ice pack for his eye from the kitchen, and when he brought them back, Shinso just blinked in surprise. "Oh, I didn't think you were serious about the cookies. Cookies are so good though. I wouldn't lie about them." Izuku pouted playfully. He handed Shinso a few alongside the ice pack, who took them gratefully. The ice felt cool and soothing against his bruised eye, and he let out a relieved sigh. Chizome came back with the first aid kit and handed it to Izuku. The green-haired boy took it and immediately got to work fixing up Shinsu's injuries. "Izuku." Chizome spoke up. He responded, still trying to concentrate on applying ointment and cleaning Shinsu's knee. Chizome leaned against the wall of the living room, watching carefully. He figured the other boy would probably feel a little uncomfortable with an adult he didn't know being so close, so he was letting Izuku take care of him. "You did well. I'm proud of you, standing up for somebody. And you did it without violence, even better. You really are one of the true ones, you know." Chizome gave a small smile, and Izuku beamed, as bright as the sun. "Thanks, Dad," he said, pressing a bandage to Shinsu's knee. Next came the skinned elbow, and Izuku's face fell to a calm expression. "Hey, Shinso? Do they pick on you a lot?" "I guess." Shinso shrugged. "They don't like my quirk. If I use my quirk, I can make other people do what I say. It's called brainwashing." "What? But that's such a cool quirk," Izuku exclaimed, startling the other boy a bit. "You could use it to do so much. You could defuse hostage situations, or keep civilians safe, or get another hero to cooperate with you in a crisis. It has so much potential." "Nobody else thinks so." Shinsu's eyebrows furrowed. "The kids at school say it's a villain's quirk. That I could make people do really bad things. Even if I'm quiet, they still hurt you, huh?" Izuku said softly. "My best friend is quirkless. Even if she tries to tell people she can do anything they can, they're still mean. I think only the person matters. You can have the coolest quirk ever and still be a terrible person. You can have no quirk at all and be the nicest. But people see quirks before the person. Don't believe those guys, Shinso. You're only a villain if you do something bad, you know?" You think so? You sound like my dad's," Shinso sighed. "Izuku's always been a smart kid. And trust me, he's not wrong. Quirks make people do all sorts of things." Chizome interjected, expression stony like he was trying not to remember something bad. They're just brats who worship the hero system. People like that are what makes society awful. But overcoming that? Doing what's right just because it's the right thing are what makes real heroes. Fame, money, power. None of those things make a real hero. It's a desire to do good even with no reward, service for the benefit of others. That's what makes a true hero. Anything else and they're just a fake. So that's why you just helped me? Because it was the right thing to do. Shinso looked to Izuku with wide eyes, and he nodded. Izuku finished up with his elbow and grinned. All better. We should get you home now. Don't want your dads to worry. Izuku extended a hand to him again, and Shinso took it gratefully. Thank you, Izuku. Izuku walked Shinso home with a smile, rambling the entire time about how much he loved heroes. He talked about All Might the most, of course, and about Mirko because she was Miwa's favorite, and about Present Mike because he listened to his radio show every day with his dad. Shinso seemed to really like Present Mike too. When they got to a small apartment complex, Shinso pointed out which one was his and Izuku walked him to the door. Bye, Izuku, thanks for helping me. I hope we can talk again sometime. Shinso said softly, opening his door. Then he called into the apartment, I'm home. Where have you been? A tired voice grumbled from inside. You're home almost an hour late. And who's with you? The door opened wider to reveal a tall man with long, dark hair and exhausted eyes. He was a little scruffy and dressed in comfortable-looking dark clothes. Shinso sighed and looked down to the ground, clearly embarrassed at being scolded in front of somebody else. As soon as the man saw Shinso, though, with his bruised eye and bandages, his face immediately dropped to concern. Hitoshi, what happened? He asked, kneeling down to examine Shinso's face. Some guys at school don't like me very much. He grumbled, but then turned to Izuku. He saw them and made them leave me alone, and then he helped fix me up, and then he walked me home. That's all that happened. We'll talk about this more inside. The man ushered him inside, and gave Izuku a look. Thank you for helping my son. Do you need somebody to walk you home as well? Nope. I'll be okay. My dad taught me how to defend myself if I need to. Izuku grinned cheekily. I'm just glad Shinso is okay. Will you please tell him if he ever needs help again, he can come visit me? Just in case. And tell him to remember what I said about being a villain. Okay, bye. What dash? The man tried to call out to Izuku, but he was already bounding away down the stairs and waving frantically. What a weird kid. A few weeks after the incident with Shinso, Izuku hadn't seen the boy again. He only hoped it was because he wasn't having any more trouble, and regretted not sharing his home phone number so he could at least talk to the other boy after school. But right now, he had something a lot more difficult to focus on, Udata High School. He just started his last year of elementary, and was going to be in junior high soon, but right now he had to steel himself to enter UA quite literally, as he was standing outside of its gates with his dad. Recovery Girl had asked them to come in for another checkup and to discuss her discoveries regarding his quirk. Izuku promised Chizome he would try meeting with her, and in return, Chizome said they could leave the nurse's office and talk in a classroom or somewhere else if he felt too uncomfortable. First he just had to get in the gates, knowing that he'd be in somewhere even remotely like the facility. He dreaded even being sent to the nurse's office at his own school, not that he ever really needed to. You can do this, Izuku. It's not the facility, it's UA. You want to go here one day, right? So just think of it like you're taking a tour of your future high school. Chizome said gently, a steady hand on his son's shoulders. Izuku nodded. Alright. I can do this, he whispered and made his way to the gate and pushed the buzzer. They had both been warned about the infamous Udata barrier and were told to just buzz in when they arrived. A voice crackled over the speakers. Do you have business here at U.A? What was presumably a security guard asked. We have an appointment with Recovery Girl. Chizome responded with a roll of his eyes. The other end was silent for several moments. Come in, the voice said, and the both of them walked towards the school. They were greeted at the doors by somebody both of them knew, although for different reasons. You must be the ones here for Recovery Girl. The man sighed, and Izuku perked up. It was the scruffy guy from Shinsu's apartment. "Hey, you're Shinsu's dad," he said with a smile, and the man startled at that, before realizing who he was speaking to. "How, it's you. What are you doing here meeting with Recovery Girl for, kid?" the man asked with a raised eyebrow. Next to him, Chizome was tense and made sure not to speak. This was Eraserhead. Eraserhead was one of the most careful and intelligent underground heroes in the business. There was no doubt in his mind that the pro would remember his voice and put two and two together. "I don't like doctors or hospitals, and Recovery Girl was very nice and said I could come see her. She's helping me figure out my quirk," Izuku explained, and the man looked a little wary, but nodded anyways. "How's Shinso? Is he doing okay?" "He's doing fine, thanks to you patching him up. He talks about you and your dad there a lot," Eraserhead explained. "Said you two gave him some good advice. He hasn't been nearly as upset since, so I guess I have you to thank for that." "Oh, that's so good. I'm glad he's doing better. Anyways, sir, would you mind showing us to Recovery Girl's office? I just want to be done with my appointment." Izuku gave a small frown, and Kaizome's hand was on his hair comfortingly. "Sure." Eraserhead gave a small nod and walked off into the school, the father-son duo trailing quietly behind. Chizome was on edge, trying to stay quiet around the other man. He didn't want Izuku treated any differently because of his past, and he certainly didn't want Eraserhead to say something to upset him. It wouldn't have been intentional, of course, but Izuku had been doing so well lately. If Izuku regressed to how they'd been when they first got out of the facility, barely able to sleep, terrified to leave Kaizome's side and near silent all the time, Chizome didn't know what he would do. It took all of those months before moving to Mizutafu just to work him up towards going to a public school, and even more to get Izuku to not be inherently distrustful of other adults. He didn't react with suspicion to every adult he came across now, but ones that reminded him of the doctor or some of the other test subjects would put him back in that facility mindset. He was honestly surprised Eraserhead didn't set him off, but he supposed being Shinsu's dad made him a little easier to accept. Izuku wouldn't stop talking about that purple-haired boy since he'd met him, practically ecstatic that he'd met somebody else who was adopted. Chizome had to explain that most adoptions were not at all like theirs. Most adopted children didn't rely on, well, traumatic kidnappings and torture to bond with their parents, that was for sure. Still, Izuku said it was nice to meet somebody who had also been picked, like he'd said about himself. "We're here. I'm sure Recovery Girl can show you out when you're done," Eraserhead announced suddenly, and Izuku gave the man a simple, forced smile before nodding. "Thank you. Please tell Shinso I said hi." "Let's go in, Dad." Izuku gripped Kaizome's hand tightly, and the man squeezed back. Eraserhead turned and left to go and do his own thing. The two entered the office quietly, and were greeted with the sight of Detective Tsukachi meeting with Recovery Girl, much to their surprise. You're both here." Tsukachi smiled. "Hello again, Kid Stain." Hello," Izuku said, clutching his dad's hand tighter at the sight of the office. The sterile white room with medical beds, partitioned sheets, and medical supplies made Izuku's skin crawl. It felt like the doctor would come in and start his tests at any moment. "He's dead," Izuku reminded himself about the world around him to keep himself calm like Chizome taught him. "He's gone. Chizome saved me. It's not the facility. It's Udata High School. I'm here with Recovery Girl. My name is Akaguro Izuku. I have green eyes and hair. I have freckles. I love heroes. Chizome is my hero. He adopted me. I love him." "Detective? What are you doing here?" Chizome asked with a wary look, and Tsukachi sighed dejectedly. "Well, some of the things she found. I had to get permission from the Hero Commission to talk about this with somebody else. Don't worry, all of the details were kept out and your son wasn't involved at all. Recovery Girl doesn't know the details either, but I was informed because she wants to know exactly what was done so she can treat your son effectively. I have permission to tell her the details if you and he are willing." Tsukachi explained. "Sheet." Chizome muttered, running a hand through his hair. "Is it bad?" "It could be," Recovery Girl spoke up, "but I'd need details to confirm. That's why I called the detective here and why it's taken so long to get back to you." Are you willing to talk? I'm happy to talk, but some of what happened was only to him. I wasn't there for everything. Chizome gave Tsukachi a pointed look. So it's up to the kid in the end, and if he wants to talk about it, I'm staying in the room with him. I promised I wouldn't leave, that's the only reason he's even in here. Are you okay with talking about what happened to you, kid? Tsukachi asked softly. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and stepped closer to his dad's side. Is it safe? Will Tomura find us if I talk about it? Izuku asked, voice cracking at the thought of seeing that blue-haired boy ever again. Tsukachi shook his head. No, he can't find you. Everything you say will stay in here, nobody will even write it down. He can't find you that way, okay? Tsukachi reassured him, crouching down to his height. He held out a pinky for the boy. Pinky promise. Okay. Izuku took the man's pinky with his own and shook it. Dad? Can Detective Tsukachi stay too? He's nice. Sure, kiddo, if you want him to stay. Chizome ruffled his hair. You don't mind, do you, Detective? It helps to have people he trusts around. Of course, I'd be happy to. All right, dearies, why don't you all take a seat then? I'd like to give your son a checkup and then we can talk about what I found regarding his quirk. Recovery Girl offered them the chairs against the wall of the office. Tsukachi and Chizome took them, and Recovery Girl held Izuku's hand gently as she got what she needed for the exam. Your dad and the detective are right there, okay? If you want to take a break, please just tell me. What do you need me to do? He asked, and Recovery Girl smiled. I'm just going to give you a basic checkup and ask you some questions, kind of like what we did before, only this time it might take a little longer. Okay, she asked, rolling one of the exam beds over for him to sit on. She patted it a couple of times. Come and sit. You should be more comfortable that way. Sike, Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. He wasn't in the facility, he could ask for things. He could want. Can I stand? Of course you can, dear. Whatever you'd like. I'll let you know when I need you to lay down. She smiled, and Izuku just nodded. All right. First off, a question for your dad there. Is he on any medications or does he have any pre-existing health conditions you're aware of? No, none. Kid hasn't even gotten sick once since I started taking care of him, not even a migraine or headache, and he doesn't take medication. Chizome said, and off to his side Tsukachi nodded a little. All right then. And what about you, dear? Recovery Girl turned back to Izuku. Have you felt anything strange? Sick? Is there anything you're worried about for your health? Izuku gripped the hem of his shirt. My scars. My quirk heals me, but it's never, fixed my scars. Is it okay if I look at them, dear? I guess so. Izuku said softly. He lifted his shirt up, wavering for only a moment before he took the whole thing off. He'd never showed anybody besides Chizome his scars before, not even Miwa. He always wore long sleeves, or something that covered his arms, as well as high collars so the one on his neck wouldn't show. When his shirt came off, though, there were very audible gasps from both Tsukachi and Recovery Girl. His skin was littered with proof of the doctor's existence, his torture. The Y-shaped autopsy scar stood out the most, gnarled and red as the day he'd received it. That was the very last one, though, before he stopped getting scars. That was the day his quirk had activated, the day he'd died and come back to life. Izuku didn't think about it very much, but he'd never once been mad at Chizome for killing him. He asked for it, it was the only way to keep from going to the special ward. If he had a choice between dying and the special ward, he'd make the same choice again time and time again. It was as natural a choice as breathing. Is this? Tsukachi trailed off, his fists clenched and an expression of rage and guilt on his face. Chizome nodded quietly. Yeah. It's what the doctor did to him. He said softly. Now you see why he's terrified of them. And that's just the ones that didn't heal properly. Son of a... God, I wish we'd found him sooner. I'm so sorry. Tsukachi put his head in his hands. If we'd worked harder. It's not your fault. Chizome said, and Izuku nodded. What Dad said? He said quickly. He always tells me it's not anybody's fault but the doctor's. Please don't be upset, Detective. Sorry kid. I just wish we could have helped you sooner. It's our job and we didn't do it. Tsukachi sighed. He was the kind of man to take everything on his own shoulders. Being friends with All Might tended to rub those kinds of traits off on him. No, you didn't, but it's in the past now. We're not in there anymore, so there's no use in blaming yourself about it. Chizome grumbled. Besides, the kid trusts you, so that's as much of a redemption as you could ask for. He doesn't like most adults. That you're right, sorry. Please continue, Shizenji-san. Tsukachi's shoulders slumped back in his chair as he tried to relax, even seeing the proof in front of him of how much a 6-year-old suffered, completely unknown to him. You can't save everyone, but seeing Izuku in front of him, Tsukachi wished he could. Now, did you get these scars before or after your quirk came in? Recovery Girl asked. Before. Then that's normal with regeneration quirks, dear. It puts your body back to the state it was in prior to the injury, so if you got them before your quirk activated for the first time, the quirk would register this as your normal state. She said softly, staring at the seemingly fresh autopsy scar on his chest. Now, any more questions? No, ma'am. Izuku said softly, pulling his shirt back on over his head. It was a soft sweater Chizome had gotten him before school had started that year, and he liked it a lot. The sleeves were just a bit too long, so just his fingers poked out, but he liked it that way. He could hold onto the sleeves like a sort of stress ball. Okay, so then we'll get to my questions regarding your quirk. There are no cameras in this office, and it's been soundproofed for privacy. Is this a natural quirk? I dread to think of the consequences, but from what I've seen, the quirk factor looks brute-forced into his DNA. Recovery Girl pursed her lips as she waited for Chizome's answer. No, it's not a natural quirk. Chizome scowled. What happened to him? I need as many full details as you can give, and apparently I needed government permission to hear about it. That's why Tsukachi is here, as I understand. An unnatural quirk forced into a body could have backlash, and I need to be able to treat it. Recovery Girl said seriously, and Chizome cursed the doctor under his breath. That man was still hurting Izuku even now, after he was dead. It's a long story, and our earlier agreement still stands, detective. If he's willing, I'll let Izuku come for regular checkups with Recovery Girl, but otherwise, I want him to have a normal life. I want us to be left alone afterwards. He's had enough being poked and prodded at. He wants to go to U.A one day, you know. If he's a student, you treat him like any other student, and what's said never leaves this room, understand? Chizome said, looking between the two. I understand. I wouldn't be able to talk about it, anyways, given how many hoops I had to jump through just to allow Recovery Girl to ask about this. Tsukachi nodded. Chizome trusted Tsukachi for the most part. Anyways, the man had been nothing but honest and kept his word ever since they met. And I'm sworn by confidentiality. Even if I wasn't, I care too much about my patients to betray their trust like that. Recovery Girl said seriously. Tsukachi confirmed she wasn't lying, and Chizome sighed. Here, kiddo. I'm gonna talk about what happened in the facility. You want to sit with me while I talk about it? Chizome asked softly, and Izuku nodded quickly. He took the empty seat next to Chizome and latched onto the man's arm, holding his hand tightly in his own. All right, where do I start? The important information regarding his quirk. You don't have to tell me everything, just what's relevant, if it's easier for you that way. Recovery Girl suggested. Right? Relevant information. Several years ago, the kid and I were kidnapped, for lack of a better word. We were taken by a man who was just called the doctor to us. He was experimenting on people in order to learn to create and implant artificial quirks. From what I understand, he could do it to corpses, but not to living, breathing people, and his boss, the person he was making them for, couldn't take from corpses. His boss was a supervillain capable of giving and taking quirks at will, and the doctor wanted to create a regeneration quirk for him to have. But there are plenty of regeneration quirks out there. I know it sounds horrible, but why would he have needed to create one when he could have taken another person's? Tsukachi asked, face scrunched in confusion. Because the quirk he was growing was on another level entirely. According to him, he wanted the quirk to be able to regrow the user's body from even a single drop of blood, if that's all that was left. Even a single cell would be enough to make sure the user survived. Chizome put his head in his hands. It would be the single most powerful Regan quirk in existence, if it was true. And he needed the kid here because, he was born quirkless. Something about how a quirkless person was the perfect test tube, since he wouldn't have a quirk factor in his DNA to interfere. I don't understand all of the science behind it, but there you have it. And he almost had that quirk? Almost took it from your son. Tsukachi paled. If that's true, he really would have been unkillable. I couldn't even imagine. But how is that kind of a quirk possible? Regan quirks don't survive when the brain is damaged. That's where my findings come in. Recovery Girl interrupted. That's because this quirk is actually a fusion of several others. There were different aspects of other quirks cherry-picked to put into one artificial quirk factor. The quirk in your boy is unlike anything I've ever seen. His cells themselves have been modified to essentially act as data storage. So if the brain is damaged or gone, the cells themselves will store all important information like memories and such in them until the brain is regrown or repaired. Not only that, Recovery Girl continued, but of course, there's the rapid cellular regeneration aspect which heals all of his injuries, no matter how severe. And as a side effect, I've discovered that's why he hasn't gotten sick. I don't think he can get sick. His cells simply regenerate too fast and kill off any diseases or sicknesses before he can get them. And another side effect of the regeneration is his unusual fitness. I was curious why he appeared to be so fit for his age, and now that I've studied the quirk, I've determined that the rapid regeneration puts him in peak human condition for his age at all times. He's functionally the healthiest human being alive. You're kidding. That's a good thing though, right? Chizome asked with a raised eyebrow, but Recovery Girl only shrugged. If you wish to view it that way. Your son is functionally immortal. The only thing that can kill him would be aging naturally, short of destroying every cell in his body. And the more injuries he heals, the faster his regeneration will become. The cells become experienced and learn how to regenerate at better speeds the more they're used. Ding, Chizome sighed. That's a lot to take in. Alright, thank you. But what's the downside? You mentioned at the start of the visit that something you found could be bad. Yes, judging by the results I found, it's highly likely that the process of merging and activating the quirk in his body was highly traumatic. It could have side effects for his quirk, so I was hoping you'd be able to tell me about both instances. How the quirk was put into him and how it was activated. Recovery Girl explained. Izuku's hand tightened around Chizome's again. The merging? The doctor put it into his body somehow. I guess, I don't know exactly how. But there was one time he had another, test subject with a lightning quirk hit him with a bolt. It gave him the scar on his right shoulder. The doctor said something about that being the jumpstart the quirk needed. Chizome explained. I see. What about you, dear? Do you remember how the doctor got the quirk to merge with you? She asked gently, and Izuku shook his head. The D-Doctor did a lot of things. I don't know what each test did, he said. Recovery Girl only sighed. Alright, what about activation? Most quirks have an activation requirement or something that causes them to activate the first time. I don't want to talk about that. Izuku said suddenly, squeezing his eyes shut. Well, you'll be mad at my dad, but it wasn't his fault. Kiddo, Chizome murmured. He knew exactly what he was talking about. He gave Izuku's head a gentle pat and ruffled his hair. It was my fault. You may have asked me to, but I still did it. It was my choice. No. Anything was better than the special ward. I didn't want to go there. Please, don't tell them, Dad, please. Izuku had tears in his eyes, sniffling as he buried his head against Chizome's shoulder. Tsukachi's face softened to a worried frown. Kid, remember our pinky promise? Everything you says stays in here. Your dad won't get in trouble, okay? Whatever happened was the doctor's fault, I'm sure. He said softly. Izuku sniffled and his hands were trembling just a little, but he nodded his head. Okay, as long as you promise. I don't want Dad to get in trouble. He's so nice to me, and He keeps me safe and he takes care of me, so please, don't be mad. He's not a bad guy anymore, Izuku said, almost too quiet to hear. I promise, Izuku. Go ahead and tell Recovery Girl what happened. Tsukachi said, gesturing to the woman. Izuku looked up from Chizome's shoulder, eyes wide and tearful. He looked to Chizome, who sighed and realized he was going to have to say it. Izuku didn't want to, not that he blamed him. The day Izuku's quirk activated, the doctor had gotten word from his boss that it was taking too long for it to activate, so he was dead weight. They were going to get somebody else to replace him, somebody who the quirk would work for. So they said either he dies, or he goes to the special ward. My choice. Chizome put his head in his free hand and took a shaky breath. If you knew what it was like in that place, you would understand. I couldn't. I wasn't going to let that doctor be the one to. He'd been tortured enough. The screams that came from the special ward, if I heard my kid like that, I'd. Izuku interrupted, voice choked on tears. They put my mom in there. I couldn't bear to see what they did to her in there. The special ward is worse than anything the doctor did us before, so I couldn't. Shukaja, I got you. Chizome murmured, gently scratching Izuku's scalp to calm him. It's okay. I told you could want. I would never let you go to the special ward. I promised you. What did they do? Tsukachi asked, his expression darkening. Chizome shot his own look back at the man, lips pursed into a fine line. I made my choice. I did what I had to do and let my boy die in peace instead of at the hands of that FNG monster. Chizome growled out. He was dead for several hours. The doctor had started doing an autopsy on him when somebody else broke all the other test subjects out. His quirk must have activated during the autopsy because I heard him screaming and I'd never run so fast in my life. He was still alive somehow. It regenerated his chest and neck and everything else, and he was just alive again. We escaped. They killed him. Tsukachi hissed, his face pale and angry. Chizome didn't say the full truth, that he'd been the one to personally slit Izuku's throat. He couldn't, they'd take him away, and he wouldn't ever let anybody take Izuku away from him again. Izuku clearly picked up on this too, and didn't mention it either. Please. You promised you wouldn't be mad, detective. He saved me. I'm not mad at him, please, you shouldn't be either. You said it wasn't his fault. Izuku cried, clutching onto Chizome's arm like a lifeline. He's only ever been kind to me. Please, believe me, dying was so much better than going to the special ward. All of you relax. Recovery Girl tapped each of their legs with her cane. What's done is done. We didn't come here to interrogate him, and you're scaring the boy, Tsukachi. If they were forced into that kind of a situation, forced to make that choice, Stain clearly tried to make the easier one. That's all I needed to know. That explains why those scars seem more fresh than the others. I suspect that because it occurred as the quirk was activating, it couldn't differentiate between injury and his normal state. It's likely that those will always be as raw as the day as they were received, I'm afraid. But I think that's enough for both of you today. We can continue his exam another time when it's less stressful for him. Okay, thank you. Chizome let out a shaky, angry breath as he stood up. Izuku immediately stuck to his side like glue. Come on, kiddo, we'll get ice cream or something on the way home. Bando Miwa was a smart girl. She wasn't a genius or anything, but she was smart and was able to pick up on most things. She also had an innate ability to tell when people were upset, especially her best friend Izuku. So of course, when he came home more shaken than she'd ever seen him just from a doctor's visit, the first thing she did was try to cheer him up. The day after Izuku's appointment was a Sunday, and Miwa gathered up all of her sketchbooks and other things and practically demanded to be let in when she got to his apartment. Chizome let her in with a curious expression. He'd learned to tell when she wanted to cheer up his son, but he was wondering how she planned on doing that with art supplies. Miwa didn't say a word to him, only seeing Izuku curled up on the couch with a book. Miwa gently pulled the book from his hands and dropped her sketchbook in its place. Izuku looked a little startled, but when he looked down at the page, his expression softened and tears formed in his eyes. It was open to a specific page, a plain white sheet with Izuku's hero costume plan written at the top. The title was written in glitter pen with hearts around it, and there was a little doodle of Izuku in the corner. The page itself was blank other than those two things. "You're not gonna be sad anymore, Izuku, I won't allow it," she said with a huff, before promptly dumping her mountain of pens and markers and pencils onto his lap. "You want to be a hero, right? Well then we need to come up with a costume. And of course your best friend Miwa's gonna be on the case. My fashion skills and your hero knowledge will save the day." Thank you." Izuku gave her a watery smile, but it was more than he'd done in the past day, so Miwa counted it as a win. Chizome watched the interaction with a faint smile, and decided then and there that perhaps not all kids were so annoying. He still disliked most other people and despised the fakes. Of course, it was a reflex, but Miwa and Izuku weren't so bad. Miwa sat next to Izuku on the couch, and laid another sketchbook open on her own lap. Messy doodles were strewn across the pages, all random ideas for Izuku's costume with no real coherent thought behind it. Izuku pointed out some of the details he liked, the colors he thought of. He was insistent that there was some red in the costume since it reminded him of his dad, and what purpose he wanted the costume to serve. During their training so far, Izuku had been learning self-defense techniques and building up his understanding of basic hand-to-hand combat. They'd also been trying to improve his fitness, but after their visit with Recovery Girl, they learned that it was completely unnecessary. He was already as fit as he physically could be, which explained his muscles and seemingly unending stamina. He never once got tired during their training sessions, even if he did sweat. "So, I think I want my costume to be easy to move in, not too much material and easy to hold weapons with." Izuku began his mile-a-minute muttering, and Miwa only listened eagerly and, surprisingly, kept up with him word for word. She wrote down all of his ideas and scribbled little drawings of what might work along the sides of her notes. They spent nearly an hour like that before coming up with something decent. They looked at it with narrow, critical eyes before they both just sighed. "Not good enough," Miwa mumbled. Izuku shook his head. "But we're on the right track. Honestly, yours is better than my first draft. I can't draw very well, so you're already a leg up on me." Izuku smiled sheepishly. Miwa grinned proudly at the compliment, clutching her notebook to her chest. "You think so, Izuku? I can teach you stuff. It would be good to know for your hero analysis notebooks. You could draw their gear and outfits in there," she suggested, and Izuku beamed a smile back at her. "Oh, that's a great idea. I'd love to have you show me some drawing tips." Time passed as it always did. Recovery Girl's visit was months ago, and his life had gone mostly back to normal. He went to school, hung out with Miwa, of course, and trained with Chizome every day. Chizome had decided to do something new today, and was currently leading Izuku to somewhere important. All he'd said was that it was a good place to train, but that was the only cryptic hint he'd gotten about where they were headed. Izuku's nose wrinkled at the horrid, rotten and metallic smell coming from the general area they were in. He wondered where in the world his dad was taking him, but said nothing as they came upon a beach when they turned onto a street. The smell was overpowering here, fishy and salty and putrid. It was being used as a landfill, and Izuku was sure that it was probably illegal. The old, worn-down sign read, Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, and there was no way a park was intended as a landfill like this, right? "Good observation, kid." Chizome chuckled, indicating Izuku actually had that whole train of thought out loud. "It's definitely illegal. Scouted this place out a while back when I was looking for a place to train you with weapons. I think you're getting old enough to learn to use them properly. You've got 2 more years before high school, so that should be enough." Izuku was 12 now, and he only had 2 more years of junior high before he could apply to UA. He'd been practically begging Chizome to teach him how to use all the knives and swords he'd seen him with before they moved to Mizudafu. He'd only seen Chizome's vigilante gear a handful of times, but he knew that the man was practically a walking armory when he wore it. He didn't go out as Stain anymore. Izuku learned that name after the appointment with Recovery Girl, but Chizome still used them every day. Chizome's job was working as a personal bodyguard for people who could afford him, and they paid for the best money could buy. He definitely fell under that category. According to the ones who contracted him, he was a force to be reckoned with on the job, ruthless, intimidating, and with a work ethic that terrified those around him. When he wasn't on the job, he worked out daily and spent most of his free time training and taking care of Izuku. He approached his son's training with the same merciless tactics he used at work. He loved his son, but he wasn't going to baby him. Izuku needed to learn to handle what the world, and consequently, the heroics industry, would throw at him. Chizome never lied to him. He was open, brutally honest, and a bit of an a-hole to everybody else, but he was good at what he did. So Izuku trusted him, even when training left him a little battered and with sore muscles. That was one thing his regeneration never healed, the burn a workout left on his muscles. It was almost satisfying, feeling the effort of his hard work, so he never minded that kind of pain. "You think I'm ready for weapons training?" Izuku asked with wide eyes, hope and excitement shimmering in them. "But what does that have to do with the beach?" "A couple of things. First, think of it like this, what do I always say makes a true hero?" Chizome asked him, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he leaned against the brick wall that outlined the beach. Izuku smiled. That was an easy question. A true hero does the right thing and helps others no matter what, and expects nothing in return, he said proudly. Izuku burned those words to his mind like a mantra. He loved them, treasured them like a gift. He saw how other people acted, sometimes people who bullied Miwa for being quirkless and then turned around and flaunted their own powers like they were on TV, claiming they'd be heroes one day. He even saw how actual pros acted. Sometimes, he'd seen enough villain fights to know that some would back down if their own life was at stake, no matter how many others were on the line in return. Izuku, even at age 12, began to slowly understand why his dad hated the fake heroes that peppered the industry. Fame, money, power, that's all that some heroes seem to be after. Not the saving of lives, not the gratification that came with doing the right thing, nothing else seemed to matter to some. Might makes right in a world of quirks, and Izuku had learned that the day he became a test tube and was forgotten by everyone except Chizome. So those words Chizome taught him held a special place in his heart. The words guided him on his way towards becoming the best hero he could be. A hero that everybody could look up to, no matter who they were, and know that they were safe. Exactly right, Izuku, so then why would I bring you to the beach for weapons training? Obviously, weapons training is so you can become a hero, but what does a beach being used as an illegal landfill have to do with that? Chizome raised an eyebrow, waiting for an answer. Izuku was a smart kid, he'd get it eventually. The green-haired boy thought for a long moment, face carefully thoughtful, before he lit up like a Christmas tree. To do the right thing. I can clean up the beach while I train, he said, jumping up and down excitedly. Chizome smirked and ruffled his hair. Only Izuku would get excited at the prospect of community service, but that's what made him a true hero in the making. You got it. It'll be your first big job. You've helped people before, but imagine this beach full of people, enjoying it on a summer day? You'll help a lot more that way. Community service is heroic too, even if people don't realize it. Chizome said, directing Izuku to a narrow path cut through the garbage. The smell was intense as they weaved between the rusted appliances and rotting trash, and Izuku had to struggle not to GG. When they reached the end of the tiny path, there was a brand new duffel bag with shiny things inside waiting for them. Chizome opened it, revealing his 2 swords and collection of knives, as well as some other things. Chizome handed Izuku a red scarf and a pair of thick, cut-resistant gloves. Out his own matching pair, showing Izuku what to do with the scarf. He wrapped it around his head to block out the horrid garbage smell, and Izuku followed suit. He was pleased to find out it only smelled fresh, like their detergent at home. The gloves were obvious, so he didn't cut himself on the rusty garbage and give himself tetanus. Not that it really mattered, he was sure his healing factor would fight it off, but it still wasn't something he wanted to experience. First things first, we need to clear out some more room. We'll start by moving the smaller stuff on top first. Chizome grunted as he pulled out some giant garbage bags. 1 for plastics, 1 for glass, 1 for paper. We'll bag the trash and take it to the dump every day. One of my, co-workers let me use his truck. The way he said, co-worker, told him he really didn't like whoever it was, but that they begrudgingly got along. That was more than most people, at least. Izuku was mildly interested in whoever had managed to get along with his dad, but chose not to think about it. You got it, Dad. Izuku smiled and got to work. They had a lot of trash to get through, after all, no time like the present. Chizome worked right alongside him, gathering up garbage left and right. It was gross and they found some questionable things as they cleaned, but most of it was fairly normal stuff. For the larger things, like appliances, Chizome told him to leave them and they'd haul them off last, when the rest of the beach was clean. They had a long day of work ahead, but Izuku took to it eagerly. This was just one more step forward on his path to being a hero, after all. Miwa? You doing all right? Izuku asked, his brows creased in a worried frown. While he'd been hauling garbage every day for the last 2 weeks, Miwa had been sleeping a lot and she seemed to be a little sick now. She coughed and wheezed from her place in bed, and Izuku brought her homemade soup after school that day. It was the first time since the villain attack way back when he got his arm cut off that they hadn't gone to school together. I'm okay, Izuku. She sniffled, reaching for her tissues. Izuku set the bowl of soup on her nightstand, handing her the box of tissues as he did so. Thanks. I'll be better soon. How's your training going? Getting stronger, Mr. Hero? It's going great, Izuku said with a soft smile, sitting on the edge of her bed. Chizome's a great teacher. I smell awful most days now, but it's totally worth it. You'd better take me to the beach when it's clean, Izuku. I want to see the water. I've never been to the beach with a friend before. She smiled, and Izuku patted her arm. Well, you've got to not be sick first. You get better, and I'll take care of the beach, deal? He asked, and Miwa gave a small nod. Good, now eat your soup, silly. Oh, Izuku, wait. Miwa coughed a little. In my drawer, my sketchbook. Go ahead and take it with you. See how you like the newest version of your hero costume. Leave some notes if you want to change anything. I'll pick it up when I'm better. Thanks, Miwa. Now, you get some rest and eat your soup or I'll make my dad give you a talking to. Alright, Izuku, today you're going to learn how to hold a knife. We've got plenty of room now. Chizome gestured to the empty circle they'd cleared of garbage. It was a pretty decent dent for only a month of cleaning, considering it wasn't their main focus. Yes. Izuku cheered excitedly, I'm ready. Geez, kid, take it easy with the enthusiasm. I know you have your quirk, but you still have to be safe about this. If you don't use it properly, a weapon can be a problem instead of a solution. So take everything I teach you seriously, okay? Chizome said seriously, pulling a small blade from the duffel bag he always brought. Yes, sir. Izuku replied, just as serious. Are we going to clean trash today too? Afterwards, maybe. We'll see how you do with the knife first. Now, any questions before we start? He asked, and Izuku glanced over to the truck parked by the beach. Chizome caught the look and gave his son a weak glare. Any serious questions, Izuku? I'm not telling you who my coworker is for the last time. But he lends you his truck every day. That means he at least tolerates you. You might have a friend, Dad. Izuku pouted. Won't you at least tell me a little about him? He's not a friend. Chizome sighed and grumbled. He's a coworker. He's a snarky a-hole, he dresses like a bum, and he looks like a burnt lizard somebody stapled back together, I don't know. He's young but he gets hired for a lot of the same jobs as me for his powerful quirk. Why do you care so much, anyways, Izuku? Because it means you might have a friend. Like me and Miwa. Come on, don't you know how good that is? You've got to invite him over one day, Dad. Izuku gave him the puppy dog eyes, and Chizome just pinched the bridge of his nose with another long sigh. I'm not inviting him over. Look, just focus on knife training. Hey kiddo? How's Miwa? Izuku asked, standing nervously outside of his friend's apartment. She hasn't been at school lately and I haven't heard from her at all. Oh, Izuku dear, it's good to see you. Miwa's grandmother looked exhausted, even more so than she usually did after a full day of work. Miwa's still sick, I'm afraid. We've taken her to a few doctors, but she hasn't been getting any better. Nobody seems to know what's wrong with her, really. Oh, is there anything I can do? I mean, I know there's not much I can do that would be actually helpful, but, Miwa's my best friend. So I want to do what I can. Izuku said with wide, worried eyes. He'd never seen anybody stay sick for as long as Miwa had. Even Chizome's colds only lasted a day or two. Miwa had been bedridden for nearly as long as he'd been cleaning up the beach. You've been a dear. Helping out when we can't be home is plenty, Izuku. Besides, you're Miwa's only friend. That's more than enough. Seeing how happy she gets when she talks about you just melts my heart. Her grandmother smiled and patted Izuku's head. You're a good boy, Izuku. I'm sure you'll make a fine hero one day. Thank you. Would it be alright if I saw Miwa? Just for a little? I know she's sick, but I just want to say hi. I haven't seen her in a while, and today's my day off from training. Izuku asked, a little sheepish. Sure. Just know she's not her best right now, okay? I'm sure she'll get better soon, so just go easy on her. Right, of course. Izuku nodded quickly. Followed the older woman through the apartment to Miwa's room. When he opened the door, he was greeted with the sight of his best friend, bundled in tons of blankets. She was flushed and sweaty, stark against her white hair and blue eyes. She looked like she was in no small amount of pain, coughing and wheezing with every other breath. Miwa, dear, Izuku is here to see you. Are you up for saying hi? Her grandmother asked softly from the doorway. Miwa gave a small, shaky smile and nodded. Hi, Zuku. She coughed. I'm happy you could come over. Of course I'd come over, Miwa. You're my best friend after all. Izuku smiled back, though inside it hurt to see her like this. He wondered for a moment if this was how Chizome must have felt watching him get hurt in the facility. Her voice was hoarse and scratchy, nothing like the loud and insistent tone she'd used not so long ago when she tried to cheer him up. Sorry I can't draw right now. I'm a little tired, she said softly, drawing in a raspy breath. Izuku nodded and came up to the edge of her bed, offering her a small bracelet made of shells and shiny rocks. I made this for you. I saw some shells and other cool stuff while I've been cleaning the beach, so I cleaned it up for you and I thought you'd like it. He slipped the bracelet onto her wrist gently, and Miwa's smile got just a bit brighter at the gesture. It's so pretty. Your color choices are getting better. She giggled. Tell Chizome-san I said hi, please. You got it, Miwa. Izuku was feeling antsy all day. He'd gone for his morning workout, Chizome had the day off, and everything seemed alright, so what was setting him on edge like this? To him, it felt like he was just waiting for the doctor to walk in the door for a test. It made him want to grind his teeth, and he actively fought off the rules running like a mantra in his head. He was sitting in class now, pencil tapping against the worksheet the students were working on. His eyebrows furrowed as he stared at the problems. They weren't particularly hard questions, but he just couldn't focus on them. Eventually, though, a secretary coming through the door brought him out of his thoughts. Akaguro Izuku? You're needed in the front office, she said softly, and Izuku blinked in surprise. The office? What had he done that got him sent to the office? He hadn't even gotten in a fight for months. Most people stopped picking on others when he was around. But he gathered his things anyways and followed quietly. He wasn't going to make it worse by arguing. When he actually got to the office, though, he was just confused. He saw Chizome there, pacing back and forth with an expression he couldn't quite place. It was like something between anger and sorrow, and it looked so foreign on the man. The secretary softly ushered him forward, and he was immediately enveloped in a crushing hug by his dad. Izuku returned it, but his confusion only grew. Dad? What are you doing here? He asked, and Chizome put a hand on his head. I'm sorry, Izuku, I'm so sorry. He murmured. Miwa's really sick. She's in the hospital. She's not, she won't make it. Huh? Izuku asked, his eyes wide. He felt like somebody had dumped a bucket of ice water down his shirt. Dad, that's not funny. Miwa's going to get better. I just saw her last week. What are you talking about? Miwa got sick with something that there's no cure for. They don't think she'll make it another few days. I'm going to take you home, and if you feel willing, you can go see her. She's not contagious. I wish there was something we could do, kiddo, but even the best heroes can't save everyone. Some things you can't help. Chizome stroked his hair gently. For Izuku, though, it felt like his world was falling apart for a second time. First his mother, and now Miwa. He didn't want to lose anybody else. He couldn't bear it. But Chizome never lied to him, and his heart felt like it was breaking apart. Izuku's hands shook and his skin crawled the entire time he was in the hospital. He felt like he would be sick at any moment, but he was determined to see Miwa before he couldn't anymore. Tears spilled silently down his cheeks. He learned a long time ago to cry quietly when he was in this kind of pain, the pain that made his heart burst. It only got worse if people knew what made his heart hurt. Even if he wasn't in the facility anymore, some lessons stuck with him. And when he saw Miwa, hooked up to machines and tubes and struggling to breathe, he felt faint. Why did she have to get sick? He wondered, why Miwa of all people? She already fought through every day at school, with only Izuku at her back, holding on to her dreams of being a designer and tailor with her grandmother. He wanted her to see him become a hero. He promised to show her the beach, to clean it for her so she could go with a friend for the first time. She's asleep right now. A doctor said gently, a kind-looking woman with blonde hair and scales around her eyes. Are you her family? He's her best friend. Her only friend. Chizome said, and the doctor's eyes softened to a tired sort of kindness. Right? The rest of what the doctor said faded in one ear and out the other. Izuku approached her bedside, spotting the bracelet he'd made for her only a week ago on her wrist. He took Miwa's smaller hand in his own, and a hiccuping sob built in his throat. Please, Miwa, you're my best friend. We still have to finish my hero costume. And you're going to teach me to draw, right? And we're going to go to the beach when it's clean? I promised you, Miwa. Please. You can't. Izuku's voice cracked and his hands trembled in time with each word. Izuku. Chizome's hand was on his shoulder, a steady and warm presence in the stark, cold hospital room. His voice was quiet, soft enough for only Izuku to hear. Do you remember the last day in the facility? The choice you made? It's like that for her too. She's in a lot of pain. Miwa, I'm going to clean up the beach. I'm going to be a hero. I promise. Bando Miwa passed away half a day later due to a genetic illness her grandparents learned was inherited from her father. He had passed away due to the same one, and there wasn't anything they could do to stop it. It wasn't curable. It wasn't something Izuku could save her from. He hated it. He was so angry. What use was his quirk if it could only heal himself? He couldn't save her, he couldn't stop her from getting sick. What kind of hero was he? The funeral was small, and the only ones who attended were Miwa's grandparents, Chizome and Izuku. His hands still shook even as he placed incense on the altar next to her photograph. She was smiling in that photo, all dressed up in an outfit her grandmother had made her. Izuku couldn't say anything as he looked at her, so full of life and different from the final thoughts he had of her in the hospital. Izuku just wished she was still here. Despite not being there for nearly 4 years now, it felt like he was back in the facility all over again. He felt numb, angry, beside himself, and he was just left with Chizome all over again. Chizome was all he had. And when her grandparents gave him a small package, saying that it was something Miwa asked them to give to him, he couldn't help but burst into tears. When they finally returned home after everything was said and done, Izuku couldn't bear to look at his own apartment complex. Places they'd played together, drawn and made plans for their futures all stretched out in front of him, and he couldn't stomach it. So he left first thing every morning. He went for his runs and avoided every normal route he ever took so he wouldn't have to look at anything that reminded him of her. Chizome told him he couldn't avoid it forever. He couldn't pretend like everything was fine. When they both knew it wasn't, he'd have to face it eventually. But for now, when he got so angry that he couldn't think, he sprinted for the beach. Every day after school, he'd go there and take a breather for a while before he went right into training with Chizome. He just wasn't ready to face her. A month after the funeral, and Izuku still hadn't opened the package Miwa had left him. But he wanted to. So one afternoon, he asked Chizome for the day off and went to the beach again, package clutched to his chest. There was a sizable chunk of shoreline clean now, and he often sat on it, alone, when he needed to think. Today, though, there was somebody there. Izuku watched carefully, a little upset that he couldn't open his package by himself, but he wasn't just going to ask whoever it was to leave. He would just go home and open it in his room if he had to. Before he turned to leave, though, he heard a sniffle. Barely audible, like somebody was trying to keep it quiet, and Izuku realized it was coming from whoever was on the beach. He got a little closer and saw that it was a boy, one probably around his own age. The boy was crying. Quietly, near silent, just like Izuku had learned to do. The boy had half red half white hair, and a large burn scar over his left eye. Izuku's brows scrunched up in worry, and he looked back and forth between his package and the crying boy. Even though he wanted nothing more than to open his package alone, he couldn't just turn away. A true hero does the right thing and helps others no matter what, and expects nothing in return. And I promised Miwa I'd be a hero, didn't I? I can't just leave. Are you okay? Izuku asked, standing on the steps that led down to the empty part of the beach. The boy startled, and immediately a calm veil came over his face. That was the kind of face he and Chizome put on when they didn't want the doctor to get a reaction out of them. The boy was starting to remind him more and more of himself. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. It's all right, the boy said, his voice hoarse but calm. Sorry to bother you. You're not bothering me, Izuku said, softly, looking at the dual-color teen's face. He noticed then that his eyes were two different colors, a soft gray on the side with the white hair and a turquoise on the side with the red hair. I was just worried about you. I saw you crying. Is there anything I can do for you? No, the boy said curtly, and that was all the answer he gave. Izuku held the package a little tighter to his chest. Well, I'm Akaguro Izuku. I'll just be here if you want to talk. I come here to clean up the beach every day. It's my day off though. I just wanted to relax. You can relax here too, if you want. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'm normally better at this sort of thing, Izuku mumbled, sitting down on the steps of the beach wall with a huff. His face fell as he stared down at the package he held, setting it in his lap. It was a simple box wrapped in brown paper, nothing special, but the top of it had, Izuku, written with glitter pen in Miwa's handwriting. Better at what sort of thing? The boy asked curiously, his calm mask still firmly in place. Izuku said nothing for a while, just staring at the package. Comforting people. Making friends, I guess. Even if I don't actually have any anymore, he trailed off, forcing the tears away. He wasn't going to break down in front of a stranger, not when he was trying to be the one helping him. The thought is appreciated anyways. The boy approached him and quietly took a seat beside him on the steps of the beach wall. He stared down at the package in Izuku's lap, wondering what it was and why he held onto it so tightly. Todoroki Shudo. I came here to clear my thoughts. I never come this way and I thought it would be a decent change. I'm sorry to have bothered you like this. I wasn't aware people even still came to this beach. You don't, not really. It's mostly a landfill. Like I said, I've been cleaning it up. Anyways, what did you want to clear your head from? Izuku asked, genuinely relieved to have his mind taken off of things even for a moment. My father. Todoroki murmured, staring down at his own feet, now. I don't like him at all. I don't even know why I'm talking about this, really, but he pushes me so hard. It's a lot to take at times, and nothing I do is ever good enough. He's done nothing but torment me and my family, and I can't stand it. I just needed a break. You can always come here for a break if you want. I don't know your whole life story, but nobody should feel like that. A dad is supposed to love and support you, take care of you. Me and my dad train here every day after school's out. If you want to just come and sit down here for a while with us, that's okay. Izuku offered, and Todoroki seemed to think about it. I don't know. I don't have many opportunities to get away from him, but I'd enjoy company if you're willing, he said softly. I'm just surprised you believe me. Why wouldn't I believe you? Izuku asked, his face scrunching in confusion. My father is a pro-hero. Nobody ever seems to think that a hero can act the way he does, so they don't believe me. I'm used to it by now. Then he's a fake. Izuku said, firmly. A true hero does what's right and helps others. No hero should ever make anybody feel that way, especially not their own kids. Not all heroes are good just because of their profession. I've never met anybody who felt that way. Todoroki looked a little surprised, even through his carefully calm demeanor. Thank you. It means a lot. What about you? You also seem to be thinking quite hard about something. My best friend, she passed away a month ago. She left me this, but I haven't been able to bring myself to open it. I came here to see what was inside. I didn't want my dad to see me if I started crying. He gets overprotective. But I don't want to make you uncomfortable if I start crying. Izuku sighed. It's alright. You saw me crying. I couldn't judge you for the same. Todoroki said, I'm sorry for your loss. Losing somebody close to you is never easy. Thanks. And if you really don't mind, I think I would like to have somebody here in case I just hyperventilate or something. I have no idea what's in here. He gently peeled away the string and the brown paper around the outside of the package. It was a cardboard box all decorated with stickers, and he smiled sadly at them. Izuku opened the box, and on the inside was one of Miwa's sketchbooks, her art supplies, and a smaller folder. Izuku's breath hitched when he saw the sketchbook, remembering drawing with her so many times. He opened it, and inside was filled with drawings of Izuku, Chizome, Miwa herself, and a bunch of different outfits. There were little doodles littered all over the page of silly, random things like Izuku in a dress Miwa thought was pretty, or Miwa in a wedding gown, or even things Izuku had drawn Chizome and All Might standing together, or Miwa in a flower crown. It was a reminder of all the time they'd spent together, and it made his chest ache. On the very last page, there was a drawing of Izuku being held by the villain they had encountered a year ago in front of the bakery. Underneath it, there was a small note written that said, Izuku saved me from a villain today. He's my hero twice now. That set Izuku's hands to shaking again, skiing in a shaky breath as he closed the book. The art supplies were in a small, flowery pencil bag that had a bracelet tied around it. The bracelet was made of neon-colored plastic beads, tacky and gaudy, but it had Izuku written in letter beads. She made him a bracelet back, even while she was sick. He let out a sob, leaning forward as he held the pencil bag and bracelet to his chest. Miwa was really gone. These few things were all he had left of her. Finally, the folder. Inside of it was a single laminated piece of artwork. It was a professional outfit design layout, with neatly written notes along the margins and careful arrows pointing out parts of the design. At the top of it, Izuku's hero costume, final design, was printed. This was the last draft of the costume he and Miwa had come up with together, pressed and preserved for him to keep. He looked over it, tears spilling onto the laminated paper. On the back, there was a small note written in Miwa's handwriting, flowers and hearts bordering it. I know you'll be a great hero, Izuku. I hope you can make everyone feel safe like you make me feel. Thank you for being my friend. I'm never lonely when we're together. Your best friend, Miwa. Izuku sobbed and shook. Miwa was gone, but her dream wasn't. He could do this for her, at the very least. He could make sure her clothes were recognized the world over. He'd tell everyone who designed his costume when he was a pro, and he'd make sure nobody ever felt lonely again. He would be a true hero for everybody like Miwa, Chizome, even himself, people who couldn't feel safe in the world of heroes they had now. Even Todoroki, this boy he just met, who couldn't feel safe in his own household. I'll be the best hero, Miwa. Wherever you are, please watch me. Another month went by, and Izuku's empty, numb feelings faded to tired understanding. Miwa got sick. It wasn't something he could help. But he missed her every day regardless, and the world turned anyways. It hurt, knowing that her death didn't truly change much, even if it felt like his whole world had shifted. Her life should have meant more to everyone around her, but instead, he and Chizome were the only two people besides her grandparents that seemed to care about her because she'd been born quirkless, just like he was. It was this hurt and injustice he felt burning in him when he trained. Chizome said he picked things up like a natural, that he held weapons like he'd done so for years and not months. It was all because he pushed himself to do the impossible, because he wanted Miwa to watch him from wherever she was and be proud. He didn't know if there was an afterlife. When he died, he only remembered that terrifying void and the searing pain of his quirk returning him to life. But if there was an afterlife, he hoped she could see him, that she was watching and cheering him on. So he trained as hard as his body would let him, and became downright terrifying. It was around this time he got another visit from Todoroki, the boy he'd met on the beach and opened Miwa's package with. He was in one of these training sessions with Chizome when Todoroki showed up, nearly stumbling down the stairs. Izuku had immediately dropped the knife he was training with and ran to his side, and Chizome watched the interaction with curiosity and mild concern. "Todoroki, is that you? Are you all right?" Izuku asked frantically, helping the other boy sit down on the steps. Todoroki had a bruise on his face and burns down his arms, and Izuku grit his teeth in anger. "Somebody hurt him." "Who did this, Todoroki?" I was training. "My father," he got out, resting his head on Izuku's shoulder. He seemed to be in a lot of pain, and Izuku looked to Chizome. "Dad, can you get the first aid kit?" he asked, and Chizome nodded. He pulled a giant first aid kit from their bag and brought it over to them. Izuku never really needed it, but they always kept it on hand just in case. A holdover from their days in the facility. You never know when you might need one, after all, just like right now. He brought it over and Izuku got to work. It felt a lot like that time with Eraserhead's kid, Chizome thought, and he wondered if helping out injured kids was going to be a frequent thing for him. "Did your dad hurt you like this, Todoroki?" he asked softly, and the other boy gave him a worried look. "I promise it's okay. Remember what I said last time? I believe you. No matter what." "What? It was my father," Todoroki said softly. "He was training me. I wasn't doing good enough, evidently." "So he burned you and gave you a black eye?" Those aren't normal training injuries, Todoroki. I train with my dad all the time. If he's actually teaching you, you shouldn't." Izuku pursed his lips and took a deep breath before he got too angry. "It wouldn't help. Sorry. It's just, you're my friend now, right? So I don't want to see somebody hurting my friend." "Friends?" Todoroki asked curiously, wincing as burn cream was applied to his arms and then wrapped in bandages. Izuku nodded fervently. "Of course. We're friends now. You were nice enough to sit with me while I cried a lot, so that makes us friends," he said, and Todoroki seemed a little skeptical. "Father doesn't allow me friends. I'm homeschooled and he says they're a waste of time," he admitted. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he thought about something for a second. "Who's your father, Todoroki? Can I ask?" "Endeavor." "Oh, that guy? No wonder. He has a terrible record, especially as the No. I don't know how anybody could even stand him long enough for him to remain in the industry. My dad talks about him all the time." Izuku gestured to Chizome, who was still standing patiently a ways down the beach. "Tell you what. You can come here to the beach after school anytime you need, and I'll make sure you stay safe. No questions asked. In return, can I maybe tell my dad? He might be able to help somehow." "Don't like Endeavor?" Todoroki's calm veil broke for just a moment, genuine shock showing through. "Everybody likes Endeavor. Not us. My dad's taught me all about the fakes. Like I said, a true hero does the right things and helps others, no matter what, and doesn't expect anything in return. Fame, money, power, all of it is no reason to be a hero. You should do good purely because it's good. Doing good should be its own reward, if you really have to have one. The knowledge that you did the right thing is all you need, really," Izuku said proudly, remembering his dad's talks about heroes. He was allowed to have a different opinion, of course, but Izuku honestly agreed with him. "I don't know what you two could do, but I won't stop you. If I could, I'd love to see my mother again, but I'm not allowed to see her," he sighed, and Izuku's eyes fell to the ground. He remembered the desire to see his own mother for so long. "Where is she?" Izuku asked, and Todoroki sighed again. "In the hospital. My father had her put there." "It's a long story. Another reason I hate my father." Todoroki's voice was thick with disdain, and Izuku smiled wearily. "I have plenty of time. You can tell me if you want to talk about it." Chizome's blood boiled when Izuku told him what was going on with the kid he saw at the beach. His name was Todoroki Shudo, his father was Endeavor, and apparently the man was an abusive a-hole who bought his wife and then drove her to hurting her own son. Todoroki said he forgave her for that a long time ago, and that he'd like to speak with her again, but that said a-hole even barred him from visiting his own mother. It was times like these he really wished he'd gone through with being a hero killer. He still had all his old gear, and he could theoretically go out and take care of business, but he had no idea where that would leave the boy Izuku now called a friend. It had only been a few months since Miwa's passing, but the Todoroki boy had gotten Izuku to open up more than he could afterwards, and he wasn't going to jeopardize his son's mental health. But something needed to be done about the flaming dumpster fire that was Endeavor. His son, despite only being 12, was freakishly smart and still a remarkable analyst. So he decided that now he was old enough to talk about his past, to finally explain what he was going to do before he got to the facility. It was a conversation that needed to happen eventually. Izuku deserved to know exactly what kind of a man his dad was, now that he was old enough to understand and process it. He would need his son's help to take down Endeavor somehow. Izuku, Chizome said over dinner one night, plain food he was still just a bit terrible at making. Even after taking care of Izuku for 4 years, he still wasn't the best cook. Izuku looked up from his meal with a curious sort of expression. "What's up, Dad?" he asked, taking a bite of his food. "I wanted to talk to you." That Todoroki boy, his circumstances made me think of the time I had before the facility. What I was going to do before I met you. I think it's time I told you about who I was before I met you. I told you when we first met that I was a bad person, but that's not the full extent of it. I just think you should know. Chizome said softly, and Izuku set down his chopsticks to give his dad a look. Then you can tell me. Just so you know, I don't think you're a bad person anymore, Dad. I told you you're my hero, and that will always be true. No matter what you did in your past, you've changed. And I think that's enough for me. Izuku smiled at him, and Chizome managed a small smile back. He almost never smiled, but just this once, he could. He wondered how he got so lucky to have a kid like Izuku. So, you know, I was a vigilante for a while when we first left so I could earn money without Sensei finding us. Chizome began. They'd eaten their dinner, deciding the talk was better saved for after their stomachs were full. Izuku nodded, helping his dad do the dishes as they spoke. Yeah. And you told me you called yourself Stain at the time, which is why the detective called you that. Exactly. When I did work as Stain, I was careful and clean and never dealt any more damage than necessary. But before the facility, I was still a vigilante. I went by the name Stendhal. I killed people. Criminals, those that the police couldn't catch. Chizome admitted, and Izuku's blinked owlishly, frozen in surprise. You killed people? Is that why you're so good with weapons? Izuku asked softly, setting a soapy dish in the sink. Chizome nodded with an amused smile on his face. Yes. I can't believe that's what you take away from that, though. Anyways, before that, I was just a dumb teenager who tried to tell people about true heroes. Nobody listened, though, so I took up vigilantism to fill in the cracks I thought the world had. It just grew until I became Stendhal, but I didn't really have a purpose. Then one day I met another vigilante who didn't agree with me. He told me I had no resolve, no purpose, and he shattered my nose. Chizome admitted, and Izuku's breath hitched. He'd never heard about what happened to his nose before. He shattered it? But then, why is it all gone? Izuku asked, finishing up the last of the dishes before turning to face his dad. Chizome touched the place where the stub of his nose tapered off, scowling as the memory of what he did came back to him. I cut it off. To prove my resolve to myself. That I was willing to do anything to get rid of the fakes in the world. I had resigned myself to the fact that nobody was going to listen, so I had to make them listen. I was going to kill the fakes myself, so I met with Sensei to try and get myself a decent setup. But I set off that brat and got myself sent to the facility instead. I was there for a few months before I met you. You were going to kill them? Izuku's face scrunched up in worry and a bit of confusion. I don't think that would have solved anything. The media would just turn them into a martyr and then vilify you. If you want to get rid of the fakes, you should go for their careers instead. Chizome blinked much the same way Izuku had just a moment ago, before bursting into genuine raucous laughter. Izuku had never heard him laugh like that before, but it was pleasant enough to hear, despite their conversation topic. You're something else, kid. I knew you were smart as hell, but that's something else. What made you come to that conclusion? Just think about how the media already treats villains and heroes, even quirkless people. They're very black and white. But if you were to show them proof about how terrible the heroes are, wouldn't they be forced to deal with it? With how they present themselves, they'd basically have to disown the hero to keep their own image, and so would the rest of society. Put their flaws in the limelight and they become the villains, so to speak. Izuku explained. Chizome scoffed, smiled, and then ruffled his kid's hair. Yeah, that boy really was too smart for his own good, and he'd be a DMN good hero one day. Well, then, let me ask you, kiddo, how do you feel about ruining Endeavor's career? What, are you a hero fan or something? A disgruntled voice came from the man sitting next to him. Chizome looked up from his notebook with a scoff. He was in a doctor's office, standing outside an exam room with his coworker by his side. God hell no. I hate heroes. Chizome rolled his eyes, then muttered to his coworker. Anyways, what kind of rich a-hole hires bodyguards to go to a doctor's appointment? Who cares? We get paid the same amount for less work, what's to complain about? The man said. Chizome looked at him now. He made it a point not to socialize, but this guy seemed to start a conversation every time they worked together. Which was, quite frequently. He worked for a company that rented the employees out as bodyguards to the highest bidder, and the two of them were often the most requested. The man in question was young, early 20s if Chizome had to guess. He went by the name Dabi, fake if Chizome ever heard it, but he wasn't going to question it, and he was covered in gnarled, purplish scar tissue. It was held together by medical-grade staples, which couldn't be any kind of comfortable. He had spiky, black hair and bright turquoise eyes, and he always had a sheet-eating smirk or grin on his face. He was intimidating and a bit of an a-hole, just like Chizome, and he supposed that was why they often got paired together. I guess so. Just feels excessive. Why'd you ask about me being a hero fan? Chizome asked back, and Dabi glared at the information written on the page. You're writing about Endeavor. Just curious. The day I like Endeavor is the day I die. Chizome muttered. No, my son is friends with his kid, I think. Guy's a total a-hole, so we're trying to gather all the information on him we can. Hopefully we can do something to help. Your kid? Isn't he young? The one you're borrowing my truck for? Dabi asked, eyebrows raised. Chizome nodded, and Dabi's face fell. He muttered something to himself that sounded suspiciously like, it must be Shudo, before sighing. Chizome's eyes narrowed. Did he know Endeavor's kid too? Oh, good luck with that. I'm not a fan of the guy either. Let me know how it goes, I guess. Was all he said before shoving his hands in his pockets. Dabi was normally more outgoing than this, even if he was sarcastic about it, so he wondered what about the conversation had set him off. Clearly he didn't like Endeavor one bit, which he wouldn't complain about, but most of the public turned a blind eye, at the very least. Maybe it'd be a help for his investigation to get to know him better, to know just why the guy didn't like Endeavor. At the very least, another perspective would be useful. Hey! Chizome sighed. Izuku was going to have a cow when he found out what he was doing, and he'd probably be pestered for weeks to come, but it would be worth it if it helped them take down Endeavor. My kid keeps wanting to meet the guy who lends me his truck every day. I know I'm not the friendliest guy or anything, but, would you like to come over for dinner or something sometime? Inviting a coworker over for dinner? Didn't know you had it in you, Akaguro. Dabi snorted. Everybody says you're a heartless bastard. Guess not when it comes to your kid, huh? Shut the hell up, Dabi. Chizome rolled his eyes again. My kid's the only decent thing I got going for me. Don't know what I did to deserve him, that's for sure. Like you said, everybody says I'm a heartless bastard. My kid says I'm his hero. Sure as shit don't know how I earned that title, but he says it every chance he gets. Anyways, it was a yes or no question. Would you be willing to have dinner so my kid stops bugging me about it? Guess so. Certainly won't argue a free meal. Maybe I can see what you keep using my truck for too, huh? Your coworkers visiting? Izuku bounced up and down excitedly. Despite being scary smart and a natural at weapons, sometimes just how much of a kid he was shown through. Oh, I'm so excited. You never talk about work. I hope he's your friend. We're co-workers, it's different, kiddo. I don't have friends. You know I don't like most other people. Chizome chuckled, digging through their duffel bag for what they'd need for the day. He wants to see what we're doing with his truck, so we'll do some more cleanup and then a spar. Maybe he'll teach you something, the guy's pretty good at his job. Right? You got it. Izuku gave a cheeky salute before running off to get started on the trash. Chizome just sighed and shook his head. Izuku had been getting more outgoing since meeting Todoroki, working through the grief he felt over Miwa's death and focusing everything on his training. He said he had to become a hero, so that he could make sure everyone felt safe and never lonely. He wore the bracelet Miwa made for him every day, and carried around all of his supplies in the pencil bag she left him. She was always on his mind, but he seemed to be processing his grief at least somewhat well, even if he didn't actively talk about it with anybody. Instead of talking about feelings, he pushed himself to smile more, be more friendly, and often joked around and made light of things with humor. He did seem to talk with Todoroki somewhat in the handful of times the boy showed up at the beach, a little somber and hushed, and Chizome thought it was better than nothing. He only hoped Izuku opened up at least somewhat. His nightmares weren't frequent anymore, but he still had them, and he had a particularly hard time with people he didn't trust touching him unless he okayed it first. Not to mention his absolute hatred of doctors and anything resembling a hospital. Still, Chizome was so proud of him for making it this far. He'd gone through so much, came so far, and he still stood strong against everything the world seemed to throw at him. He thought about returning to his vigilante life every day, about possibly going down his hero-killer route, but every time, Izuku kept him grounded. Izuku was going to be one of the true ones, and he needed guidance. He needed to be the one to show the world the truth about the fakes, and he couldn't do that if he had nobody to teach him the ropes of the world. Chizome was determined to be the one to show him, and he couldn't do that if he went out killing. So he trained Izuku, went to work every day and did his best for his kid. Alright, maybe, just maybe, he'd admit he'd gone a little soft in the years taking care of Izuku. He'd never live it down if Knuckleduster or Crawler ever saw him like this, or anybody who knew his old vigilante persona, really. But he couldn't help it, the kid had an infectious personality. He just made people like him, in a way. He had yet to meet a single person who met Izuku that didn't at least tolerate him. He'd even managed to befriend the kids of Endeavor and Eraserhead, somehow. Dad, think we can get some of the bigger pieces today? There's all these tires and machinery in the way. Izuku called from further down the beach, waving his arms to get Chizome's attention. The man snapped out of his thoughts, and eyed the stuff Izuku was talking about. There was a giant stack of tires, an old washing machine or two, a refrigerator, and oddly enough, an old set of coin lockers. Chizome didn't even want to know how the hell coin lockers got to the beach. If you think you can pull 'em, sure, kiddo. He yelled back. Let's save those lockers for last, though, that'll be some heavy lifting. Chizome heard a truck rumble up, and figured that was their guest. He'd returned the truck the last time the two worked together, so Dabi offered to bring it back himself when they met up for whatever it is they were doing. Chizome just considered it an extra step in his mission to gather information on Endeavor, but Izuku was determined to turn his co-worker into his friend, apparently. Chizome didn't do friends, though. The only other person he'd ever even learned to accept was Izuku, and that was because they'd been through hell together. So, the beach, huh? Hauling garbage away. Dabi's voice came from the window of the truck as he parked. Chizome nodded. Good for character building. Kid doesn't need the workout, his quirk kinda does that for him, but it's the right thing to do. Plus, it's a quiet place to train. Teaching him how to use weapons right now. We just started on swords. He's pretty good with knives already, he's a natural. Chizome said, a little proud. Dabi rose an eyebrow, looking between him and Izuku, who was running up to them enthusiastically. Why are you teaching the kid to use weapons? He asked, climbing out of the truck. Kid wants to be a hero. I'm teaching him to be a true one. Not like most of the others out there. Heroes doing it for fame, money, power, status, disgusting. I'm making sure he won't turn out like that. Everything he does, He does it just because it's the right thing. I've seen him jump in to help another kid from bullies. He wants to help Endeavor's kid out of his situation. Hell, his best friend was, well, he has a heart too big for his body, that's for sure. I want to make sure the world knows he's what a hero should be like, and I'm happy to support his dream. Chizome said, and Izuku came up to them, bounding into his dad with a hug. Hello. I'm Akaguro Izuku. Chizome is my dad, nice to meet you. Izuku smiled brightly, sticking his hand out to Dabi. Dabi shook it with an amused sort of grin. You're the exact opposite of your dad, you know? All smiley and bright. I think your smile might make me go blind. Dabi chuckled. I'm Dabi. Nice to meet you too. What do you do with my dad? He never talks about work. And your truck? How'd you get a truck? Do you make a lot of money? And what's your quirk? Do you use it a lot? Dash. Izuku, give him a chance to answer your first million questions, kiddo. Chizome ruffled Izuku's hair playfully, and Izuku turned red from embarrassment. No harm, no foul. We're bodyguards. Not the most glamorous job, but it earns money. Kinda hard to get hired for anything else when I look like, how did your dad put it once? A burnt lizard. A living's a living. The truck, I saved up for it. No reason for it, just wanted something of my own. And my quirk? Cremation. It's a fire quirk, hot enough to turn most things to ash. Can't use it very long though. My skin's not made for it, clearly. What about you, short stack? Your dad talks about you non-stop, but I don't actually know much about you. Dabi explained, leaning against the door of his truck. Well, what do you want to know? Izuku asked, looking up at him with his big green eyes. I'm not super interesting, really. Well, your dad said you made friends with Endeavor's kid. You ever met the guy? Number 2 hero and all that? Dabi asked, his expression turning to the same calm veil Izuku had seen Todoroki use when they first. Izuku, on the other hand, was an open book, a very disdainful open book, his face turning to a scowl. I've never met him. I've only met Todoroki. But Endeavor's a JRK. A fake hero. I don't like him at all. I don't care if he's number 2. Well, he's bad. I don't know if I should talk about Todoroki's problems with somebody I just met, though. Izuku said softly, and Dabi's expression relaxed into something akin to disbelief. Interesting. The fake hero, huh? Can't fault you there. I knew the guy and his family a while ago. Dabi admitted, looking away. Long story short, I didn't think he was very nice, either. I'm glad his kid has somebody looking out for him. Anyways, enough about that. What about you? You gonna tell me your quirk? What stuff do schools teach kids these days? Well, school has a bit of everything. Math, science, English, Japanese, art, all sorts of things. I wish I had the chance to learn more about quirks and heroics, but I guess I'll just have to wait until high school for that. But my quirk is regeneration. I can heal any injury. Izuku said, forcing a smile. He hated talking about his quirk, but he'd put on a face for others. That's gotta be useful for a hero, no doubt. What kind of training do you do? Your dad says you're learning weapons. Yeah, I'm learning swords. You wanna see? Summer and winter came and went, and spring emerged, bringing another school year with it. Izuku was 13 now, and Chizome was more than pleased with his progress. He'd come along well in his training, and he finally opened up about his feelings one day over that Christmas. It was his first Christmas since Miwa passed, and normally the two would have gone out to get gifts for each other, but he couldn't. So he brought flowers to her gravestone instead, and finally told Chizome about what she'd left him in the package. It only cemented in Chizome's mind the knowledge that one day, Izuku would do something great. He cared so much, so strongly, for everybody and everything around him. Chizome only hoped it wouldn't come back to bite him. He'd have to teach the kid how to pick his battles, that was for sure. The technical side of fights, how to read your opponents, psych them out, when to run or fight. Those were things that still needed to be taught. A hero school would help that, but he wasn't going to take any chances, especially considering how different a real fight was from what was shown on television. Dabi had become a regular occurrence in their training, too. The young man said he was curious about them, and then just ended up sticking around because he could. He often ate with the two of them, but Izuku never minded. He always bombarded Dabi with unending questions, especially about Chizome's work and his life outside of it. Izuku was never afraid of the man. If Chizome trusted him, then he did too. Dabi found it curious about how a kid was just not afraid of somebody who looked like he did, and Izuku only shrugged and said, "I've seen worse." Whatever that was supposed to mean, Dabi didn't know, but it made him laugh anyways. Todoroki had only come to the beach a handful of times, usually when he was able to get out from under his father's thumb. The investigation into Endeavor wasn't going well, and it frustrated Izuku to know that he couldn't do much. The man had a horrible track record of injured civilians and damaged or destroyed property, as well as abysmally low approval rankings despite his number 2 spot, but it all seemed to just be ignored. As if somebody or something just diverted attention away from it so that nobody cared. Izuku wondered if it was the Hero Public Safety Commission trying to keep their record case closer on the billboard. It was no secret that Endeavor was who you picked if you wanted a job done fast, but how he did it was often terrible and had more to do with brute force than actual detective work. Those kinds of revelations always made Izuku even more annoyed and angry, and he often had to take breaks while researching just to cool his head. He wanted Todoroki to have a decent life, but he really had no idea how to do so beyond just destroying his father's career. The man would still have custody of him then, and that wouldn't be ideal at all. There was one time, though, that Izuku had felt like he'd done something right for Todoroki. The boy had shown up at the beach, as he did sometimes, and Izuku stopped training to go and meet him at the steps. He wasn't hurt, which was a blessing, but he was clearly upset. "There's nobody at home right now," he admitted when Izuku asked what was wrong. "My family is all out of town right now, and it's just me for the next 3 days at home. It was just so quiet. I wanted to be around somebody." 3 days, right? Why don't you stay with me and my dad? It can be like a sleepover." Izuku grinned, and Todoroki looked vaguely surprised. "You would be willing to invite me to your house? I have homeschooling, so I don't know if I can really," he said, his face falling. "Well then, why not come over after school each day? You go back to your house for school and then walk to mine, or we can come and get you. That way you're not alone all day at least, right?" Izuku pleaded, giving Todoroki his best puppy dog eyes. "Please, Todoroki? I'd feel bad knowing you were by yourself all day. And I can cook dinner. Can we have soba?" Todoroki asked tentatively, almost shyly. Izuku's face broke into the brightest grin he'd had all week, and he nodded quickly. "Yeah, of course we can. Come on, Todoroki, why don't you train with me? I'll be gentle, I promise. It won't be like you're training at home at all." "All right, and Akaguro? I think you can call me Shudo." Izuku was quite pleased with himself. He'd drawn up a decent report on Endeavor's roaring dumpster fire of a track record during his time as a hero, and he was ready to share it with people, but he had Shudo to think about first. He had to figure something out to help him out of that house. Training should never feel like his time with the doctor. Every time Shudo talked about what his father put him through, memories of the facility burned behind his eyelids. But he had no idea where to start. What could he do? Who could Shudo go with? Chizome had the means to support another kid, but honestly, his dad really wasn't built to deal with other children long-term. He was fine with Izuku having friends over, but the amount of people he'd trust and tolerate enough to live with were few and far between. In fact, Izuku was pretty sure he was the only one, at least right now. Shudo's sister was nice, but she was young and high-strung enough as it was. Shudo said on multiple occasions that he worried for her health, since she overworked herself often and worried herself to the point of migraines. His mother was, well, in the hospital, and while Todoroki expressed a desire to see her again, Izuku suspected her situation would be anything but cut and dry. So who in the world could take care of Shudo? As it turned out, Chizome had an answer. Shudo had mentioned his oldest brother one day, and how he'd gone missing during an accident. He'd burned down part of the family home in haunting blue flames, and his body was never found. Not even a trace of him remained, and he was labeled as missing but presumed dead. Chizome seemed surprised by this, before muttering, "I should have known," and continuing whatever he was working on beforehand. The next time Dabi visited though, he was not at all subtle. So, Chizome started as they were eating their meal. Are you Todoroki Tuya? Dabi nearly choked on his food and had to take a few breaths before glaring at Chizome intently. What the makes you think I'm a Todoroki, Akaguro? You know how Izuku's friends with Endeavor's kid? Well, he mentioned how his oldest brother disappeared one day after a training accident. Said part of his house burned down in blue flames. You use blue flames, and you seem unusually interested in checking up on his family every time you visit. So I'll ask you again. Are you Todoroki Tuya? Chizome narrowed his eyes. And if I was? What would you want me to do about it? Dabi asked carefully, leaning back in his chair with a similar wary expression. Chizome sighed and took another bite of his food before speaking again. Come back legally. Look, as somebody who's had to hide my identity before, I get it. It's transitioning back into the legal side of things. But that child needs help. He comes to the beach at least once a week with new injuries that we help him take care of. I'm assuming you know this even better than we do, but Endeavor's an abusive a-hole. We want you to take custody of your brother, if you're really Tuya. That way we can ruin his career without worrying about the fallout affecting his kids. Chizome explained, and Izuku nodded quickly. Yeah. Shudo's really nice. He deserves a good place to stay. And you're nice too, Dabi-sen, even if you look like a burnt lizard like my dad says. Izuku grinned cheekily, and Dabi couldn't help but give a short laugh at that. Cheeky brat. Look, even if I was Tuya, I'm too young to take care of a kid his age. And besides, I'm sure he barely even remembers Tuya. What makes you think he'd even want to go with his brother? Dabi raised an eyebrow. I took this kiddo in when I was 22, sort of. It's easier than you think. There's a few open apartments here in this complex. You could get one and set it up. We'd help you. I know you make enough to take care of both of you. I take care of Izuku on my wages, so you could take care of your brother. And as far as remembering you goes, he does. He's the one that told us about Tuya, after all, and if you care enough to try and you won't make the same mistakes Endeavor did, then you're already a cut above him. Nobody deserves to grow up in a household like that, shut in with a fake. Chizome explained. Dabi put his head in his hands and groaned. Look, I respect you guys. Your views on heroes are exactly the same as mine. You've been good people to me this past year, and I respect that too. So I'll tell you this. Yes, I was Todoroki Tuya, once. A long time ago. But I don't think I can take care of Shudo. I'm sorry. He sighed. Izuku looked disappointed, but he nodded. We can't make you. But, would you at least think about it some more? I really want Shudo to have some place nice to live, with somebody who's nice to him. Feeling like a prisoner, being hurt every day, it does things to you. You probably know that too. So just think about Shudo, okay? He asked softly. Dabi's eyebrows rose at that, and then he looked between Izuku and his dad. You know, I've noticed you say things like that a lot, kid. What about you two, huh? I go telling you my secrets, why don't you tell me what's up with you? I never said anything, but you two look nothing alike. And you're pretty young to have a kid his age yourself, Akaguro. He's adopted. Chizome said simply. I got Izuku out of a shitty situation and he's stuck with me since. Whether or not he wants to talk about it is up to him. So you relate to my brother or something? Dabi asked, leaning forward in his chair now. He was curious. He'd never really learned much about the two of them beyond their distaste for heroes and the fact that they knew his family. That, and they were both certified badasses. Dabi saw their training and how they fought and was terrified for how strong of a hero Izuku would become in the future, honestly. Izuku only shrugged in response to his question. Dunno. I mean, our situations weren't the same at all. We went through totally different things. But that doesn't mean I don't sympathize. We've both been hurt, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. I just know that everybody deserves a home, and right now, I don't think Shudo has a home. How could it be one? Izuku said softly. And? What have you been through? You look like you've been taken care of all your life. I've been in a house with that man, and I'll tell you right now, you don't know what it's like until you're there. I feel horribly about Shudo's life, but I just don't think I'm the one he needs. Dabi scowled, and Izuku gave him a cold, scathing look. What have I been through? Izuku scoffed. What does it matter? It's not important anymore. Shudo's important right now. My problems are in the past. Exactly that. What problems? You've got a perfect life here. You have a dad and a life that doesn't SCK. Why do you even care so much? Dabi countered. Never in his life did he think he'd be arguing about his family with a 13-year-old, but here he was. Chizome was quiet, but it was clear he was watching the interaction with a careful gaze. He would step in if it was necessary. I care because it's the right thing to do. Izuku said, almost in disbelief at the question. Why wouldn't I care when I see my friend getting hurt? Don't you care about your own brother? He's your family. I only have a family because Chizome took me in. If he didn't, I'd be... I don't want anybody else I care about to be hurt. You'd be what? Dabi asked, quiet now. I'd be dead. Izuku said, just as quiet. I was kidnapped. Chizome saved me. If it weren't for him, I'd be dead. So I can't stand the thought of somebody I care about being trapped somewhere that's hurting them. The only other friend I had is dead and I couldn't do anything to save her, and I'd do anything to stop that from happening again, Dabi-san. Jesus. You're kidding me. Kidnapped and this guy rescued you? Seriously? Dabi looked over to Chizome, who gave him a look that said he really wasn't messing around. Look, I'll think about it, alright? Just, don't ask me about my family again until I'm ready. Understand? Okay, that's fine. Like I said, Shudo's important right now. Just think about it for his sake, alright? Shudo, look. Izuku was at the beach with Chizome again for training, and his dad had just given him a gift. He was holding it out to his friend for him to look at. Shudo had shown up again, this time not injured and just looking to be around somebody else. The half-and-half teen examined the present carefully, then gave Izuku a curious, confused look. What is it? A knife. A special kind of Bowie knife. My dad got it for me as a gift. It can cut through metal like nobody's business, and it'll make cleaning up the beach easier. Izuku grinned, admiring the shiny knife. It was a massive thing, curved at the tip, with a golden handle wrapped in black leather. The blade was sharpened to a deadly edge, a cool silver color to contrast the black and gold. Only you could get so excited about getting a knife as a gift, Izuku. Shudo laughed a little. Just that small laugh made Izuku grin. He was so happy Shudo was becoming more and more open with him, especially while they were still figuring out his family situation. Shudo wasn't letting Endeavor break him, just like Izuku never let the doctor break him. But it's so cool, isn't it? It's sharp enough to take my fingers off if I'm not careful. Not that that would matter much to me. Izuku laughed, and Shudo looked a little confused. Why would your fingers getting cut off not matter, Izuku? What do you mean? My quirk would just grow them back. Now it was Izuku's turn to be confused. Shudo gave him a look. Your quirk? He asked, and then he seemed to realize something. I've been coming here for nearly a year now, off and on, yes? I don't think we've ever told each other our quirks in that time. What is your quirk, Izuku? Regeneration. I can heal any injury. I was caught in a villain attack once and had my arm cut off, but I regrew the whole thing. He said, a bit sheepish he'd never talked about his quirk before with Shudo. What about you? What's your quirk? Half cold, half hot. I create fire with my left side and ice with my right, but I don't want to use my left. I don't want to use my old man's quirk, ever. Only my mother's. Shudo said softly. Izuku huffed and rolled his eyes. Shudo, what have I told you? You're not a tool for your dad. It's your quirk, not his, you know? Use it to be your own kind of hero, and that's only if you want to be a hero. Nothing says that's what you have to do. You could be anything you want. Izuku said firmly. Shudo gave him an unconvinced sort of look, but nodded anyways. Yes. I do think I want to be a hero, at least for my mother if nothing else. Shudo said softly. I just don't think I can use my fire. I don't want to be like him at all. You're not like him. It's yours and you choose how to use it. Izuku insisted, and pulled a smaller knife from one of the boots he was wearing. He handed it to Shudo and grinned. Why don't you train with me? No quirks. Well, sort of. I can't turn mine off, actually, so. Do you train your quirk, Izuku? Most of the training my old man does is quirk training, but you seem to be doing physical and combat training. Is it a quirk that can be trained? He asked curiously, turning the knife in his hand. Izuku nodded. Theoretically, yeah. The more I injure myself, the more experienced my body gets at healing, and it gets faster. I still feel pain, so I'm not eager to train it. I guess it would be useful, though. I don't know. What do you think? Izuku asked, eyeing his Bowie knife. Shudo seemed to consider this for a moment. Well, it is important. Think about it this way. Even if you can heal debilitating injuries, it won't matter if you can't heal it in time to protect a civilian or stop a villain. If you get hurt and can't keep going in time to make a difference, then your healing abilities wouldn't matter. So it's up to you really. Pain to train a quirk that could be used for the good of others, or no pain when you could have helped somebody in the future. Shudo said, and Izuku's eyes seemed to light up. You're right. A true hero does the right thing and helps others no matter what. I have to train my quirk if I want to help others in the future. Izuku said, renewed confidence in his system. He immediately turned to call to Chizome, who was further down the beach and working on clearing some of the trash. Hey Dad. Come here. What is it? Chizome called back, setting down his garbage bag. He came up to the two, pulling off his gloves. I thought you were training with your new knife up here. I am. Well, sort of. We got to talking about our quirks. I want to train mine. Can I stab myself? Or something? I need to be able to heal really fast. Shudo made a good point. If I get really hurt in a battle in the future and I can't heal fast enough to be helpful, then I'm just a liability. You saw how long it took me to regrow my arm, Dad, like an entire day. Izuku said, sounding just a little too excited to train his quirk. What? Stab yourself? Izuku, that's a little extreme. It's good to want to train your quirk, but seeing you hurt isn't exactly good for my heart, kiddo. Chizome grumbled, running a hand through his hair. Besides, I know you can still feel pain. You really want to hurt yourself? I mean, I don't want to. I don't enjoy it or anything. But you taught me about a true hero, and this is just a step forward. I have to be the best hero I can be. And that includes my quirk, even if I didn't ask for it. Izuku said, giving Chizome a pointed look. Chizome sighed and shook his head, knowing he wasn't going to win this argument. Fine. But we're going to do this the safe way, and I'm teaching you ways to manage your pain and work through it. I'm not letting you just start stabbing yourself randomly. We approach it just like the rest of your training, got it? He said sternly. Izuku nodded. Of course, Dad. Well, for now, let's just have a spar or something, Shudo. Come on. Dabi wasn't one to consider himself dumb. He knew what kind of life he'd left behind when he ran away. He wasn't even planning on running, but the accident ended up being the perfect opportunity. He also knew just who he'd left behind. His siblings, his mother, and his a-hole father. He left them all with him. And he wanted nothing more than to tear down his father and prove that heroes weren't all everybody made them out to be. Chizome and, strangely enough, his 13-year-old kid seemed to be the answer to that. But they wanted him to take care of a brother he barely knew, who barely knew him. Ever since the conversation at dinner with his co-worker? Friend? He wasn't sure how to classify whatever the hell was going on. He ate dinner there nearly twice a week, worked jobs with Chizome constantly, and lent them his truck all the time. Whatever the case was with all of that, Chizome had still asked him to take care of a teenager in exchange for what he'd been looking to do for years. Dabi did care for his family. But in the end, he wasn't sure if his family would care for him. He wasn't anything like what they remembered. His father pushed him until half of his body was covered in scar tissue that had to be stapled back together. He acted nothing like what his family remembered, good little Tuya, perfect child who their father wanted to succeed his title. Well, he couldn't handle it, so their father had 3 more until he found one that could. He worried they'd blame him for what their father did. Would they hate him? Would Shudo even be able to stomach looking at him? He wanted to get to know his brother. He barely spent any time with him before he left. But he was just so far from them now. Chizome didn't understand what he was asking for when he suggested it. And yet, Dabi was considering it. He lived in a shitty, cheap apartment complex and only got by day to day. He woke up and went to work and had nothing else going for him. It was exhausting. But he saw how much Chizome enjoyed spending time with his own kid, saw how much he got out of life just by taking care of somebody else. He wondered if it would be the same if he took care of Shudo. If Shudo would let him take care of him, that was. Dabi finally made his decision when he saw firsthand what was going on in his absence. He'd shown up to the beach one day when Shudo was there already, and saw the burns down his arms that Izuku was treating. It was sickeningly reminiscent of the many times his mother had to treat his own burns. His skin could only take so much, though. He had her complexion after all. His hair had even turned white from the stress of everything. He couldn't let his own brother go through another day longer of the awful life he remembered. Shudo didn't deserve it. Hell, nobody deserved it. Dabi knew what he had to do. He called Chizome that night, and as soon as he picked up, he asked one single question. So, you still want to take down Endeavor? On the other end of the line, he heard Chizome laugh. I always want to take down fakes, Dabi. Have you thought about what we talked about? The man asked, and Dabi just sighed. Yeah, I have. I'll take care of him. I'm gonna need some help though. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm definitely not legal. Well, Tuya's technically legally dead. Sheet, there's so much wrong, Akaguro. You gonna help me iron it out? And you'll get Endeavor's butt kicked? He asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. He couldn't believe he was doing this. Sure as hell will. You should see Izuku's spreadsheets and writing. He's, not gentle at all. If this doesn't do him in, I dunno what else would. Besides, we've gotten more than enough evidence and photos of his abuse to put him in prison, at the very least. He'll go down. You sure you're willing to take care of your brother? I'll kick your butt too if you say you are and then don't take care of him properly. Chizome said, and he definitely wasn't kidding. Shut the hell up, Akaguro. I ain't gonna be another Endeavor. I'll take care of him. I might just need a few pointers. And you better get used to seeing a lot more of me. I'm taking that offer of moving into the same apartment complex as you. God knows I can't have Shudo living in the hellhole I call an apartment right now. Dabi grumbled. Chizome just laughed on the other end. I'll help you out, Dabi. Just give me some time. I still have contacts who can get you reinstated into the world of the legally living quietly, but if you'd rather make it public, it could make an interesting first step towards his eventual certain downfall. You know, you make a good point there, Akaguro. I might just have to take you up on that. First though, I want to meet with Shudo and my other siblings. I want to see how they feel about all of this. If Shudo even wants me to take care of him. I didn't just leave on good terms or anything, you know. You got it. I'll have Izuku talk to him. Just give us a week or two, since he doesn't always show up at the same times. And don't worry. I think you two will get along just fine. Everything will work out one way or another. I sure hope so. I don't want him spending any more time in that man's house if I can help it, and making sure the world knows just what kind of a man Endeavor truly is. That'll be the icing on the demon proverbial cake. Todoroki Shudo was quiet and calm. That was how his father liked him. Not emotional, not too much like he always said. Emotions were always a nuisance, his father said. Shudo had to listen to him even if he didn't want to. If he didn't, then he'd make training 10 times worse and make life more difficult for his siblings. He didn't want to be a bother to them. Fuyumi already had enough on her plate, and Natsuo was focusing hard on his studies for university. Yes, he thought being a bother would be very bad of him. So he listened to his father, and he stayed calm, even when he was hurting and even when he wanted to cry. He wished he could see his mother, but he wasn't allowed to see her. But he could be emotional around his friend. His first and only friend, Izuku. He didn't expect to meet somebody at the beach the day he'd gone there just to get away, but he did. And now he had a friend. Izuku was a kind, excitable boy, if not a little on the wild side. He loved knives and weapons and had an insane heroic streak. He often threw himself into situations he didn't need to, just because it was the right thing to do. Izuku let him cry, let him be excited, happy, sad, angry, everything in between. And his dad was a little scary, and kind of angry and missing a nose, but Shudo supposed he was alright too. They both helped him and patched him up, and they even brought him food sometimes. Shudo could talk to Izuku and Chizome. He appreciated them and they made him feel normal, despite everything that went on at home and in his life. So, when Izuku promised him Endeavor wouldn't get away with what he'd done forever, he wasn't sure how to feel. He would have loved a normal life like he had when he stayed with Izuku those 3 days a while back, but he didn't see how they could ever get Endeavor to give him that. He wasn't sure anybody could make him stop. Todoroki Enji was a powerful, frightening and influential man who got whatever he wanted with a snap of his fingers. And what he wanted was a perfect, strong son to succeed him and take the #1 spot from All Might. That was the last thing Shudo wanted. He just wanted to live normally and have a chance to be a hero on his own terms. And he told Izuku that once, and the boy never forgot. Izuku never forgot anything Shudo told him, it seemed. So when Izuku said he had a way for him to live a normal life at their most recent meeting, Shudo was a little skeptical to say the least. But he came to the meeting they'd planned with his 2 siblings in tow anyways, and 13-year-old Todoroki Shudo heard something he never thought he'd hear in his life. "Hey, there you are, Shudo. I'm glad you made it. We have a lot to talk about if we want to take down Endeavor." Izuku grinned. Shudo just blinked, shocked into silence. Take down Endeavor? That made him sound like a villain. Shudo supposed he wasn't the kindest father and he pushed everybody too far and made their lives miserable and hurt him and, okay, maybe not a villain, but he was definitely terrible. Yeah, Shudo didn't like his dad at all. "Shudo, this is your friend? What's he talking about?" Natsuo asked, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the sparkly-eyed teen in front of him. Shudo sighed. "Just give him a minute. What are you talking about, Izuku?" Shudo finally responded, not quite sure how he should react. Is it even possible to take him down? He has enough money and power to throw at any problem. And if you took him down, where would I go? I couldn't put that on Fuyumi or Natsuo. "Shudo, are you implying what I think you're implying?" Fuyumi asked, her brows creasing in worry. Izuku, however, continued without worry. "The money and power won't be a problem. We'll be ruining his career as soon as you give the okay." Izuku grinned. Shudo was very, very glad Izuku was his friend and not his enemy. The way he said that was entirely serious, like he knew for a fact that he, a 13-year-old boy, could take down Endeavor's career. And honestly, from what he's seen of Izuku, he probably could. Now, the whole "where would you go" thing was definitely an issue, but Chizome and I have a plan. "Shudo, what's going on? You told us we were coming here to meet your friend. Why are we talking about father like this?" Fuyumi asked again. Shudo took a deep breath and turned to his sister, hand intertwining with Izuku's. The presence of his friend helped keep him calm. "Fuyumi, I want to have a normal life," Shudo said, not meeting his siblings' gazes. Their looks softened, and they waited for him to continue. "Izuku and I have been friends for almost a year now. He and his dad have helped me patch myself up after training and they said they don't want to see me hurt anymore. They want to get me out of the house. Shudo, we can't take care of you. We want you out of that house too, but we all know that he would just force the issue and get away with it like he has before." Natsuo said, his expression one of frustration and anger. Izuku spoke up. "I know, Shudo told me. That's why I said we have a plan for both problems. We can ruin his career and give Shudo a home in one fell swoop. You just have to listen to me," he insisted, and Fuyumi looked at Natsuo for a moment. The white-haired boy shrugged, and Fuyumi sighed. "Okay, we're listening," Fuyumi said. At the very least, they could hear him out. It couldn't hurt. Izuku grabbed Shudo's hands and held them in his. "I want you to know I'm not lying before I tell you any of this, okay? You trust me, right?" Izuku asked, and Shudo nodded. If there was one thing he could say about Izuku, it was that he trusted the strange, knife-wielding green-haired boy. It probably went against all common sense, but he really did trust him. "Alright, so, you remember how you told me about your older brother, Tuya? And how he disappeared after a training accident?" "I'm surprised you remember that, though. I only mentioned it once." Shudo mumbled, looking at Izuku with a surprised expression. He really did remember everything. "I only remember the important stuff. Anyways, listen. My dad is a bodyguard. And he has a co-worker who's his friend who is also a bodyguard. Following me so far? A small nod from Shudo. Okay, so this co-worker of my dad's became his friend and he eats dinner with us a lot. He found out I was friends with you and he asked about your family a lot, which we thought was weird at first, but then we found out that his quirk is called cremation. He has a fire quirk that's so hot his flames are blue. Wait, you don't think? Natsuo's eyes were wide. Was Izuku implying his brother was alive and here in Mizudafu? Oh, we don't think. We know. We asked him. He told us he was Tuya. He wants to meet you. Izuku said softly. You don't have to if you don't want to, but dash. I want to. Shudo cried suddenly. I don't remember much about Tuya, but I want to remember him. If he's alive. If this is some kind of sick joke, Natsuo clenched a fist. That's our brother. I don't appreciate you messing with my little brother like this, kid. I'm not messing with you guys. I'm serious. Izuku said quickly. Look, he was worried you wouldn't like him. He said he doesn't look the same as you remember him. He has a lot of scars and he dyed his hair black. But he's nice. He's here today at the beach if you want to meet him now. Where? Shudo and the others looked around quickly, but didn't see anybody. He's further down, kinda in the trash. He's really nervous, even if he doesn't say so. Please, just let me bring him here to meet with you? Izuku said, and Shudo nodded a little shyly. I know it might be awkward for you, but would you stay with me when we met? Just in case it's, not really him? Shudo asked softly. I know he's your dad's friend, but he could be lying. I just worry. Of course I'll stay if you want. Come on, let me go get him. Izuku said, turning to leave. But he felt his friend tug on his sleeve and he stopped. He turned to see Shudo with a conflicted expression on his face. Izuku. Shudo said, stopping suddenly. If he really is Tuya, what if he doesn't like me? What if he hates me? What? Shudo, why would he hate you? Fuyumi asked, putting a hand on her brother's shoulder with a concerned expression on her face. Shudo stared at the ground and shifted his feet in the sand nervously. What father did, it was my fault. I couldn't do what he said correctly, so he took it out on the others. What if Tuya blames me? Shudo whispered, his voice cracking. Izuku brought him in for a hug and shook his head quickly. He doesn't blame you, Shudo. I promise. And if he says anything mean, I'll kick his butt for you, okay? Your brother and sister and I will be right there with you, and even my dad can stay if you want. Izuku reassured him. Shudo nodded minutely, holding on tightly to Izuku's hand. Please. Fuyumi, Natsuo and I, can we at least meet with this person? I trust Izuku. Even if it isn't Tuya, then it isn't Izuku's fault. Somebody tricked him. Please. Shudo. Okay. Fuyumi said softly. Natsuo looked surprised at this, looking between his brother and sister. Fuyumi, you're allowing this? He said sharply, and Fuyumi gave him an equally sharp look back. She took a deep breath and gently squeezed Shudo's shoulder. For Shudo's sake, I will. You're away at college most of the time, Natsuo, you don't see how Shudo's treated. We were left alone, even if father was never the kindest man to us, but Shudo, every day is a new injury. It hurts to see him like that, Natsuo. If there's even a remote chance of something good happening for him, I want to try and take it. For his sake. Dabi was pacing back and forth. He would never admit it, but he was very anxious. He was pretty sure Chizome could tell, but was either nice enough or didn't care enough to say anything. Probably the latter, knowing Chizome. Still, he'd found himself caring for the guy as a friend. He didn't think he'd ever had a friend before, and he didn't know if Chizome really considered him one back, but he appreciated the man's company nonetheless. He'd even come to care for his kid in a weird sort of way. The boy wasn't afraid of anything, and looked at him like he was just another person despite all of his scars. And yet, despite befriending the biggest a-hole at work and getting along with Mizudafu's weirdest kid, he was terrified of the situation he found himself in. He was going to try and reconcile with his family. Chizome and Izuku wanted to help Shudo out of his living situation. And if he couldn't help with that, he wasn't sure he could stay friends with them. they'd stay in contact with Shudo, and he couldn't bear to see him like that again, knowing how much their father was hurting him and he couldn't do anything to help him. Dabi. Dad. A voice called, and Izuku came bounding around the piles of trash. They're here. Shudo's brother and sister are pretty mad at me. They think I'm joking or that somebody tricked me. But they want to at least try meeting you. And Shudo wants Dad and me to stay for the meeting. Sorry, Dabi. I know you wanted to talk to them by yourself. It's okay. If it makes Shudo more comfortable, I don't blame him. Let's do this, I guess. Sheet. Dabi muttered, stuffing his hands in his pockets. The three of them made their way back down the beach, and standing in the distance, Dabi could see his siblings. They were so big now. All of them, they were grown, and he'd missed so many years with them. His heart felt heavy with that knowledge, somehow. When they got close enough to see each other's faces, he could see Fuyumi's expression twist with tears. She recognized him. Even after all these years, she still remembered what he looked like, and she was crying for him. Even Natsuo looked like he'd seen a ghost, his hands trembling at his sides. Shudo looked like he was beginning to remember something, staring at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Tuya? Fuyumi finally spoke, her voice cracking. She reached for him as if he wouldn't really be there, her hand resting on his cheek when he got close enough. It's really, you look the same as you did back then, you know? I guess so. Aside from the obvious. Dabi mumbled, looking down to the ground. Natsuo essayed in a breath. If you're really Tuya, tell us something only he would know. He said, voice wavering. You look just like him, but you could be affected by a quirk. When I was a kid, you asked me to try and barbecue meat with my quirk for dinner. Mom found us cooking bacon on my arm and she laughed so hard she cried. Fuyumi once sat me and you down with her stuffed animals and made us attend a lecture by Professor Fuyumi. Dabi said, a small, wistful smile on his face. He stuck out his hand and a flame sprung to life. I have Mom's complexion. My skin wasn't made to use my quirk for long PRDS of time, but Dad didn't care. He pushed me anyways, and my skin became like this because of it during that training accident. I left. I'm sorry. Tuya, Natsuo whispered, and he brought his brother in for a tight hug. We thought you were dead. You didn't even contact us. I know, and I'm so sorry. I left you in that house with him. I left Shudo. It's my fault he's getting hurt. Because I wasn't strong enough to stay. But I met Chizome here and his son met Shudo, and because of that I saw how badly he was getting hurt. I couldn't stay away anymore. I'm sorry I left. I'm so sorry. I hope you can forgive me one day. Dabi said, his eyes closing as he prepared to be verbally torn to shreds by his siblings. Of course we forgive you. Fuyumi said, tears in her eyes. Dabi froze. That certainly wasn't what he was expecting. All we wanted was to see you again and now you're here. You're alive. Did you really not contact us before now because you thought we'd blame you for what happened, Tuya? I don't go by Tuya anymore. Dabi said softly. I go by Dabi, but I want to come back. Legally. I want to help Shudo leave the house I grew up in. If he wants to leave, I want to take custody of him. I have a job that pays well, and I'm getting an apartment in the same complex as his friend here. I just didn't know if you guys would want me to. I want to leave. Shudo spoke up, looking up at his older brother. I don't remember much about you, to Dabi. But I know you were always so kind to me. Is it really possible for you to take custody of me? If it's what you want. Chizome's offered to help me get my papers up to date and everything. I've seen their plan, and believe me, I don't think that man will ever recover his career after these two are done with him. Dabi gave a soft chuckle. Why would you go so far for our family? We don't know you, and Shudo barely knows you. Natsuo asked, turning to Chizome and Izuku. Because Shudo's my friend. And it's what a true hero would do. It's the right thing to do. I couldn't stand by while my friend or anybody else gets hurt, and I couldn't just let Endeavor get away with everything he's done. Izuku said, his own face furrowing into a frown. Somebody who hurts his own child every day, for the sake of power and appearance, He's no better than the doctor. I hate people like him. The doctor? Shudo asked. Izuku's eyes widened. I'm sorry, that just slipped out. I wasn't. I'm not supposed to talk about that. Izuku mumbled, turning his head away. Chizome rested a hand on his curls. You can if you want to, Izuku. It's safe to talk about it these days, you know? He said, and Izuku sighed, looking to his friend with sad eyes. When I was a kid, there was a doctor, and he was a really bad man. He did some terrible, awful things to me. It just reminded me of him, that's all. Izuku said, and Fuyumi gave him a concerned look. I hope he was caught by the heroes if he hurt you. She said softly, and Izuku nodded just a bit. My dad saved me. He adopted me afterwards. I want Shudo to have somebody nice to look after him, too. Everybody deserves a home, you know? Izuku said, smiling wearily. Fuyumi gave a small smile back, clearly relieved he had a good home now. That's good then. But look, Todoroki? I'm sorry, the name change will take me a bit to get used to. Either way, if you can legally get Shudo out of that house and away from father, then I'll support you 100%. What about you, Shudo? Would you want to live with him? We can't force you into a home you don't want. Fuyumi asked. I want to try. I want to get to know you better, and if you're willing to take care of me. But Fuyumi-ne, where will you go? You live with father too. Shudo said. Don't you worry about me, Shudo. I make enough money to take care of myself. I don't think I'd be able to take care of you, but if he can, then that's fine with me. We'll worry about ourselves. Like your friend said, everybody deserves a home, Shudo, and if I'm being honest, I don't think you've had one since Mom went away. Sorry to bother you, miss. Chizome sighed, leaning on the reception desk of the Mizutofu Police Department's main branch. Is Detective Tsukachi busy? I need to speak with him if it's possible, please. If he asks, tell him it's Stain. Oh. The receptionist smiled. What an interesting name. No, I don't think he's busy at the moment. Give me just a minute, I'll ask for him. Detective? She asked as she pressed a button on the intercom. Yes? What can I do for you, Hanamura-san? You have a visitor here to see you. A Mr. Stain? And another guest with him as well. She said, and there was incoherent cursing on the other end of the line for a moment. I'll be right there, thank you. A couple of slammed doors and some shuffling later, Tsukachi was at the front desk, looking a little frazzled. He looked at them and was surprised to see not Izuku with him, but somebody he'd never met before. He gave them a look, and the stranger seemed visibly uncomfortable being in a police station, much less in front of a detective. Are you sure we have to do it this way? The stranger mumbled. I know the detective, Dabi. You can trust him. Chizome reassured him. What can I do for you, Stain? Did something happen with your kid? He asked, giving Chizome a worried look. Not mine. Do you have somewhere private to talk about this? I'm going to tell you some things that really don't need to be overheard. He said carefully, and Tsukachi's face darkened. He nodded and led them to his office. The two of them took a seat, and Chizome sighed and leaned his head back. First of all, look, I trust you by now, Tsukachi. I'm going to tell you my name. You'll probably learn my kid's name at some point since he's going to UA and you know where we live, so it's not like you couldn't figure it out. I appreciate you not digging into it, though. Chizome said, I'm Akaguro Chizome. Akaguro Izuku is my kid. Nice to formally meet you, Detective Tsukachi. Nice to meet you as well. You already know my name, but so I'm not being rude, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa, at your service. And you are? Tsukachi asked the stranger. Dabi, was his short answer. I don't go by my legal name anymore. Apparently, Akaguro here says you should be able to help with that. It's a long story, right? So, what seems to be the problem, Akaguro-san? Tsukachi said softly, and he looked a little confused when Chizome passed him a manila folder stuffed full of photographs and other haphazard papers. I'd like to open a case against the number 2 hero, Endeavor, for child abuse. Chizome said seriously. Tsukachi's eyebrows rose incredulously, but when he opened the folder and saw the contents, his expression turned to a dark scowl. Izuku is friends with his youngest son. He often comes to visit us with injuries, and when we asked where he got them, he said his father gave them to him during training. That's not training, that's abuse. We've taken photos of them for proof. True, Tsukachi's Quirk supplied. He said in a sharp breath. How the hell did Akaguro always seem to get involved in big situations like this? Alright, and what does Dabi here have to do with your case, if I may ask? Tsukachi leaned back in his chair, and Dabi had a scowl that matched the detective's. My legal name is Todoroki Tuya. I'm Endeavor's oldest son. I've been missing since I was 15, and I want to come back. I also want custody of my youngest brother, Todoroki Shudo, so that he's not in the same house as that man anymore. True, Detective Tsukachi's Quirk rang in his head. This was going to be a very long day.